Listen to HOJO Radio.
Hello, everybody, hello. Halo is the shampoo that glorifies your hair. So hello, everybody, halo. For softer, lively curls and brighter, sparkling hair. So hello, everybody, halo. Halo shampoo, halo.
For now we can begin. Bob Hope brings you his laugh review, and smiles are here again.
Thank you so much, and welcome you all to our fun shop. While we manufacture the laughter, it's Pepsodent sales that we're after. To make you smile, the more worthwhile. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob Hope back again for the GOP. Good old Pepsodent. Tonight I'm just a lull between election returns. You know, there's been so many campaign speeches on the air lately. I turned on my radio last night and it handed me a cigar. And what those politicians say about each other, it sounded like they were doing their Christmas wrapping early. Well, election day is almost over and I'm pretty tired. My uncle ran for office in Eagle Knob, California, and I've been voting all day. But it doesn't pay, to be honest. I voted 12 times a day, and I only got paid for 10. When my uncle got through voting, the ballot box was so stuffed it had to take 6 bicarbonates of soda. My uncle isn't exactly crooked. I'd say he was sort of a pretzel with skin. When he was running for office last year, he said he'd do the public good, and when he was elected, he kept his word. He did them good. But you'd like him. He's a great man. He came up from the gutter, and boy, is he homesick. He's a very thorough politician. 2 hours before the polls open, he put in his application for a recount of the recount. He had so many cigars in his pocket, he looked like a pipe organ. But I want to take this opportunity to thank the 26 intelligent, honest, right-thinking voters of Eagle Knob who voted for my uncle. The other 2,000 know what they can do. But the people are really slow in Eagle Knob. I entered the polling booth there, pulled back the curtain on the voting machine, and what do you think I found? A guy still voting for Hoover. Oh, but that's enough of that. Phil, tell the ladies and gentlemen who's elected to entertain the Pepsodent voters tonight.
Well, Bob, we have one of the famous Marx brothers, Chico Marx, and in our usual roundup, Skinny Ennis and his band, the Mad Professor Jerry Colonna, through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, 6 hits and a miss, and Bob Hope.
Oh, that's Phil Goodman, ladies and gentlemen, the big outdoor man. We went up to his cabin in the woods over the weekend to do a little deer hunting. I came back without a buck. Reminds me of Santa Anita. But, boy, I said there's nothing like getting out in the open. I love to go hunting in the woods. It fills me with something. Buckshot. But it's marvelous up there around Phil's cabin. The deers eat right out of your hand. Here in Hollywood, they eat right out of your pocketbook. Isn't that a slick line? Oh, but I'd tell you, the first day Goodwin shot at the moose, he came so close, he shot the milk pail right out from under it. The second day out, I came face to face with a bear. It was pretty horrible for both of us. It was a very old bear. It didn't have a tooth in its mouth. They were all in my arms. Bill shot at the bear 15 times without hitting it. Suddenly, the bear ran in the woods and came out a second later with a large red bullseye over its heart.
Well, anyway, the trip was a success. All except the last day. I fell on a porcupine.
Really? Did you get the needles?
Well, Bob, I have so many needles in me, every time I eat spaghetti, my stomach knits a sweater.
Hiya, fellas. Hiya, Skinny. Say, Skinny, did you ever hunt bear?
Yeah, but I don't like it. It's the leaf pickle.
Pickle.
Yeah, but I'm disappointed in you, Bob.
Why, what about Skinny?
Well, you know that bird dog you sold me?
Yeah.
Well, he doesn't sing a note.
Well, what a hunter, Skinny. You couldn't bring down a duck off a meat hook.
Well, everybody liked you up there, Bob.
Really, Bill?
Uh-huh. Even the parrot in my cabin.
The parrot?
Yeah, he woke me up in the middle of the night and said, "Is that Bob Hope, the comedian?" And I said, "Yes."
Yeah.
So the parrot laid an egg as big as an ostrich and said, "Let me see him top that."
Thank you, Bill. And now our six hits and a miss are going to sing out Johnny Mercer's version of the musical football player Jamboree Jones. Take it, talent.
I begin a story out in West Virginia in a little college. All the student body only cares for football, never mind the knowledge. Never mind the sheepskin, they prefer the pigskin, seem to have it in their bones. They know all about it, couldn't live without it, all except a certain Mr. Jamboree Jones. He played the clarinet with all his might. He studied night and day, he practiced day and night. No running up the field for Mr. Jones. He'd rather run up the scale and down the scale. What comes meanwhile the team marched on to greater fame till they were asked to play the famous Rose Bowl game. Oh, Roses, and on that day of days the students beamed. What did they do when the team marched on the field? I want to tell you, ladies and you gentlemen, they screamed. Rock, 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 zip, boom, bop, 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 the other, yeah, go, watch them go. Boom. Starting from the kickoff base, well, every kickoff they could win it. Instead of going forward, they were going backward 5 miles a minute. Seeing their position, they called intermission. They heard the referee say, 17-0, ain't exactly nothing. You've got 5 minutes to play. Then from the stand there came a distant wail, and it was Jamboree. I'm swinging, hold'em, yale. Oh, we laughed, and then the students, they began to yell. The players marched up the field and down the field. Pell-mell, and today the Hall of Fame still proclaims the hero's name. Jamboree, they can't forget, won a football game with a clarinet.
In 1754, a certain young Englishman received a letter from his father which read, "I hope you take great care of your teeth, and that you clean them well every morning and after every meal. But I do insist that you never use any of those sticks or hard substances which always rub away the gums and destroy the varnish of the teeth." And who do you think wrote this letter in 1754? It was none other than the famous Lord Chesterfield. Now, fortunately, the sticks and hard cleaning substance he speaks of have completely disappeared from modern American life. But the rest of Lord Chesterfield's advice is as important today as it was nearly 200 years ago. Think how he would have greeted Pepsodent toothpaste containing Irium. Irium is the cleansing agent found only in Pepsodent of all toothpaste. Gently, quickly, effectively, it helps Pepsodent toothpaste brush away stubborn surface stains, leaving your teeth gleaming with natural brilliance. And always remember, Pepsodent toothpaste containing Irium is safe in its action on teeth. Safe for children, safe for adults, because it contains no grit, no drugs, no bleach. Try Pepsodent today and see how effectively it reveals the true beauty of your teeth.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we take great pleasure in presenting one of the foremost comedians of Hollywood, one of the famous Marx Brothers whom you saw recently in the great RKO Picture Room service. Here he is, Chico Marx. Thank you very much. Well, so long, Bob. Wait a minute, Chico, what are you leaving for?
When the people applaud, that's enough for me.
Wait a minute, we got to do a show.
I know, but I got to go home and learn how to play the piano.
Well, can't you learn how to play next week?
No, next week I'm giving a concert.
Yeah, well, what about our audience? You've got to do something for them.
Okay.
Wait a minute, Chico, this is no place to sell ice cream.
Why not? We need some good humor around here. Besides, Bob, I got to make us some money.
But, Chico, you're getting a check for this program.
Whose check?
My check. Look, Chico, what are you going to do tonight?
Well, I think I just stand in the back and hit.
Well, you'll have plenty of company.
Well, goodbye, Bob. I must go home now.
Say, Chico, you like that house of yours, don't you? How many bedrooms have you got?
Bedrooms? Let me see. We got no bedrooms.
No bedrooms? What do you sleep in at night?
And on my night shirt.
Some joke, eh, boys? Yeah, I think it's my turn to stand back here and hiss. Say, have you got any bathtubs in the house?
Well, I tell you, we got a new plan. We got a shower right over the bed.
Shower right over the bed?
Mm-hmm. All we got to do in the morning is to turn the water on, and then we don't get wet.
Well, why don't you get wet?
We don't sleep in the bed.
Look, Chico, if you don't sleep in the bed, where do you sleep?
In the park.
Yeah, but if you sleep in the park, what do you need the house for?
Well, we got to have some place to keep the beds.
I don't know, but that sounds kind of stupid.
Yeah, I got that from my uncle. He was a kind of stupid, too. Way over like this.
I get it, Chico.
Well, let's go on, Bob. I got to go now. I'm just itching to go home.
Now, wait a minute, Chico. You got to play the piano.
All right, so where was I?
You were just itching.
Okay, we start from scratch. Wait, they're taking my coat off.
All right, say, that's a nice coat, but why do you wear it inside out like that?
The other side belongs to Groucho. He's wearing it.
I wish I was with him. Ladies and gentlemen, Chico Marx will now play his own arrangement of an original composition based on the Second Hungarian Rhapsody by Franz Liszt. Yeah, what's that?
You want to buy a ticket for the Rose Bowl football game?
For the Rose Bowl, I'll say. How much?
Well, for you, $5.
$5? $5?
Mm-hmm.
Really? Mm-hmm. Okay, here's your $5.
Okay, here's your piece.
Yeah. A piece? Wait a minute. How about the rest of the ticket?
That's no good. I can't make much profit selling a whole ticket.
Well, you only gave me the top part of the ticket.
That's all right. You only sit on the top part of the seat. Hey, Bob, I forgot to tell you. You know you got a good seat for that football game, right in the middle.
In the middle?
Uh-huh. Yeah, right behind the middle of the scoreboard.
Behind the scoreboard, but how do I see the game from there?
Well, I tell you. I sell you a nice brace and a bit. Then you make a nicer hole for yourself.
I'm in the hole now. How much does that cost?
$4.25.
$4.25 for a brace and bit?
Yeah, $4 for the brace and 2 bits for the bit.
Yeah. I wish Groucho was here to give me an answer for that one.
I miss him more than you do. Hey, Bob.
Sounds like Harpo. It's all right, Chico. Anybody can drop a script. Go ahead. It's all right.
I know, but I saw those jokes before sometime.
You'll see him again, too.
Hey, Bob.
What's that?
I'm going to do you a real big favor.
Oh, don't go home so early, Chico.
No, I'm going to let you have a pair of field glasses for the game.
Well, Chico, I'm not so sure I can afford it. How much are you going to let me have them for?
Very cheap, only 25 cents.
Well, that's reasonable enough.
Now, how about some lenses for the glasses? $50.
Look, Chico, how much would you charge me if I don't go to the game?
Well, what seat are you not going to sit in?
How about not sitting on the 50-yard line?
That's no good. There are too many people not sitting there now. You'd be in the way. Hey, Bob, we got some more jokes.
Well, here we go again. What is it now, Chico?
I got something else you need very badly at the game.
What is it, a radio?
No, it's a map. Shows you how to get to go out to the game.
That's a good idea, Chico. Oh, I think it's a little late to put on your glasses. Look. Chico, it's pretty crowded on New Year's Day. Let's take a look at that map.
Here you are. Now look. You take a number 66, and you go out about 4 miles.
Uh-huh.
That brings you to 33.
Yeah.
Now you go out of 33 about 2 miles. Now 66 and 33, that makes a 99. Now you're on the right road. Now you take a 99 for 280 miles, and that brings you to the Grand Canyon. Oh, boy, that's a beauty.
Say, that gives me an idea, Chico. I've never been there, and I'll need a vacation about New Year's. Is there any fishing?
Sure, fishing and hunting. You want to buy a license?
I was afraid of that. Wait till I go home and sell my annuity. Say, maybe you'd like to buy these football tickets back.
No, thanks.
I'll let you have them for $3 apiece.
No, thank you.
Oh, all right. You can have them for nothing. I won't need them now.
No, I don't want them.
What's the matter? Don't you want to see the game?
I saw the game. California won, 13-0.
Wait a minute. That's the score of last year's game.
That's all right. You got a last year's ticket.
Yeah. Skinny Ennis sings that beautiful number by Larry Clinton, My Reverie, based on a theme by Claude Debussy. Okay, Skinny, take it.
How long is a dream in my reverie? I can see that this love was meant for me. Only a fool never stood in a world of romance to be so cruel as you are to me. I dream of his wishes as simply without you. Life will never begin to be. So love me as I love you in my reverie. Make my dream reality. Let's dispense with formality. Come to me in my reverie. As I love you in my reverie, make my dream reality. Let's dispense with formality. Come to me in my reverie. In my reverie.
The sunshine of your smile tonight. A little clouded over, maybe looking just a little sad? Well, then why not decide to swing over to Pepsodent Tooth Powder containing Irium? Pepsodent, and only Pepsodent of all tooth powders, contains Irium, the new cleansing agent. And Irium is the remarkable discovery that helps Pepsodent remove stubborn surface stains from your teeth. At least twice a day, night and morning, every day of your life, use Pepsodent tooth powder and you'll be rewarded. It won't be long before you'll say you never dreamed your teeth could sparkle so, and you never knew your mouth could feel so fresh, so clean as it does when Pepsodent tooth powder containing Irium is always on the job. Best of all, Pepsodent powder containing Irium is safe in its action on teeth because it contains no grit, no drugs, no bleach. So if you want these effective cleansing results, try Pepsodent tooth powder with Irium.
Stop beating round the mulberry bush, the mulberry bush, mulberry bush. Stop beating round the mulberry bush.
Although it's made him dizzy, that old bush leaguer Bob Hope is going around in circles to give you his version of Stop Beating Round the Mulberry Bush. All right, circulate, Bob.
Mulberry bush when there's a moon.
Hey, Bill.
Yes, Bob.
I'm in trouble. I got a summons for $50,000.
You did? What's the matter?
Well, look, last week
Yeah?
I called up my girl and I told her to stop beating around the mulberry bush and to come right out and tell me she loves me.
Yeah?
I asked her to marry me and she accepted.
Well, I don't see any breach of promise there.
Yeah, but I had the wrong number.
Oh, boy, this is serious, Bob. What you need is a good lawyer.
What I need is $50,000.
Listen, I know just the man for you.
Well, one thing, is he good?
Is he good? Why, he got my sentence cut down from 90 to 60 days.
Really?
Gee, for having one headlight out, too.
Oh, that's wonderful. If you ever go through a red light, let me know and I'll give you a farewell party.
Come on, Bob, let's go. Well, here it is, Bob. Law offices of Cohen, Goldfarb, Cohen, and O'Cavity.
How did old Cavity get in there?
He put up the money. Let's go in.
Hey, gosh, it's dark in here. Oh, pardon me.
That's all right. I'm only the desk.
I wish they'd turn the lights on.
We never do that during lunch hour.
Why not?
The bosses get jealous when they see me eat. Hello, law offices of CGC and OK. A divorce? What kind would you like, Reno, Mexico, or radio? What's a radio divorce? When you get married again, we guarantee you a spot on the Eddie Cantor program. Goodbye.
Say, look, miss, my friend Bob Hope wants to hire a good lawyer.
Well, you better try someone else. The last case he defended was Paul Revere for parking his plug in front of a plug.
A case. Come right in. Have a seat. Have a cigar. Have an accident?
Are you Attorney O'Cavity?
Yes, and you can't lose. It's an open and shut case. You were home alone that night reading a book.
Uh-huh.
Now I'll call Central Casting and get 2 witnesses who were with you.
Very nice, but I have a breach of promise suit on my hands.
Breach of promise. She can't do that to you. Promising to marry you, breaking your heart, leaving you crushed and broken like a second-hand Dixie cup. We'll sue for $20,000.
That's swell, but there's just one catch.
What's that?
She's suing me for $50,000.
Oh, lucky me. We'll make a settlement. Let's say $25,000 for her and $25,000 for me.
Wait a minute. Where'll I get the money?
Haven't you entered the movie quiz?
Say, what a lawyer. He probably went through law school on a student tour.
Oh, pardon me. There goes another ambulance. This trial. Hold on to the customer while I do a little road work.
Hey, don't tell me Attorney O'Cavity's an ambulance chaser.
Mister, he's been chasing ambulances so long, he has roller skates on his briefcase.
Oh, darn those ambulance drivers. Put grease on the running board again. Say, what were you saying before they rang for me?
I said I was being sued.
Oh, that's nothing. So Sally ran.
Yeah, but she'll probably wiggle out of it.
Say, how about making out your will? Only $25 extra. Oh, there it goes again.
Wait a minute. I'm going with you this time.
Okay, hang on. We'll drop off the courthouse.
Say, boy, this is a busy court. Listen to the hustle and bustle.
Hello, Hustle.
Hello, Bustle.
The sixth session of the Court of Sessions is in session, and I do mean session. Yeah, man.
There's the girl right over there, Susie Subpoena. We all call her Sweet Sue. Hello, Sue.
Hello, Cavity. Well, here we are again.
Here you are, get your Cracker Jack, popcorn, alibi, bail bonds, and a Tootsie Footsie ice cream.
Who's that?
That's the girl's lawyer, Ravelli.
Hey, boss, do you call me?
Yeah, I want to make a deal with you.
That's fine. How about draw poker? Here's your card.
My card?
I got a 5 aces. I think I'll open. What do you got? I got a headache.
Ravelli, if you were my lawyer, I'd say you were crazy. As a matter of fact, if you were my lawyer, I'd say I was crazy. Sounds just like Groucho, no?
No.
Tell me, why is your client suing me for breach of promise?
I'm running a special on the breach of promise this week. Next week, a habeas corpus with green flowers.
With green flowers?
Yeah, habeas Irish rose. Some joke, eh? No. I object.
So I read anybody's lines. What do you... What do you...
I object.
What are you objecting for? The trial hasn't started.
Well, I'm just warming up.
Order in the court. Order. The judge is about to appear.
Greetings, Kate. Let's arbitrate. Hello, Sue. How are you?
Hello, Judge.
Well, where were you on the night of October 25th?
At home.
You should have been with us. What a brawl. Is the jury present?
Hello, Judge.
Sue, you remember the boys?
Sure. Hiya, fellas.
Hello, Sue. What news? I'll give 3-1 I lose this case.
That's no good. You can get 12-1 from the jury.
Judge Colonna, I think this...
30 days.
But, Judge, that isn't 60 days. Wait a minute. You can't give me 60 days.
Ah, yes, knave. My time is your time. Bring the defendant and the plaintiff to the bar.
You promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but... And see your dentist twice a year.
I do.
I do.
I now pronounce you man and wife.
I object. You're here to dispense justice.
Very well. Justice will be dispensed with. Continue with the case. It's your shot, Mr. Ravelli.
Okay, I take the witness. Hey, Hope, where were you on the night of February the 30th?
There wasn't any night of February the 30th.
Oh, so you stole that too, eh? I'm ashamed.
I'm not exactly proud of you either, Ravelli.
I object.
Objection overruled.
All right, I object again.
Objection overruled.
That's fine. Now I got a pair of overrules.
Judge, I'm getting sick and tired of this case.
Yeah, come on, Judge. Stop beating around the mulberry bush and settle this case once and for me.
Silence. I have reached a decision.
Oh, please.
I'm afraid to listen. What kind of a trial is this, anyway? Am I going to get justice?
Ah, justice. Just as a famous justice once said. Folks. Uncle. Oh, there she goes again. Quick, where's my waistcoat?
Hey, that's for my case.
Just a minute, Shyster. What about my case?
And what about my case?
I object.
You can't object. You're the judge.
Objection overruled. I'm throwing this case right out of court.
What happened, Judge?
I forgot to let go of the case.
Mulberry bush, stop beating round the mulberry bush. Come out and say you love me.
Excuse me, Bob. Oh, Bob, what have we for next week?
Oh, well, next week we're really going to town, Bill. We have that man with us.
Yeah, that man?
That man, Groucho Marx. He's coming over and explaining the whole thing. Then we'll have our regular cast, Skinny Ennis and his band, Six Hits and a Miss, Jerry Colonna, Bill Goodman.
And Bob Hope.
Thank you. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
Until next Tuesday night at the same time, the Pepsi Company bids you good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Yes, we have it every day. We sing this song, it will make us strong, and it takes a shout, hooray! It's good for growing babies and grown-ups to eat. For all the family's breakfast, you can see cream of wheat.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
The Columbia Broadcasting System presents a new comedy.
My Friend Irma.
Starring Marie Wilson as Irma and Kathy Lewis as Jane, with John Brown as Al.
Friendship, just a perfect friendship when other friendships have been forgot. theirs will still be hot. My friend Irma.
My name is Jane Stacy. I live with my friend Irma. She's my roommate, and I love her. I wouldn't trade Irma for the world, but we have our difficulties because it just so happens that she's not the brightest girl in the world. Like, for instance, the other day I said, Irma, I see where they're going to make military service compulsory. And Irma said,
I don't think that's fair. A girl shouldn't have to go out with a sailor unless she wants to.
See what I mean? That, my friends, is one of Irma's more logical remarks. But it is her deeds rather than her words that strike consternation in the human heart. Well, it was shortly before noon. I was listening to the radio.
And fellow citizens, I'm happy to say that the Better Business Bureau and the police department are waging a campaign to stamp out the racketeers who rent stores on 2nd Avenue, fill them with worthless merchandise, and sell them to unsuspecting citizens. This campaign will chase those fakers from 2nd Avenue.
Well, that's good news. Of course, only a moron would buy there. Hello, Irma. Where have you been?
Shopping on 2nd Avenue.
Oh, no.
Why, is something wrong?
I don't know yet. What did you buy?
A fur coat. It only cost me $80, and it's worth $5,000.
Who told you it was?
The man who sold it to me. Oh, and I know he's honest because he had it appraised.
By whom?
His brother.
Irma, let me see the coat.
All right, I'll put it on.
Despite the fact that I am a comparatively young girl, I've seen many strange things in my lifetime. Yes, I've even seen a bus run into a truck full of live chickens. And the result was sheer beauty compared to what my eyes are now trying to tell me. There stands Irma in front of the mirror admiring herself. Her petite figure is completely draped in a strange sort of fur that can best be described as resembling heavy mildew. Nothing is visible above the shaggy collar except the back of her little blonde head. And the entire picture reminds one of an abandoned egg in an old nest. To add to this deathless picture, the electric fan is on and the fur is flying all over the room. For a moment, I have a terrible sensation that Irma is being plucked. But I must have been warped completely out of focus because she turned away from the mirror triumphantly and said,
Well, Jane, have you ever seen anything like it in your life? How do you like it?
Lovely. When can you take it back?
Take it back? Why?
Well, first of all, honey, it's much too big.
I know, but the man said after it's washed, it will shrink.
Honey, it's not even fur. It's shedding all over the place.
Well, that's the kind of animal it is. The man said it loses its fur in the summer, but it will grow back in the fall.
Irma, can't you see you've been swindled?
How can you say that when I only paid $80 for a genuine mink-dyed squirrel-colored caracal beaver?
Honey, that many animals haven't gotten together since they walked into Noah's Ark. Besides, where did you get the $80, Irma?
Jane,
Oh, no, sweetie, you didn't use your half of our vacation money.
Yes, I did, Jane, but you can go away by yourself.
Oh, Irma, you know I wouldn't go on a vacation to the Thousand Islands without you. How could you do a thing like this without consulting me?
Well, Jane, I wanted a fur coat because you have a nice fur coat.
Oh, I know, honey, but I made certain I got a good one. Took me 3 years to save $400 so I could get a good Persian lamb. I want you to have a good coat, too, but how could you buy that decomposed haystack?
I wanted to have something extra nice to wear when I go out with Al.
Oh, Al. Mm-hmm. For the life of me, I don't even know why you go with him. He has no job, no money, no clothes, no car, no prospects, and no future.
I know, but I have to stick by him in case things get tough.
Well, you've got to take the coat back. Come in.
Hiya, chicken.
Hello, Al.
You know, Al, this is the first time you've called Irma chicken that she was dressed for the occasion.
What's up?
Al, Irma bought a new coat on 2nd Avenue.
Oh, is that what it is? I never seen fur like that. Why, when I first walked in, I thought she was tarred and feathered. Chicken, how could you buy it? I think you've been swindled.
Oh, no, I got a 30-day guarantee.
Oh, what's it say?
Well, I didn't have a chance to open it. I'll read it now.
Well, I'm glad to know you were smart enough to ask for a guarantee. Read it, baby.
A 30-day guarantee. We guarantee that June has 30 days.
You know, I'm surprised they even put that in writing. Come in.
Hello, everybody. Tell me. Say, Jane, does Mrs. O'Reilly know about this?
What?
You're keeping a dead grizzly bear in the apartment?
Professor Kropotkin, that's Irma. She bought a fur coat.
Irma, why didn't you ask me? From furs I know. Animals like that I have never seen.
Well, the man told me they're very rare. They hide in the woods.
Could be. If I looked like that, I would hide too. Irma, darling, don't wear it. You'll be risking your life.
What do you mean?
You'll put it on, you'll go outside. A dog will chase you up a tree.
You know, Professor, you'd think she'd know better. I've told her a dozen times if she wants to shop to use my charge account. After all, that's what a charge account is for. To send things back.
And 2nd Avenue, of all places. Well, even the cops are afraid to shop there.
2nd Avenue, what they did to me. I remember I just came off the boat. I went to 2nd Avenue for a suit. What a suit. They sold me red pants and a blue jacket.
Well, you couldn't wear that.
Of course not. Olga had a white dress. When we walked down the street, everybody saluted. But Kropotkin, they can't fool. I said, gentlemen, this is one monkey you don't give the business to. I may be a foreigner, but I know what they are wearing. I demand satisfaction.
Did you get it?
Certainly. Have you seen my purple sports jacket with the yellow knickerbocker? Stand down. Well, Irma, my personal feeling is that you got taken advantage of. But that's the tragedy of life. Goodbye.
Gee, Professor Kropotkin didn't like the coat either.
Yeah, I know, honey, but that's why we have to get your money back, you see? I realize that there are some very legitimate stores on 2nd Avenue. You just happen to have gotten stung. Now, what was the name of the store where you bought this glorified throw rug?
Boothby's. Square Deal Boothby's. It's an established firm. See, it says on the box, established June 1947.
What time?
Oh, Jane, I don't know what you're driving at because I know that Mr. Boothby is honest. When I gave him the money, he didn't even ask for a receipt.
Irma. Oh, Irma, you've been swindled. But I know who'll get us action on this. Come on, Irma. Come on, Al. We're going right over to the Better Business Bureau. Well, the three of us got on the trolley. Al, myself, and Irma, with the coat on her arm. At first, the trolley was crowded. Presently, the rays of the sun beating down on the fur seemed to cause a strange chemical reaction, and pretty soon we had the trolley to ourselves. We were completely alone except for the motorman who insisted on driving with his head out of the window. All in all, it was a great day for the bus lines. Presently, we arrived at the offices of the Better Business Bureau.
All right, Chicken, there's the bureau. Now you know what to tell them.
Well, Jane, maybe you better rehearse me again.
All right, honey, now listen. You just go in and you tell him that this man, Boothby, sold you a decrepit, moth-eaten coat and you want him brought to the attention of the police as it is too awful to walk down the street in. Got it?
Got it.
Also, Chicken, tell him you are a working girl and a citizen and cannot afford to pay for a coat whose hair is already fallen out. Got it?
Got it.
Yeah. Now, don't get excited. Let's go in.
What can I do for you, miss?
This man Boothby sold me a fur coat that is worthless and too awful for a working girl who's decrepit and moth-eaten.
What?
I am a citizen and my hair is falling out. And when I walk down the street, I don't get any attention from the police.
Chicken, please. You see, the kid's a little confused. I'll explain it to you straight so you'll understand. The doll here was ankling down 2nd Avenue, eyeing the what gives in the windows. And she had stashed away 80 clams for the high-ups. When this con merchant heaves her an old clip and jolts her for 4 double sawbucks. You got it?
Is there anyone in the crowd who speaks English?
Well, I'm not so sure, but I'll try. You see, my roommate, Miss Peterson, bought this coat on 2nd Avenue for $80, and I think it's a disgrace, and I want you to do something about it.
Let me see that coat. I've never seen fur like this before. Well, there's no need for further discussion. We'll put a man on the case, and you take the coat back to Boothby's and get your money back. You tell him we're investigating him.
Oh, thank you, sir. I don't know how to repay you. Are you allowed to take tips?
No, thanks.
Well, there must be something I can do. Have you any children?
Yes.
Good, I'll send you a card on Father's Day.
Bless you. Next.
Irma, there's the door. Let's tiptoe out.
Hurry, chicken. You can grab that trolley and take the coat back. I'd go with you, but I got a big deal brewing. Well, see you later.
All right, Al, so long.
Gee, I don't know. Maybe I should go with you, honey.
Oh, now, Jane, don't worry. I'll get every penny of that $80, and we'll be able to go on our vacation like we planned.
Good. But, honey, don't take a check.
Think I'm a fool? I'll insist on cash, 3 10s and 2 5s.
Irma, that's 40. Get 80.
Oh, all right. And if I need a witness, I'll have his brother counted.
Well, an hour passed. I was in the apartment waiting for Irma to return. Presently, Al returned. He had a new business proposition. Painting pigeons and selling them for pheasants. Well, naturally, I wasn't interested. I was waiting for Irma to come home with the $80. Presently, the door slowly opened. It was Irma. Hello, Irma.
Hello, Jane.
Well, honey, I see you got rid of the coat.
Yes, I did.
Did Mr. Boothby give you back your $80?
No, he couldn't.
Why not?
I lost the coat.
Chicken, how?
Oh, I don't know. I had so many things on my head, and I forgot it and left it on the trolley when I got off.
Oh, Irma, how could you?
That's right. 2 of you pick on me. Did I do a crime? Haven't either of you ever been absent-minded?
Well, yes, honey, but how long can you be absent?
Now, wait a minute. Let's not pick on Irma. It could have happened to anybody. It's just that we're in bad shape because the Better Business Bureau fixed things up for us. Now we haven't got the coat to return. Oh, instead of fighting among ourselves, Al, call up the Lost and Found department of the trolley company.
No good. Never get service over a phone. Only one thing to do. We go down to the car barn and frisk the trolleys as they come in.
Al?
What, chicken?
Have you lost faith in me?
Oh, no, baby. People make mistakes. They're human beings. And you're entitled to the same consideration.
Oh, gee, I'm glad you said that, Al, because I couldn't let a man love me who hated the sight of me.
Well, now I think I know why Romeo and Juliet killed themselves. Come on, let's get going. Well, here we are at the car barn. I don't know how to describe it. Have you ever spent a warm, languid June evening under a full moon at midnight in a car barn? You haven't? My friends, life has passed you by. Words can never capture the true color of the scene. Red trolleys going out, green trolleys coming in, and once in a while, for a shocker, they sneak in a yellow one. But Irma's coat must be found. Al?
Yes, Jane?
Any trace of the coat?
Not even a whiff.
Oh. We've been here 2 hours and my feet are just killing me. Irma, think. Can you remember the number of the trolley?
No, I can't. But now I know why.
Why?
It wasn't a trolley, it was a bus.
Oh, well, I'll be all right. I'll take an adrenaline or something. And time is a great healer. We're home again, a little shaken by Irma's admission. It's after midnight, and there's just no point in going to the bus terminal because I know that after we're there for a few hours, Irma will turn to me and say, "You know, Jane, it wasn't a bus. It was a ferry boat." But as ridiculous as it sounds, Al has come up with the one solution.
Kids, I got it. We'll put an ad in the paper. Where's a pencil? Oh, here. Lost. One fur-bearing coat.
Well, you'd better describe it.
The papers wouldn't print it.
Please, I'm trying to write the ad. Lost. One fur coat on bus.
Will you hurry, Al? This has got to make the morning edition.
Okay. Lost. Fur coat. Fantastic reward.
Al, fantastic must mean at least $20.
Gotcha. Lost. Fur coat. Liberal reward.
Well, that means money, too.
Gotcha. Lost. Fur coat. Honesty is the best policy.
Just say reward.
Got it all. Return to Irma Peterson, 8224 West 73rd Street. I'll get it right to the paper.
Swell. Now, Al, if you'll excuse me, I'll say goodnight to the both of you and go to bed. I'm rather exhausted. This entire day and night is something I'll look back on and laugh rather hysterically about, you know. Good night.
Oh, good night and sleep well, Jane.
Good night, Jane. See me to the door, chicken.
Sure, Al. Al, do you think somebody will read the ad in the paper and return the coat?
Why, certainly, honey. You'll have it in the morning. Well, good night, chicken.
Aren't you going to kiss me?
Oh, sure. Here.
Gee, Al, when you kiss me, I lose all my senses.
Look, chicken, don't go pinning no rap on me. Good night.
Now, but my friend Irma, it's the Sportsman Quartet with Lud Gluskin and his orchestra and their novel arrangement of My Adobe Hacienda.
Far below the Mexican border, where the senoritas throw beneath the moon,
I think
there's a bold and dashing vaquero, and every night you'll hear him croon.
I think
In my adobe hacienda, there's a touch of Mexico.
I think
Cactus lovelier than orchids, blooming in the patio.
I think
Soft desert stars and the strum of guitars make every evening seem so sweet.
I think
In my adobe hacienda, life and love are more complete. More complete.
You think so? See, I think
In my
It's a
adobe
little place, it's not so
hacienda,
big, it costs 10 pesos.
there's a touch of Mexico.
Now my sister says before it comes down way below it.
Blooming in the patio. Soft desert stars and the strum of guitars make every evening seem so sweet.
I think
In my adobe haciendita, life and love are more complete. I want to go back to my little adobe shack in Mexico City.
I think
'Cause that's where life and love are more complete. It's sweet and very neat. It's quite a treat, so I repeat. Life and love are more complete. Pardon us for singing in your faces.
I think
We sing.
Well, the following morning, I wasn't due at work until 9:30, so I waited around to see if anyone answered the ad about Irma's lost coat. I was sure if anyone found the coat, we were bound to get it back because nobody in their right mind would keep it. Answer the door, honey. It may be someone returning the coat.
Oh, all right. Oh, I better get the reward. Where are those cookies I baked?
Irma, this calls for a reward, not a penalty. Come in.
How do you do? I'm Mrs. Louise Cartwright. In my daily scrutiny of the newspapers, I chanced across your advertisement, and it may solve my dilemma.
What do you mean?
Yesterday, I was cruising down Madison Avenue in our open town car. I find it so much easier to dart in and out of traffic with the small car. When suddenly something came flying into the car and landed prone on my dear husband. And for moments, he was loath to part with it because it was the first time in years he had hair on his head.
That's my coat.
Well, here it is. And it's been quite an experience.
There's a $10 reward.
Oh, my dear, I don't need the money. But I have a suggestion. Why don't you give it to some worthy charity, like the Park Avenue Kennel Club for the preservation of underfed French poodles? They're wonderful work they're doing, and every little bit helps. Good day.
Oh, Jane, isn't it wonderful? I've got my coat back, and now I'm going right down and get my $80.
Hello? Who? Oh, yes, Better Business Bureau. Yes, we have the coat and we... what? Oh, no. I see. Well, thanks. Irma, the coat is yours for keeps. Mr. Boothby has left town and the police are after him with a warrant for swindling 100 people.
What a stupid businessman. That's no way to build up goodwill.
You know what this means, Irma. No $80, no vacation.
Well, Jane, you can go.
Oh, honey, I told you I wouldn't go without you.
Hiya, chicken. What's up, Jane?
I'm late for work, Al. Irma will tell you. And Irma, when you hang that coat up, keep it away from my Persian lamb. I don't want my coat to catch the mange. I'll be seeing you.
Chicken, what happened?
Oh, Al, Boothby left town.
Oh, well, don't cry, chicken. There's only one guy who can help us.
Who, Al?
Who but... Hello, Joe. Al, got a fur coat to get rid of. Huh? Is it hot? Well, frankly, it's not so hot. You bought it on 2nd Avenue. Now, don't hang up, Joe. How can I get $80 for this coat? Huh? Put 40 in each pocket. Joe, this is an emergency. What can we do? Uh-huh. 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 Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Thanks, Joe. Chicken, our problem is solved.
Well, how?
We raffle off the coat by selling tickets around the neighborhood at $1 a throw.
Well, is that honest?
Of course, chicken. No matter how you look at it, this coat is worth $1. Even if you only hang it in the window to frighten off prowlers. Now, listen to me, Irma. We print 120 tickets, get back our 80, give 40 to charity. You know, that orphanage down the street. How about that?
Well, gee, Al, that'll be sweet, giving our money to charity. I like that.
Chicken, we're clicking now. Gotta print the tickets. Where's that pencil?
Well, Al, would Jane think it's all right?
Honey, you know the faith Jane has in us. You know what she thinks about the two of us.
Yes, I know. Well, here's the pencil anyhow, Al. I like to live dangerously.
Now, monster raffle.
Well, Al, do you think we ought to describe the coat in the first line?
Get your point. Scratch out the monster. Make it grand raffle. Attention, men. Does your wife always talk about a fur coat? Take a chance on this one. It will leave her speechless. A genuine, mink-dyed, squirrel-colored, caracal beaver. Figure it out, men. You can't go wrong at 2 bits an animal. You got it?
Got it.
Hey, come in. Irma, keep printing the tickets. Oh, hello, Kropotkin. How would you like to buy a ticket for a raffle?
Oh, yes, Professor, please take one. This raffle is to get rid of my coat.
Oh, your coat, Irma. Who is sponsoring this raffle? The Board of Health?
Professor, part of this money is for charity. Remember, it's better to give than receive.
I agree with you. A coat like that is better to give than receive. But, Irma, if it will help you get back your money, I'll buy one.
Yeah, thanks, but we also want you to sell some. So you take 30, I'll sell 30, Mrs. O'Reilly will take 30, and Irma will sell 30.
How can I sell 30? I haven't got that many enemies.
Sell them to your friends and end the shortage. Then tomorrow, the 4 of us meet, and we have the grand drawing.
Well, when I got back home, I was just deliriously happy at the prospect of the wonderful summer that Irma had made possible for us. Yeah, I can just see the two of us. Me and my Persian lamb and Irma and that Australian sheepdog. Wafting the cool breezes under the 3rd Avenue L. Come in.
How do you do? You remember me?
Oh, yes. You're Mr. Gerard of the Better Business Bureau.
That's right. I know you'll be glad to know that we've located Square Deal Boothby. We found him in Newark, and we plan to take action against him.
Oh, that's fine.
Now, we need that coat for evidence. We've been trying to nail this Boothby for a long time, so we'll gladly pay you what you paid for the coat. Here's $80.
Oh, this just solves everything. Here's the coat, Mr. Gerard.
Thank you. Good heavens, it's still shedding.
Yeah, you better hurry. By the time you get to Newark, you'll have nothing but the lining.
Goodbye.
Well, chicken, it's been a pretty tough day, but we did it. All tickets are sold, and I've already told the orphanage. Now, let's go in and break the good news to Jane.
hello, Jane. I have wonderful news for you.
Oh, I've got wonderful news for you, too, honey, so let me tell mine first, huh?
All right, ladies first.
Thank you. Well, our problems are over. We just sold that terrible coat to the Better Business Bureau for $80. Isn't that a lucky break? Huh? What are you two hawing about?
Tell her, chicken.
Gentlemen first.
Okay. Jane, we gotta have that coat.
I don't understand.
We're raffling it off in 10 minutes. Sold 120 chances. Given $40 to an orphanage.
Oh, no. Who bought the tickets?
Well, all our neighbors and the policemen on the beat.
Oh, the police.
Well, gee, we could still have our raffle if we could only lay our hands on a coat.
Well, kids, there's only one thing to do. You'll have to raffle off my Persian lamb coat.
Oh, but Jane, it's your good coat. It took you 3 years to buy it.
I know it, honey, but I'd rather be covered with respect than with Persian lamb.
Oh, thanks, Janie, but there ain't no need to do that. Tell you what we'll do. Irma and me will go out and return all the money and explain that the raffle was called off because the coat was perishable and it died before we could get it here.
And the orphanage still gets the $40 that you promised them.
Oh, but that means we'll only save half our vacation money.
Well, it can't be helped, honey. A promise is a promise.
Jane?
Yeah?
We can still go to the 1,000 Islands on half our money.
How?
We'll only visit 500 of them.
Well, Irma got home late that night from returning the raffle money, and she was very excited. She said,
Jane?
Yeah?
Guess what happened? The oddest coincidence. I met Mr. Boothby, and he looks just wonderful in a beard.
Irma, the police of 2 states are looking for Mr. Boothby. How were you able to recognize him, especially if he was wearing a beard?
Oh, it was easy. I can spot a faker now. He was selling wristwatches for $1.
Oh, yeah. Still trying to fool the people, is he?
Yes, worse than ever. Look, this watch he sold me doesn't even glow in the dark.
And that's how it's been, and I think how it's always going to be with my friend Irma.
My Friend Irma was produced and directed by Cy Howard. Tonight's script was written by Cy Howard, Mark Levy, and Stanley Adams. Remember, next week, instead of dialing your telephone to listen to your best friend, dial your radio to this same Columbia station, same time, to listen to
My Friend Irma.
Starring Marie Wilson as Irma and Kathy Lewis as Jane with John Brown as Al. Professor Kropotkin was played by Hans Conried. Also appearing in tonight's cast were Irene Tedrow, Alan Reed, and Terry O'Sullivan. Music was by the Sportsman Quartet and Lud Gluskin and his orchestra. Maury Webster speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Those 3 beautiful stars all use Lux toilet soap regularly. You know what a forthright person Joan Blondell is.
Yes?
Well, when I asked her about her complexion care, she said, a Lux girl? You bet I am. Active lather facials really work for me.
Lux Soap Beauty Facials do make skin lovelier, all right. Skin specialists proved it. In 3 out of 4 cases, daily Lux Soap care made skin softer, smoother.
The fact that so many famous stars recommend Lux toilet soap shows how right it is for delicate skin.
Now, there's a beauty counsel for lovely ladies everywhere. Why not make fragrant white Lux toilet soap your daily beauty soap? Remember, it's Hollywood's own complexion care. The choice of 9 out of 10 lovely stars.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
We invite you to enjoy life. Life with Luigi, a new comedy show created by Cy Howard and starring that celebrated actor, Mr. J. Carroll Nash, in the title role of Luigi Basco, with Alan Reed as Pasquale. A year ago, when Luigi Basco left Italy to start his new life in America, he promised his mother that he would write her and tell her about his adventures. So now, we look over Luigi's shoulder as he writes another letter to Mama Basco in Italy.
Dear Mamma Mia, it's been 1 year since I left Italy to come to America. America is a wonderful country. It is so big, it makes a man feel big to be part of. But there is one thing here that makes me feel very small. Pasquale's daughter. Pasquale never leave me alone. Always he say, when are you going to marry my Rosa? Mamma Mia, I never marry her. I stay bachelor. So I'm a happy man. Because in the morning, when the sun shines, I take old antique chair outside of my store, and I sit for a little while and just relax. This I do this morning when my 12-year-old general manager, Jimmy O'Connor, he said to me,
Boss, did you sell anything today?
Yes?
Great. What'd you sell?
This is a chair I'm sitting in.
Well, who'd you sell it to?
Me.
Boss, I just can't understand you.
What's wrong with me buying a chair? I love this chair. I pay $40 for it. I sell it to myself for $70.
Gee, boss.
No more talking, Jimmy. I'm relaxed. And you got to get to school. You'll be late.
Okay, boss. But if a customer comes by and likes that chair, please, stand up.
Goodbye, Jimmy. He's a nice boy, Jimmy, but too much of the businessman. It's nice to just sit and think about things. Little things and the big things. Little things like the sun on my face and the good feeling inside. And the bigger things like me, Luigi Basco, sitting in front of his own store in Chicago, city of the United States of America. It feels good. Feels good. America, I love you. You like a papa.
Luigi, my friend. Hello, Luigi. Hello.
Hello, Pasquale.
From my store, I see you sit in the sun, so I say, Pasquale, we have a talk with Luigi.
About what, Pasquale?
Guess.
How many chances do you give me?
1.
Rosa.
Right. Luigi, I make up my mind. You gotta get married.
Please, Pasquale. I relax in the sun. I don't want to talk about the Rosa. Can you talk about something else?
All right. Don't get excited. I don't gotta talk about a Rosa. I can talk about other things.
Okay. We talk about other things. Well,
I'm not happy talking about other things.
What do you promise? You got it.
All right. It's a fine morning, huh, Luigi?
Si, Pasquale. It's a fine morning.
There's only one way to appreciate a morning like this. Like me. I'm wake up. I'm hear my wife in the kitchen. I'm smelling the coffee. I'm go in. She's got a fine breakfast. That's how it is with a wife. How you like this? Eh?
Fine. Tomorrow I come over. I have a breakfast with you.
That's not what I mean. You need a wife to make a breakfast in your own kitchen.
That's nice, Pasquale. If your wife don't mind coming over.
Please, Luigi, don't make me mad. You know what I'm talking about.
See, what do you always talk about? The Rosa. But now I'm relaxed. I don't want to talk.
Luigi, don't forget, you owe me $800 to start an antique store. I only lend you this money so you marry my Rosa. Why you not go through with a bargain?
Because Rosa is no bargain. Also, you never tell me this when I first borrowed the money.
Luigi, once and for all, we got to settle this.
Please, Pasquale.
It's a time a man of your age you think about a marriage.
I think about it when I find a girl.
What do you think a Rosa is?
You see, that even you're not sure.
Luigi, you make me mad. Now, I'm telling you final. You already find the girl. Rosa, she's for you.
No.
Oh, listen, Luigi. Rosas are not getting younger.
Only fatter.
She's not fat. She's jolly.
Is a lot of jolly.
Now, listen to me, Luigi. Bachelor life is a no life for you. Just to think. You're hungry. You want somebody to cook for you. There's a Rosa.
There's a Rosa.
Then maybe you wanted somebody for the romance. There's a Rosa.
There's a Rosa.
You decided to have a family, 2, 3 bambinos. There's the Rosa.
There's a Rosa.
You get old, you want a company, there's the Rosa.
There's a Rosa.
You die, then you want a loyal wife to put a flower on your grave, but there's the Rosa.
Please, now I'm dead. Make her leave me alone.
Okay, I stop talking about a Rosa again. I talk about something else. What do you have for breakfast this morning, eh?
Piece of bread, glass of milk. I make it myself.
Poor countryman of Luigi. You know what I'm having for breakfast? I got a sausage. You made it just right with a garlic with a little spaghetti on the side of it. Then I have eggs. You made it just right with a butter and a little more spaghetti on the side. Then to wash it down, I get a brown coffee. Made it just right with a cream and a sugar and a little more spaghetti on the side. And then I have the orange juice.
With the spaghetti on the side?
No, Luigi. With the orange juice, I have a ravioli on the side. Now, how you like a breakfast like that, eh?
Oh, Pasquale, I know have a breakfast like that since I live in Italy, and my mama, she make it for me.
It's a funny thing, but unless my nose she lies, I'm a smell a breakfast like that coming from your kitchen.
It's impossible. But I smell it too.
That's very strange, Luigi. Who could it be back there?
Papa, why you ask a question like that? I'm back here.
Well, it's a Rosa. What a surprise. How you get in the Luigi's kitchen?
Papa, you crazy? You know how I get in Luigi's kitchen. You wake me up at 5 a.m. You buy me a new apron. You send me over to cook, and then you
all
tell
right,
me
but
how
shut
I
up your face. Get her back in the kitchen. Papa's handling everything.
Okay, Papa.
Hey, Pasquale, what are you doing?
Please, Sir Luigi, is that all you can talk about, Rosa? We'll talk about something else.
No, now is it necessary to talk about Rosa. What's she doing in my kitchen?
Okay, I explain. Luigi, you're not fair to yourself or to Rosa. You never give yourself a chance to see maybe you like a Rosa. Show appreciation. Go inside, eat, talk. Maybe you like her.
But, Pasquale,
Luigi, just a breakfast. Go inside, eat.
But, Pasquale...
Please, Luigi, you're making me nervous. So go in and sit at the table and talk with her. It's like a make-believe marriage. See how you like.
I make believe I'm married to Rosa?
Just for 10 minutes. So what do you say?
I want a divorce.
Listen, Luigi, I'm not asking for much. Just that you give a Rosa a chance.
No.
Look, she's make a nice breakfast for you. It's wrong to waste the food. Go on in and eat, eh?
Well, all right. I go in and eat. But that's all I do.
No, you're talking to my boy. Go ahead.
Please, stop pushing. Hello, Rosa.
Hello, Luigi.
I come to eat the breakfast you make.
Yes, Luigi. Sit down. Everything's ready on the table. You like my new apron?
Pass me the spaghetti.
You like me, Luigi?
It's a good spaghetti.
Oh, Luigi, you make me so happy.
Please, I only say it's a good spaghetti.
Oh, Luigi.
Oh, don't be sad, Rosa. You and me, we be good friends, huh? Here's an napkin. Don't cry. Oh, I wipe away one tear you miss. It's on the last chin.
I don't believe my eyes.
What's the matter, Pasquale?
My Rosa, she's so happy she's crying.
But, Papa...
But, Pasquale...
Don't explain it, children. You got my blessing.
But, Papa...
Please, Sir Rosa, you done your part, and now Papa's to do his part. You go back and help your mom. I make all of the arrangements.
Okay, Papa.
Well, Luigi, we're going to have a big wedding. I have 100 people there.
99. I'm not showing up.
What?
You make a mistake. I'm not the man, Rosa.
What do you mean? I'm see you try to kiss her. I'm see her cry. Either one is a mean of marriage.
Pasquale, not try to trick me. I was nice to Rosa, but I'm not the marrying her.
Oh, you getting me so mad. After all of my trouble, this is all you can say to me?
No. Thanks for the breakfast.
Luigi, you make me so angry. Someday I'm going to tell a policeman.
What do you mean? Is there no crime not to marry Rosa?
No, but it's against the law for a bachelor man to adopt a little boy without a mama. That's what I mean.
You mean Jimmy O'Connor? But everybody know he live with me.
In America, boy must have a mother. If somebody's a telepoliceman, you're going to have to give him up.
Who would tell us such a thing?
Somebody who don't like you and I don't like you.
I don't give up Jimmy. I go to jail, he go with me. He's like my son, my friend, my only friend.
Luigi, boy needs a mother. You need a wife. Marry Rosa, you got a boat.
Mamma mia.
Well, what do you say, my son?
Goodbye, Papa.
Hello, Luigi. Why, what's the matter? You're shaking.
I'm in a big trouble, my teacher, Miss Spaulding.
Now, calm yourself and tell me what's the matter.
Pasquale, he just come into my store. He say I must get the wife to hurry up quick or policemen come and take Jimmy away. Is it not the truth? Is it, Miss Spaulding?
No, but the authorities do prefer to place orphans with families or in recognized institutions.
But you never tell me this when I take Jimmy.
Well, I've been reporting regularly to Judge Norton in the juvenile court. He's extremely sympathetic, and
Then Pasquale is right. I must get married.
Well, I wouldn't say must.
How else Jimmy can have a mother?
You must have met girls in your neighborhood.
I met, but it costs the money to take a girl out. Once I take out Carlotta Perino. She's Antonio Perino's daughter, you know, the grocery man. We have a dinner in a place downtown in a loop. Check, $1.20.
Well, that's not so bad.
But she eat more than me. Who knows what the her check came to? No, I don't have money to go look for a wife. I guess I go see Doc. He find me a wife.
Who's Doc?
He sell used cars.
I don't understand.
He also takes a bet on the horses and arranges marriages.
Luigi, a marriage broker is an old country custom. In America, a man usually finds his own wife.
That's what I think too, Miss Spaulding. I always think in America I find a beautiful girl with brown eyes like chestnuts, with brown hair like tree in autumn. She speak like she born here. She like children. She like antiques, too. Old antiques like in my store. And the young antique like me. I learn good English. And I say nice things. I make love in new language. Sure, it's very romantic in old language and old country. But here in America is more romantic. Take a walk on the big streets with the lights, with lots of people. Look in the stores at nice things. Maybe not even to buy. Just to look is a pleasure. Go for a ride on top of a bus. Everything here is adventure. Maybe, girl, don't laugh because I talk with a small accent. Maybe it's because she know that someday I'll be first-class American.
Yes, Luigi. There is a girl like that for you. A girl who'll love you and Jimmy and will want to help you and be a teacher to you both.
Don't say no more, Miss Spaulding. I accept.
Luigi, I wasn't referring to myself.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Spaulding. I don't mean to embarrass you. It's just that
quite all right, Luigi. It was a mutual misunderstanding. I'm very fond of both you and Jimmy, but I...
No need to explain. I understand. Is it the same with me and Rose?
What I mean
All right, Miss Spaulding. I go see marriage broker Doc. I no find a girl like you, but I find somebody.
I'm sorry, Luigi.
That's all right, Miss Spaulding. If I do this, one thing is sure. Jimmy and all of my other American kids, they're going to find own wife or own husband, and they're going to live good. Like their papa, Luigi, dream good.
And now for the second act of Luigi Basco's adventures in Chicago, we turn to page 2 of his letter to his mother in Italy.
So you see, Mamma Mia, I got a big problem. If I don't get married, then maybe I lose the little bambino Jimmy O'Connor. But already I love him like my own son. So I decided to take no chances and go see Doc, the marriage broker. So soon I will be a married man, and I know you will love my wife. Only trouble, I don't know if I will. But anyway, I go, and I'm knocking on the door of Doc, marriage broker, politician, and a used car salesman.
Come in, friend. Come in.
Hello, Doc.
Well, it's Luigi, my fine Italian friend. Happy Columbus Day, Luigi. Happy Columbus Day.
But it's not the Columbus Day.
It's not, huh? Well, he's a great man anyhow. A great man, Columbus. If he hadn't discovered America, I might be sitting here in India. Great people, the Indians, but with reservations, of course.
Doc.
Well, excuse me. I'm a very, very busy man. Hello? Doc speaking. What? You're calling about the ad in today's paper? Yes. It's a 39 Chevy. Is it clean? Why, this car was owned by an elderly school teacher who only drove it between school and her garage. The dear old lady treated it like it was a baby. You want to see it today? Well, I'll have to check and see if it's ready. Call me back in an hour. Right with you, Luigi, right with you. I'm a big man. Very busy. Yeah, very busy. Hello, Pete? Say, about that Chevy. Did you fix the glass with the bullet holes yet? Okay, Pete, fine. Goodbye.
Doc, I gotta see you back.
All right, Luigi, I know just what you came to see me for. You want a good used car.
No, Doc, I want to get married.
Oh, well, I'll get out my catalog. Here we are. What a catalog this is. I have the most beautiful women in the world in this catalog. Like this one.
No.
How about this one?
Oh, no.
Luigi, I think there's only one way to solve the whole problem.
How?
Forget the wife, buy a car.
But, Doc, I must get married.
Must. Oh, there's an urgency about it. Well, let's see. I got just the girl just the girl. Just happen to have just the girl. Hello? Mrs. Gotts, please. Oh, this is Mrs. Gotts. Well, this is Doc. Tell me, how's your husband? What? He's getting better? Oh, that penicillin. Hi, Mrs. Gotts. Check again in 2 weeks. Now, it just shows you can't trust doctors today.
But, Doc, what I'm going to do? I got to find a wife quick.
Luigi, you're too particular. Now, if I find something for you, I'll get in touch with you. Right now, I haven't got a thing.
But, Doctor...
No, somebody's here. I'll get in touch with you later if anything turns up.
Please, Doc, it's important.
I know, Luigi. Hey, wait a minute. No, not that way. Go out the back. You see, I never like different clients to see each other.
Oh, all right. I know girl who to marry. Goodbye, Doc.
Goodbye. Well, come in, friend. Come in.
Hello, Doc.
Well, it's Pasquale, my fine Italian friend. Happy Columbus Day.
Huh?
Haven't seen you in a long time. What do you want to see me about?
My daughter, Rosa.
Rosa. No, I don't ever remember seeing her around. What is she like?
An angel, a little angel. Summer man is going to be a lucky fella if he's to get her.
Well, then, what do you need me for?
I can't find a lucky fella.
But, Pasquale, I should think a shrewd businessman like you wouldn't have any trouble getting a husband for his daughter.
I'm not so shrewd. I waste a lot of time and money on a fella and nothing's a happen. Now, I'm tired of having my poor little Rosa without a husband. She's such a little doll. Such a sweet angel. Such a... I gotta get rid of that girl.
Well, now, that's what Doc is here for, Pasquale, to lend a helping hand at a price.
What price?
Shall we say $100?
I don't bargain. I give you $100 and a free dinner, Doc.
Let's make it 90 and forget about the dinner. It just so happens that a fellow was in here only a minute ago who is dying to get married.
That's wonderful. He's got money?
He's got better than money.
Huh?
Yeah, he's got his own business. Now, you just go back to your store and relax, and I'll bring him to you like the proverbial fatted calf. Huh?
No, please, Doc. He shouldn't be fat. You know, Rosa's a no skinny girl.
Well, now, you trust me, friend. Just wait till you meet him. Oh, you're gonna love it.
I don't have to wait. Every man who's married by Rosa, I love him already.
Hello, Pasquale, my friend. Hello.
Hello, Luigi.
I decided to make you very happy.
You decided to make me happy, eh?
See, I'm gonna make you so happy, you're gonna drop dead when I tell you. Pasquale, I'm gonna marry Rosa. I have a big talk with myself, and I decide it's a mistake to marry stranger. I marry Rosa and take a chance.
You sure you're going to marry Rosa?
Yes.
Positive you're going to marry Rosa?
You want to talk me out of it, Papa?
Don't call me Papa. I'd throw you out of my place.
But this morning you said to me, Luigi, please marry Rosa.
Listen, Luigi, you have your chance, you don't take it. In America, opportunities to say hello only once. You know, open the door, opportunities to go next door.
It's all right. I live next door.
You're crazy. You think you're the only pebble on the beach, eh? I got other fella for Rosa. A businessman, rich, has his own business. He doesn't need my money.
I sue you for breach of promise. I'm going to get a lawyer.
Well, here I am, Pasquale, right on the job. Oh, Luigi, just the man I'm looking for.
Well, hold out of your arms, Doc. I'm going to throw him right at you.
Oh, Pasquale, I'm surprised at you. This is no way to treat your future son-in-law.
Don't tell me how... What do you say, Doc?
Well, I mean, Luigi's the man I was telling you about in my office. He needs a wife. You got a daughter. The issue seems clear to me. As that great philosopher once said, gentlemen, and he made a lot of sense.
Wait a minute. You clear me up, Doc. You telling me you come over and you taking me to meet a fella for Rosa, no?
My exact words with a slight inflection.
And Luigi, is it a fella, no?
No doubt about it. This is the man. In fact, he saved me the trouble by coming to the store himself. So you see, my job is done. From the looks of things, you two should be very unhappy. But as the great philosopher once said, unhappiness is cause. There's no doubt about it, my friend. And goodbye, gentlemen. I leave you with 2 words. Ah, yes.
Luigi. Hello, Luigi. Hello, my son-in-law.
Goodbye, Papa.
Wait a minute, Luigi, my friend. I lose my temper before.
That's all right, Pasquale. You find it again.
I'm no mean what I say. I get excited. The words are spilling from my mouth like a wine is a spilling from a bottle.
Forget it, Pasquale.
You forget it, too?
Sure.
Then do you marry Rosa?
I forget that, too.
Listen to me, Luigi.
Take 'em easy. If you change your mind, I change mine. That's called fair exchange.
No, you don't mean this, Luigi. You marry Rosa. She likes you. She likes Jimmy, too. You know, today, just today, she say to me, Papa, I like Jimmy.
Rosa, say that?
Sure. I make him my grandson. My wife, Teresa, she make him a grandma.
Well, it's pretty nice for Jimmy to have grandpa, grandma, mama all in one time. Okay, Pasquale. Okay. Here's the deal. Hello, Jimmy.
Hello, boss. Say, what were you doing at Doc's? You buying a used car, boss?
No, don't be silly, Jimmy. I can't even afford to buy a new one.
Then you're not. Boss, you're not.
Not what?
You're not getting married, are you? Because Doc's a marriage broker.
No, Jimmy, I never marry a stranger.
Well.
I marry Rosa.
Rosa?
She like you, Jimmy.
But you don't like her.
I always like Rosa, Jimmy.
You never did before.
I began it this morning.
Are you sure, boss?
Positive. Now we're all happy.
I'm not going to let you do this, Mr. Luigi.
You're not going to let me do this, huh? I'm the boss, not you. If I marry a girl, I marry her because I want to. You got nothing to do with it. You stay out of my love life. If I say to you I like a Rosa, don't argue with me or I fire you.
But, boss, I was only
Never
trying to...
mind. Jimmy, I know what's the best for you.
Hello, Luigi. Hello, Jimmy.
Miss Spaulding.
This is Judge Norton, Luigi.
Judge Norton from a juvenile court?
How do you do, Mr. Basco? Hello, Jimmy.
Hello.
I already fixed everything, Judge.
Jimmy, would you excuse us for a moment?
Yes, ma'am.
Listen, Judge. I only find out about the law this morning, and I already make arrangements to marry Rosa as soon as possible.
Miss Spaulding mentioned her. Do you love Rosa?
Does the law say I must love her, Judge?
No, but unless there is love, you still haven't provided the proper atmosphere for Jimmy.
Then what I do, Judge? What I do?
I came out here, Mr. Bosco, because Miss Spaulding told me about your difficulty. I wanted to meet you and see for myself the kind of environment and home you've provided for the boy.
In the back is too small a bedroom. Kitchen.
No. I don't mean that.
Here is a store. All the statues. American presidents. Colonial furniture.
Jimmy does know his American history, Judge.
I've examined his report cards at school. And Miss Spaulding has given you, Mr. Bosco, an excellent recommendation.
I do the same for her, Judge.
I still feel that Jimmy should have a mother. But as long as he's a fine student and is happy, I think we can let this matter rest. I won't review this case for another 6 months.
6 months? Thank you, Judge, thank you. Thank you, Miss Spaulding. Jimmy! He'd be so happy, Judge.
Yes, boss?
Jimmy, we don't have to get married. Not for 6 months.
Oh, that's great.
Please, Judge, you want a statue? Pick out any one you want.
I'll drop in some other time and buy one.
You don't buy, Judge. I give you.
But, boss...
Shut up, Jimmy.
Hey, Luigi, I'm sitting on the pins and the needles waiting for you.
I think you stuck, Pasquale.
What do you mean?
I don't marry Rosa.
Is that so? You don't marry Rosa? Listen to me, Luigi. Twice in a day you say you marry Rosa, and twice you say no.
He's consistent, Mr. Pasquale.
Never mind you. You don't marry Rosa, Luigi, I go straight to the police. I go to the judge in 1 minute, and I tell him...
You tell him in 1 second. Pasquale, here is Judge Norton.
Him? First time I think is a statue. Good afternoon, Judge.
How do you do, Mr. Pasquale?
Please, Judge, make him marry Rosa.
That's entirely up to Mr. Bosco. I've just told him that he has 6 months in which to find a mother for Jimmy.
So now, Pasquale, I wait the 6 months.
Maybe you wait 6 months, but I'd be here first thing tomorrow morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, be sure to listen this coming Sunday night when Life with Luigi joins Jack Benny in the great new lineup of programs over CBS. And hear Luigi Basco write another letter to Mama Basco describing his adventures in America. Life with Luigi is a Cy Howard production, written by Highcraft and Cy Howard, and stars J. Carroll Nash as Luigi Basco with Alan Reed as Pasquale. Music is directed by Wilbur Hatch. Starting this coming Sunday, the first Sunday of 1949, Jack Benny comes here to CBS with all the people who have helped make his show so famous. Mary Livingston, Rochester, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and Don Wilson. You'll find Jack on CBS with the crazy situations, the absurd minor characters, his violin, and his famous Maxwell. So remember, from here on in, it's CBS Sundays at 7 Eastern Standard Time for the Jack Benny Show. Be sure to tune in the great CBS Sunday night lineup with Jack Benny, Amos and Andy, Life with Luigi, and our Miss Brooks over CBS. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Milan's very own. That is, when our young son Daniel hasn't picked it up and carried it off to his room.
Oh, there you have it, Ray. Even a mere youngster can play it.
Jimmy, you can hardly miss getting those 7-inch records onto the big center spindle correctly. And what's there to do after that?
Nothing but press one button once and enjoy up to 50 minutes of music.
And what music, Jimmy? Such rich tone.
And there's the second great feature of the RCA Victor 45, quality. The third is its low cost. 45 automatic players begin at $12.95. And 45 records as low as 46 cents. Those 15 dance albums you mentioned, Ray, cost $12.45 less when purchased on 45. And that's only 50 cents short of the price of a completely automatic 45 attachment. With record savings like this, it's no wonder all America is swinging to 45.
Best swing I've ever seen, Jimmy.
None better, Ray. Friends, join the swing to 45 when you buy your next record.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
Here he is.
In the movie Wake Island, he was the Brooklyn Marine. In Abroad with Two Yanks, he's Biff the Private. But tonight, he's just an overgrown kid anxiously waiting for Halloween.
I'll never forget. When I was just a boy, every Halloween my father used to stick me in the front window. We were too poor to buy a pumpkin.
The American Meat Institute presents William Bendix in The Life of Riley. The meat people of America, providing a great food for a great nation. If you put all of America's meat retailers together in one city, it would make another city as big as Indianapolis. There are more than 400,000 meat retailers in this country. Another important link in the chain that gives you good, fresh meat every day, America. And now, on behalf of all those engaged in supplying meat to the nation, the American Meat Institute presents The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. By day, Riley is engaged in the serious business of war production as a riveter in a California aircraft plant. But tonight we see his less serious side. It's 2 nights before Halloween, and Riley is full of the spirit of the thing. It's quite dark out, and Riley's son, Junior, is just returning from a meeting of the Young Wildcats, his club, in a very thoughtful mood.
Is that you, Pop?
Yeah, Junior.
What are you doing hiding on the back porch?
Listen, peek in the kitchen window and see what your mother's doing.
She's washing the supper dishes. Say, Pop, what are you doing with that false face on? You're Mickey Mouse, huh?
No, I'm not Mickey Mouse. I'm the Rat Man of Blood Bucket Castle.
Oh, at the dime store they sell those false faces for Mickey Mouse.
Never mind. I bet your mother will think I'm the Rat Man.
Oh, you gonna play a trick on Mom?
Yeah. You see, last night we saw a horror picture about a nice gruesome character, the Rat Man. He was a vampire, has lunch on people's necks.
Oh, he ain't a rat. He's a bat.
Oh, well, he's very depressing. Anyway, afterwards, your mom was so scared something would pop out of a doorway at her, she walked all the way home in the middle of the street.
Mom said you made her walk out there.
No, I just invited her out in the street because it ain't polite to leave a lady walking on the sidewalk all alone. You watch now when I scratch at the door and she opens it up and sees me in this thing.
Okay, Pop, go ahead.
Okay, all I hope is she don't faint. Watch now.
Pop,
what?
Bats don't growl, they squeak.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Who's there?
We got her guessing.
Well, I never. It's Mickey Mouse.
Junior, go get your father some cheese.
Ha ha! You sure fooled her, Pop.
Yeah. Well, they don't make these masks as good as they used to. Or else maybe I got a very strong personality and it leaks through, probably.
Well, isn't it a little early for Halloween tricks, Riley?
Well, it don't hurt to get a head start. Halloween's my favorite holiday. Look, Junior, there's something else I bought at the 5 and Dime. You see this book? Ghost Stories.
Well, thanks, Pop, but I don't want to read any ghost stories tonight.
What's the matter? You don't believe in ghosts, do you?
No, I don't believe in ghosts, but I don't want to read anything that might change my mind. Too many people think there's ghosts now.
Say, Dumpling, what's the matter with him?
Well, I don't know. Ever since he came home from school today, he's been asking me if I believe in haunted houses.
What a question. With the housing shortage, as sure as it is, who's going to leave a house empty for spooks?
Well, there's one empty house up on Chestnut Hill, Riley. You know, the old Sherwin place. Oh. Some people say that's haunted.
Yeah?
Mrs. Cornwell claims she saw a pale, white face at the window, too.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Oh, but Mrs. Cornwell's a great one for ghosts. She's always holding seances and things like that.
Yeah, that Cornwell kid's in Junior's club, too. I bet he's got our boy believing in ghosts. Well, I'm going to have a head-to-head talk with Junior. So you see, Junior, if I tell you there's no ghost, you can take my word for it. After all, I've been your father for 13 years, ain't I?
Oh, sure, Pop, but if there aren't any ghosts, what haunts haunted houses?
Listen, Junior, nothing haunts haunted houses.
Oh, yes, they do, Pop. Johnny Cornwell's mother proved the house was haunted.
How did she?
She said she saw a ghost face in the window at the old Sherwin house. It was a horrible face, too.
Doggone, Mrs. Cornwell must have seen her own reflection. There's a dame should walk into a room backwards and break her face to you slowly.
Oh, then, Pop, then she came home and held a seance. She asked if what she saw was the ghost of Alice Sherwin, and she got 3 raps on the table. Well, that means yes in ghost language.
Fine language. All they can do is knock. They ought to be newspaper columnists.
You better not make fun of ghosts, Pop.
Look, Junior, would you sooner believe a ghost than your old man?
No, Pop. But if the ghost said it was a ghost, it ought to know.
Okay, I can see you're a septic. Now, we'll have a seance right here to prove what Mrs. Cornwell saw wasn't that Sherwin girl's ghost. Come on, put your hands up on this table. Right?
Gosh, Papa, are you going to ask a ghost to rap?
I'll show you. I'll put my hands on there, too, see? Okay, now I'll ask something. Are there any ghosts? See? No answer. No ghosts.
Nah, Pop. You have to ask for raps. 2 means no. 3 raps means yes.
Oh, well, okay. 2 raps for no, 3 for yes. Now, I'll ask him again. Did Mrs. Cornwell see a ghost up at Sherwin's old haunted house?
Gosh, Pop, it said no.
See, that proves it. Mrs. Cornwell's a phony.
Well, ask him again if there are any ghosts.
Okay. Are there any ghosts? Rap 2 for no. See that? The ghosts themselves say there aren't any ghosts. That proves it.
Wait a minute, Pop. How could a ghost rap 2 for no if there aren't any ghosts?
Well, that's very simple. I was just kidding, Sonny. I did that rapping myself. Honest.
Well, your hands were on the table.
Yeah, but my feet weren't. Look at. I just kicked up under that table with my foot like this.
Oh, Pop, I bet you wouldn't kid around like that in a genuine haunted house like the Sherwin place.
Well, sure I would, only I can't because I ain't going there.
Would you be scared to go if you were going?
Me? No.
Oh, that's good, Pop. No, I ain't scared to go neither.
How do you mean?
Well, down at my club tonight, we got to talking what we'd do Halloween. So we made it up we'd go find out if Sherwin's old house was haunted or if it wasn't.
Yeah. I pity any ghosts when them young wildcats get in that house.
Oh, we ain't all going inside, Pop. Just one of us got elected to go inside. The poor guy who got the short straw.
Who got it?
Well, I did.
I see. Well, Junior, you show him you know there aren't any ghosts in there. I'm proud of you, Junior, walking in there all alone. I think that's
I won't be all alone. I made up a rule the fellow who had to go in could take in another fella, his best friend.
Well, that's okay, too. If the guy you picked is a real friend, he'll go like a shot. Who'd you pick?
I picked you, Pop.
Well, I bet that... me? Look, Junior, I'm probably going to be very busy and...
Pop,
besides,
you ain't scared to go, are you?
Well, no, but...
And you're my best friend, aren't you?
Huh? Well, yeah, I guess I am. Actually, the saying is that your mother is your best friend.
Well, I couldn't ask Mom to go. I'm sure glad you're coming with me.
Yeah, me too, Junior. Chapter 13. As Lord Twitcher stood there in the dark hall of the great lonely house, he could feel something evil in the very air. A cold wind brushed his cheek, and an icy hand seemed to touch his spine. Suddenly, he saw the thing, and then he heard a sound, a low, wailing sound. Who's that?
It's only me, dear. Did I startle you?
No. No, I was just reading this book here.
Oh, the ghost stories you bought Junior, huh?
Yeah. Such nonsense.
Oh, my, it's a quiet Halloween, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wonder what all those boys in Junior's club are doing tonight.
I know what they're doing. They're all sitting over across from our house right now on the fence, like a row of buzzards, waiting for us to come out.
Oh, are they going to the house with you?
Oh, they're going as far as the gate of the place to make sure we go in.
Oh, but you're not nervous about going, are you, dear? You don't believe in ghosts?
Well, no. You don't believe in them either, do you, Peg?
No. But there is something queer about that house.
Hmm?
I wonder what did become of that poor Alice Sherwin.
Well, if nobody knows, I don't want to find out. What did they say happened to her?
Oh, it's an awfully sad story. She was a bride, you know, beautiful girl. Well, they were on their honeymoon in Manila. He was a captain in the Navy. She and her husband were going to come home and live in that old house. Then, well, he was lost in an air raid. Some say they were both killed together. Others say that she followed him because she didn't want to live without him. Well, anyhow, the house stands there empty, waiting for the bride and bridegroom that never came to live in it.
People ought to leave the place alone. And I'm one of the people.
Well, after you go there tonight, maybe people will stop talking and gossiping about the house, because you'll prove there's nothing there.
Yeah, maybe. Now, what was all that talk about seeing lights and faces around the place?
Oh, just talk, I suppose.
Yeah.
But they do say that they saw a woman's figure at the window in the attic.
Pop! No. Junior, what's the idea of sneaking in like that?
It's time to go, Pop.
Huh? Oh, well, yeah, it's well, okay, Junior. Goodbye, Dumpling.
Goodbye, boys.
Sure dark out, isn't it, Pop?
Yeah.
Pop, that Sherwin house we're going to, it can't be really haunted, can it?
No.
But it's funny that people have seen a ghost in there.
Yeah, well, look, Junior, when we get in that house, you do just like I do, and you won't see no ghosts.
Oh. What are you going to do, Pop?
I'm going to keep my eyes shut.
Well, not even nervous Riley has any idea of what's in store for him as he and Junior head for the mysterious old Sherwin place. We'll rejoin them in just a moment. Right now, this is Ken Niles speaking for Meat. The other day in a meat market, Mrs. Niles overheard a woman say, "Joe, I hear all this talk about braising meat, but just what meats do you braise?" Well, Joe the meat man told her, of course, and out of that comes this excellent thought. Maybe some of you would like a little review of the braising cuts of beef. Well, in the first place, braising is an ideal way of preparing the lean, point-free beef coming on the markets these days in order to bring out all its fine flavor and tenderness. And here are the favorite braising cuts: popular pot roast, juicy Swiss steak, tasty flank chops, easily cooked short ribs, country fried steaks, and... oh, but why go on? My mouth is watering so much I can hardly talk now. But remember, braising is long cooking over low heat. And that's the way to good gravy, too. After all, whether you braise, roast, or broil meat, you are getting essential, highest quality proteins for which meat is nutritionally noted. Meat is a yardstick of protein foods because meat measures up to every protein need. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. It's just midnight, a very dark midnight. Even the moon is hiding on this Halloween. Riley and his son Junior are just approaching the rusty iron gate that guards the old Sherwin house, which is said to be haunted. Listen.
Here's the gate, Pop. Let's go in.
Maybe the gate's locked, so we can't get in. Gee, wouldn't that be too bad?
We've got to get in, Pop. The gang's followed us all the way from town, and they're still watching.
Yeah, they trail us like sharks after a sinking ship.
Let's go in, Pop.
Okay. What's that?
The gate. The hinges are all rusty.
Maybe we ought to go back to town and get some oil, huh?
Come on in the garden, Pop. Gosh, it's dark.
Yeah. Well, follow me, Junior.
Where are you?
Right behind you. Here. Give me your hand.
I see the house, Pop. The moon's coming out of a cloud.
Yeah. Junior.
Huh?
What's that over there?
Huh? I think that's your shadow, Pop.
If that's my shadow, why is it moving while I'm standing still?
Pop, it's coming this way.
And since when does a shadow make footsteps?
Good evening, Riley.
Oh, wait, Pop. It's your friend, Mr. Odell, the undertaker.
I don't. Yeah. Oh, how are you, Digger? I never thought I'd be glad to see an undertaker.
You're looking fine, Riley. Very natural. Tell me, what are you doing here around the old Sherwin house?
Oh, nothing, Digger. We're just having some fun on Halloween.
Ah, Halloween. I adore Halloween. It's so gay.
Digger, do you hang around this old house much?
Oh, yes, indeed. It's one of my favorite haunts.
Haunts? Listen, you don't think there's anything in there, do you?
Who knows? Sometimes as I stroll through this old garden, I feel unseen eyes follow me.
You do, huh?
Riley, you're not going inside the house?
Well, we thought we might drop in a minute. I could be talked out of it.
Take my advice, Riley. Remain outside. Enjoy the beautiful flowers. They're my favorite flowers. Lilies.
Digger, when you talk about lilies, please don't stare at my chest.
Strange how some people have no interest in horticulture. In my profession, we have a saying, you may not like flowers at first, but eventually they grow on you. By the way, Riley, how tall are you?
Well, I'm about 5 feet. Why?
I'd like to borrow your overcoat Saturday to wear at the football game.
Oh, sure.
I'll pick it up at 1 o'clock.
Uh-huh.
I want to get to the game before they kick off. Farewell, Riley. Oh, bury me not on the lone
Here's the door to the house, Pop. It's open.
Well, leave it open. Why? One thing, Junior, nobody will never be able to say your old man was a coward. Let's go in. Now let's go out.
Wait, Pop. We've only been in one room. We're supposed to go through the whole house.
As far as I'm concerned, this is a one-room house. Come on.
Oh, wait, Pop.
What for?
I told the kids you didn't believe in ghosts, and I said we'd have another seance like we did at home.
Junior, a blood relationship can only be stretched so far.
Oh, Pop, you said you'd do it in a haunted house, and if we didn't hear anything, it would prove there wasn't any you-know around here.
I already proved there wasn't any you-know around here.
Well, you didn't do it right.
Well,
I found out for a seance, the medium has to be tied in a chair so it can't pull no tricks.
Well, okay, Junior. I'd be glad to let you tie me up. Only there ain't no rope. Too bad.
I brought some rope, Pop.
That was swell of you, Junior. I'll remember this. Go ahead, tie me.
There. Can you move your hands or feet?
No, you tied me so tight Dan Green is sitting in. Now, stand over by the window where I can see you.
Well, here I am, Pop.
You'll see, Junior. There won't be any raps this time.
Hope you're right, Pop.
Of course I'm right. How can there be any raps when I'm tied up too tight to rap? And I also got my eye on you.
Well, go ahead, then. Ask if there's any ghosts here.
Okay, now. If there's any ghosts here, rap 2 times. If there ain't, don't bother. No raps.
Oh, now say, if there are any ghosts, to rap 3 times.
Well, okay, but there won't be any. If there are any ghosts, rap 3 times. Junior, did you do that?
I didn't. Didn't you?
Frankly, no. Junior, where you going?
Out the window. Come on.
Don't come back. Untie me, Junior. I can't get this chair through that window. Junior!
Oh, Pop. Pop, I can't get the nuts loose. I better go get a knife.
Junior, don't forget to come back. I had to open my big mouth for raps, and I got raps. Fine thing, all alone in a house with a... what's that? Who's that?
What are you doing in my house?
I must be going crazy.
Why did you come here?
I wouldn't stay, lady, only I got tied up.
I will loosen the knot.
Yeah, but... well, thanks. Who are you?
I am Alice Sherwin.
Now I know I'm crazy. I'm talking to a ghost.
Pop, I'm coming.
Well, Judy...
Please, don't tell anyone I'm here. I only want to be left alone. Here in my house.
I got a knife and... Pop, you're untied.
Yeah. And it was the ghost that done it. Wait a minute. Her hands. They weren't no ghost's hands. Junior, you go outside and wait for me.
What are you going to do, Pop?
I'm going to have another talk with that lady ghost.
Why did you want to see me, Mr. Riley?
Well, when I figured out you wasn't a ghost, I got to thinking how lonesome you must be in this house all alone. So I thought maybe you'd like to take a stroll over to my house and meet my family.
Oh, thank you, but
if you'd rather not talk, I'll go away.
No. Don't go yet. I mustn't be rude to my first guest in so long.
Oh, thanks. Must be kind of a shock when the first man you see in so long looks like I do.
Tell me about your family, Mr. Riley.
Well, my family's named Riley after me. Very nice people, too. That was my son, Junior, that was with me tonight.
It must be wonderful to have a son.
Oh, it's great. I got a daughter, too. A girl. She's 16 now. The boy's 13, but getting older all the time. Then there's Peg, that's my wife. She's older than the kids, but younger than me. Say, in that picture of you over the fireplace, I guess that fellow with you, that's your husband, huh?
Yes. That's Robert.
He's a good-looking fella. Maybe you'd rather not talk about him, though.
Silence won't bring him back.
My wife told me about what happened. Of course, she didn't know the part about your being here.
I don't want anyone to know. I want to stay here, alone, with his memory. It's the least I can do in loyalty to him.
Oh. You mean you think that's what he'd want you to do?
Of course. Does that surprise you?
Well, yes, ma'am, it does. I didn't know him, but from his picture there, I know he was a swell guy. I wouldn't think he'd want you locked up here, throwing the rest of your life away.
Do you think any man wants the wife he loved to forget him in a year or ever?
Well, no, but there's different ways of remembering.
I don't understand.
You can make his dying count for something by helping to beat the people who started this war and teaching the world that it won't pay to ever start another.
You think that I could help end this war?
Sure. Everybody can do something. The only thing a person can't do is do nothing.
Oh, I guess you think I've been very selfish, Mr. Riley.
Oh, no. No, you've been shut up in this empty house. You just didn't know what was going on. The people I can't understand are the ones who do know and still don't care. Those people live in something worse than an empty house. They live in an empty brain.
Well, I'm not one of them, Mr. Riley. You've given me something to think about. And I'm very grateful.
Oh, well, gee, that's fine. Well, I guess I'll be going. I'm sure glad you ain't no ghost. Of course, I ain't actually scared of ghosts because I know there ain't no ghosts. Are there?
Of course not.
But, you know, Mrs. Sherwin, it is kind of dark out in that garden, isn't it? Would you mind walking me to the gate?
The Rileys will be back in a moment. Well, I think we can all agree with Riley that none of us here at home can sit this war out. The war isn't over in Europe, the war isn't over in the South Pacific, and the war isn't over in America's kitchens. You women who have signed up for the duration to keep health-giving meals on America's tables just can't pick out the meat you want and be sure of getting it every time these days. The needs of war are bound to make the varieties and quantities your meat man has vary from day to day. So let's all make good meals out of whatever meats are on hand. And remember this, all meats, regardless of cut or kind, have the same complete, highest quality, good-eating proteins that make meat a yardstick of protein foods. This statement and all statements regarding the nutritional value of meat made on this program are accepted by the Council on Foods and Nutrition of the American Medical Association.
Hiya, Dumpling. Hey, I got some big news about Halloween.
Yes?
Well, you know, I think I'm going to open up a one-man recruiting outfit. I'm going to recruit waves, wax, spars, and spooks.
You worked too hard, you ate too much, the cheesecake made you greedy. Let your aching head and stomach hear this message from old Speedy. Alka-Seltzer, plop, plop, fizz, fizz, oh, what a relief it is. Plop, plop, fizz, fizz, oh, what a relief it is. Ah, those Speedy the Alka-Seltzer bubbles burst into action to relieve your upset stomach and aching head fast. It was only as directed. Oh, what a relief it is. What a relief.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
We present My Favorite Husband, a new series based on Isabel Scott Rorick's gay, sophisticated Mr. and Mrs. Cougat, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. 10 years ago, polo-playing George Cougat married debutante Elizabeth Elliott. It was a beautiful wedding, and of course, every wedding has its pranksters, friends of the bride and groom who do cute little things to launch the marriage with a laugh.
Hey, Corey, I tied the just married sign in the tin cans on back of the car.
Oh, fine, Norman. I drained the gas tank to kind of slow him up a little. What did you do, Ed?
I've taken off the wheels.
Good. Now help me lift the hood, you guys.
What are you going to do, Corey?
They won't need it. Let's take out the motor.
Well, it was all in the spirit of fun, and no one really got mad. George didn't.
Oh, I got a big kick out of it. I laughed and slapped Corey on the back with a jack handle.
And Liz thought it was a lot of fun.
Oh, it was jolly. We had a lovely honeymoon right in front of the house.
Well, that was 10 years ago. Now the Cougats are just George and Liz, still happy, two people who live together and like it. There's the suburban home of the Cougats, that big brick one with the two chimneys silhouetted against the afternoon sky. Wonder what's going on inside. Don't see George around anywhere. Oh, he's probably still at the bank. But Liz is home. There she is in the kitchen with Katie, the maid. What's this? Liz Cougat wearing an apron and cooking.
Careful taking it out of the oven, Katie.
Oh, I'm being careful, Mrs. Cougat.
Oh, I'm so proud, Katie. It's a beautiful cake, and I made it all by myself.
Oh, it is beautiful, Mrs. Cougat. But look at the lump in the middle.
Yes. Katie, you don't suppose...
Well, what, Mrs. Cougat?
I haven't seen the cat for the past hour.
It couldn't be the cat, ma'am. It doesn't have a tail.
Maybe the shortening wasn't short enough.
Well, the lump seems to be going down. I think it's settling.
Katie, I think we had a blowout.
Oh, it just dropped a little. Nothing a new cake won't fix.
Oh, Katie, now what am I going to contribute to the charity bazaar tonight? Look at that cake.
Well, maybe you can make it into something useful, ma'am, like a lampshade.
Oh, dear, not only my cake is a failure, but my fudge, too. Have you ever seen such fudge, Katie?
Oh, too bad we didn't know how it was going to turn out. We could have patched that crack in the driveway.
Well, when I go to the bazaar tonight, I'm determined to take something I made all by myself. Now, what can I make that's sure to turn out all right? I know.
What, Mrs. Cougat?
I'll buy something at the store.
You always go to so much trouble for these charity bazaars, Mrs. Cougat. What do they do with the money they take in?
Well, the money from this particular bazaar is going to the old folks' home.
Oh, the old folks' home. Well, that's nice. What are you going to buy them?
Well, we've been talking about a dance floor. But that didn't seem practical. We'll probably just give them the money.
Oh, that's a much better plan.
Yes, and they can go out and dance. Hello, George.
Liz, what are you doing down here at the bank?
Oh, George, something terrible has happened.
Oh, now take it easy, darling. Here, sit down. Now, what's the trouble?
My cake dropped.
Oh, is anyone killed?
George Cougat, this is no laughing matter. I've had nothing but bad luck today. I baked a cake for the bazaar and it fell. I made fudge and it turned to concrete. I went shopping, I bought a couple of nice cakes and a lot of candy, and now I'm right back where I started.
Why? What happened?
I left everything on the bus.
Darling, you're such a scatterbrain. Sometimes I think you'd forget your head if it weren't fastened on.
Well, that would be one way to lose weight. I couldn't eat between meals.
And your hats would sit a lot lower, too.
Oh, George, what am I going to do?
I want to contribute something to the bazaar.
Honey, why don't you go home and have Katie bake a cake and make some candy and everything will be fine.
Well, there's one thing about my cooking. It's always good when Katie does it. Oh, George, why am I such a misfit in the kitchen? Why can't I cook?
Oh, Liz, don't talk like that. I think you cook very well. You make delicious peanut butter sandwiches.
Thank you. And I'm pretty good at slicing watermelon, too.
Well, you'd better run along, darling. I've got to finish checking this money.
All right, dear. Uh-oh. I think you've got a counterfeit bill in there, George.
A counterfeit bill? Which one?
The one right there with Monopoly written across it.
Go home.
How many cakes shall I bake, Mrs. Cougat?
2 cakes, Katie, and a couple of pounds of candy.
All right, ma'am, but we could have saved a lot of time if I'd done it in the first place.
I know. I just wanted to try my hand.
Well, it seems to me, Mrs. Cougat, that every time you try your hand, you put your foot in it.
Hello?
Hello? Liz?
Yes, this is she.
This is Mrs. Medwick, dear.
Oh.
Chairwoman of the bazaar.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Medwick.
But I'm just calling to ask a great favor of you. I need a girl to run a booth for me tonight.
Run a booth? Oh, Mrs. Medwick, I'd be more than happy to run a booth for you. I haven't had much success with my baking or candy making today, and if you'd put me in charge of a booth, I'd feel I was doing my part.
Splendid, dear. We'll have plenty of cakes and oodles of candy anyway. And this particular booth requires a special product.
Which booth will I be in?
The kissing booth.
Oh.
You'll sell them for 50 cents each.
Oh, well, I don't know, Mrs. Medwick. I'm terrific in the house, but I haven't had much experience outside.
Now, Liz, you said you wanted to help, and we do need you. It won't be a bit difficult. Oh, we'll be more than pleased if you take in, say, $200.
$200? That's 400 kisses.
Now, Liz, think of the old folks.
400 kisses, and I'll be one of the old folks.
Anything for charity, Liz. Oh, and now maybe you can recommend a good man for the booth.
A man for the booth?
Yes. We decided to have a man in the kissing booth, too. For us girls, you know.
Oh, yes. Well, Corey Cartwright. He's the one for that job. He's a bachelor, and I read in the paper he's very good at kissing.
In the paper about Corey?
Mm-hmm.
Really? A scandal of some kind, dear?
No, he took a half-page ad. You can probably reach him through my husband. George will know where he is.
Thank you, Liz, dear. I'll call George right away. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Medwick. Katie, you won't have to bother with the cakes or candy. Mrs. Medwick has assigned me to the kissing booth tonight.
Oh? Well, you look worried, ma'am.
I am. I don't know how Mr. Cougat's going to take the news.
Well, there's nothing wrong with working in the booth, Mrs. Cougat. I did it once at our high school carnival.
Was it a kissing booth?
Not exactly, ma'am. They threw baseballs at me.
Well, the kissing booth is different. They throw lips at you. I'm afraid Mr. Cougat will fly into a jealous rage when he hears about it.
Mr. Cougat in a rage? Oh, that doesn't sound like the mister at all. He's kind and gentle. Remember the mouse traps he bought? The kind that don't kill the mice, just make a noise like a cat to scare them.
You don't know Mr. Cougat like I do, Katie. Before we were married, our friend Jimmy Paterno just tried to hold my hand one day, and George just lost his temper completely. Stamped his foot on the ground, put his hands in his pockets, and said, "All right for you."
I've heard stronger words than that on Guy Lombardo records.
Come on, George. What's up? You've had a smug sneer on your face ever since I picked you up at the bank.
Well, Corey, I've been waiting to tell you about the charity bazaar tonight. Mrs. Medwick called me this afternoon, and I'm going to be in the kissing booth.
You're going to be in the kissing booth?
Yes. She said she had you in mind, but I didn't know where you were when she called, so to ensure having someone, she gave the job to me.
What do you mean you didn't know where I was? I told you if anybody wanted me, I'd be down at the YWCA, sitting on the steps.
Oh, Oh, that's right, you did. That must have slipped my mind.
Slipped your mind, my eye. You deliberately did me out of my job.
Your job?
Yes. With you, it's just a novelty, George. With me, it's my life's work.
Corey, you may be pretty good at kissing, but face the facts. Sometimes the carpenter can do the electrician's work.
Don't be ridiculous, George. You don't have anywhere near the voltage in your buzzer that I have.
Mr. Cartwright, dear friend. True, I am now a dignified, respectable banker. But allow your memory to take you back to our wild school days. I was the boy they nicknamed Devil Breath.
George, that title had nothing to do with your ability. You got it the night you kissed Myra Ponce and me down at the beach. She was smoking a cigarette, and you had been siphoning gas.
Yeah, I can still hear Myra saying, "Do it again," as we rode away in the ambulance.
You just aren't built for this kind of work, George. Your lips are too thin.
Well, your lips are too fat.
Those are my shock absorbers for kissing on bumpy roads.
Corey, you're just burned up because I got the job.
All right, George. Just forget about it. It's all right with me if you want to break up your home. Or have you told Liz?
No, I haven't told Liz yet, but I will as soon as I get home. And Liz won't mind. It's for charity.
Okay, George. I hear it's nice this time of year in Reno.
Oh, you always try to stir me up. But I'm not the least bit worried about Liz. Why, Liz and I don't know the meaning of jealous.
Okay, George. Be gay, be happy. There's so little time left.
Oh, Corey, you can't worry me. I know Liz won't get sore. Why should she? It's for charity. Oh, Corey, you can't worry me. Light my cigar for me, will you? I can't take my eyes off the road.
Sure, I'll light your cigar, George. You sure you aren't just a little worried?
No, not the least bit.
Then take that fountain pen out of your mouth.
Oh, waiting for me, honey?
Yes, George, there's something I want to talk to you about. Sit down.
All right, dear. What's on your mind?
The charity bazaar tonight.
Oh, yes, the charity bazaar.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you don't want to go, Liz, it's perfectly all right. I could just go over with Corey.
Oh, no, I'm going, George, but I thought perhaps you'd like to stay home because those bazaars bore you so much.
Well, I won't be bored tonight.
Oh?
Well, in fact, I'm going to have a booth.
Oh, well, that's fine. So am I.
Oh, you are? Which booth will you be in?
Oh, just one of the booths, one of the wooden ones with a little awning.
Oh, those are nice booths.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Which booth will you be in?
Oh, one of the wooden ones with a little awning. Those are the booths, aren't they?
Yes, they are. What will you be selling?
Things.
What kind of things?
Oh, things. With the tin foil and ribbons. Well, you know, things. What are you selling?
Stuff.
Stuff? What kind of stuff?
Things.
Oh, they're nice.
Yes. Charity bazaars are fun, aren't they? Everyone doing something for charity. Selling taffy and hot dogs and operating dart games and the kissing booth and...
Yes, I think it's wonderful the way people give up their time to sell popcorn and bake cakes, and knit socks, and work in the kissing booths.
I wonder who's going to be in the kissing booth tonight. What noble, generous woman, for the sake of her community, has donated her time and lipstick to help this worthy cause.
I understand a man's going to be in the kissing booth, too.
Oh?
Some staunch citizen, a charitable soul who will suffer through it to help others.
George, I'm going to be in the kissing booth.
You are?
Now control yourself, George.
Liz, I'm going to be in the kissing booth, too. I was afraid of you being angry.
Darling, this is wonderful. We'll be together. Oh! You were afraid to tell me for fear I'd be jealous, and I was afraid to tell you for the same reason. But there's no need for it.
No, none at all, because neither of us is jealous. We won't care who kisses who, will we? It's all for charity.
All for charity. I don't care how many old ladies you kiss.
What about the young ladies?
Oh, there probably won't be any young ones, just old ones.
Oh. Well, I imagine there'll be quite a few old men there, too. You can kiss all the old men you like.
All for charity. We aren't jealous, are we, George?
Of course not. All for charity.
George.
Yes, Liz?
Kiss me.
Now?
Right now. Charity begins at home.
You are listening to My Favorite Husband, starring Lucille Ball with Richard Denning. This is the story of Mr. and Mrs. Cougat, of George and Liz, who tonight find themselves partners in a kissing booth at the Charity Bazaar. George will delight the ladies, and Liz will delight the men. Both have assured each other that there will be no jealousy. There they are, standing in the kissing booth, waiting for customers. Uh-oh, here comes one. Oh, no, that's their friend, Corey Cartwright.
George, Liz, what are you doing in there?
I'm in the business, too, Corey.
Oh. Well, haven't they overlooked something, George?
Overlooked what, Corey?
Well, I see the sign, kisses 50 cents. Naturally, that means Liz. Where's the nickel sign for you?
My kisses are the same price.
Would you like to be my first customer, Corey?
Oh, Liz, I couldn't kiss you. It wouldn't be fair to George.
Well, you can buy one from him, too, if you like.
Well, it isn't that, Liz. You like George now, but if I kissed you, well, grape juice is all right until you've tasted champagne.
Then I can't sell you a kiss?
No, Liz, let's not make old George unhappy now. Dad's getting along.
Corey, I am not getting old. You can count my gray hairs on one hand.
Oh, really, dear? Let me see. Which hand are they on?
George, what are you staring at? Oh, a customer for Liz. You aren't getting burned up, are you, George?
No, don't be silly, Corey.
I'll just step to one side. Hello.
Hello.
I was talking to the girl, if you don't mind. The sign says for 50 cents I can kiss you. Is that right?
That's right.
Any limit on the number of kisses I can buy?
Not that I know of.
Well. Now, are we going to have fun or are we going to have fun?
Well, I hope no one's waiting up for you.
Shall we proceed?
Well, it's getting late. Guess we'd better close up.
Close up? Wait a minute. I got $8 I want to spend.
Well, go spend your $8 on Coca-Cola.
I would, only my swimming pool's full of water right now.
What's the matter, George? Jealous?
Certainly not, Corey.
Don't feel slighted, Georgie. I'll give you something to keep your little hands busy. Here, you can hold my hot dog.
George Cougat, you should be ashamed of yourself. After all, it's for charity.
Look what's coming over here.
Well, kiss is 50 cents. Oh, do I get to kiss you, you great, big, beautiful man?
No, you have to kiss the fellow in the booth.
Corey, she was talking to me.
I'm running a special today, miss. The first one's free, and the next two are for nothing.
This is my customer, Corey. How many would you like, miss? They're just chock full of goodness.
I'll take a lot of them. I'm such a charitable person.
We're just closing.
Liz, you should be ashamed of yourself. After all, it's for charity.
Well, I'm glad you feel that way, fella. Shall we get started on my $8, lady?
We're just closing.
I don't understand this. I came over here to do something for charity.
Join the Salvation Army.
Say, miss, as one would-be customer to the other, may I make a suggestion?
What?
I'll give you 50 cents and you kiss me, then you give me 50 cents and I kiss you. We ain't going to get nowhere here.
Well, it's been 2 hours, and I see the kissing booth is still going strong. How much have you taken in, Liz?
Not a dime. Every time a man comes up, George interferes. He got violent with the last one.
Violent? Liz, what do you mean violent? I accidentally knocked his ice cream cone out of his hand.
Right into his face.
How much money have you taken in, George?
Nothing. Every time a woman comes up, Liz asks me if my upper plate's staying in all right.
Oh, are you still having trouble with that?
Corey, you know I don't wear one.
Oh, of course. It's the lower, of course. I'm only kidding, but I do bear tidings from Mrs. Medwick. You being a banker, she wants you to come over and help her tally some receipts.
But I can't leave Liz. I mean the booth. The booth needs me.
Come along, George. The booth could lose just as much money without you.
Well, all right. I'll be right back, Liz.
All right, George.
Hello there.
Hello.
I frightened you. Oh, I'm sorry. It really isn't my fault. This is the only face I've got.
Well, there's nothing wrong with your face.
No, I have nice features. They're just thrown together hideously.
I don't believe I've ever met you before.
Oh, my name's Leonard Estabrook.
Oh, are you any relation to Helen Estabrook?
Well, I'm her husband.
Why are you whispering?
We were married secretly, and she doesn't want anyone to know yet.
How long have you been married?
27 years. I've been circling you all evening trying to get up courage to come over and talk to you. I circle everybody. And you know what?
What?
I get awfully dizzy.
Well, then, why do you circle people?
I like to get dizzy. I don't drink. Getting dizzy is my only vice. Do you have any vices?
I eat crackers in bed.
That's a strange way to get dizzy. Are you really selling kisses for 50 cents?
Well, that's the general idea.
If I gave you 50 cents, would you kiss me?
Well, yes.
Oh, goodness.
What's wrong, Mr. Estabrook?
All I have with me is a penny. Could you give me a penny's worth?
The rules, Mr. Estabrook, 50 cents. Besides, my husband's very jealous. He hasn't allowed me to kiss anybody all evening.
Oh, you're married.
Yes.
I don't blame your husband for being jealous. You're very beautiful. I wish I were as beautiful as you. But then I guess it wouldn't help.
It wouldn't?
No. I don't have the figure to go with it. My legs are skinny, but you can't tell it to look at me because I disguised them.
Well, how do you disguise them?
I wear trousers. Well, if you won't give me a kiss for a penny, I guess I'll just have to scrape up the difference. I wish I could look on the ground and find a 49-cent piece.
I'm back, Liz. How was business while I was gone?
Take a look in the cash drawer.
The cash drawer?
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3, 5. Liz, $5.
Mm-hmm. I'd have made more, only 2 of them were twins, and they sneaked one in on me.
They all kissed you on the cheek, of course.
I don't know. I had my eyes closed.
George, old boy, Corey Cartwright comes with joyous news.
Oh, what could be good news?
Well, after you left, I had a little talk with Mrs. Medwick, and it's all fixed up.
Oh, you mean Liz and I can leave?
Nearly correct, old boy. You can leave. You've been transferred to the saltwater taffy booth.
Yeah, but what about Liz?
Oh, I'll be all right, George. You go ahead and sell the saltwater taffy. You look kind of pale. The sea air will be good for you.
Mrs. Medwick? Oh, Mrs. Medwick.
George, why aren't you in the taffy booth?
Oh, I'm afraid it's too much work for me to handle alone. I'm going to need some help. I'm just swamped.
Swamped? I don't see a soul in front of the booth.
Well, business is so good, I had to turn them away. Oh, they're really buying that taffy. Eating it up like candy.
I don't know who I can get to help you, George.
How about Liz? Yes, Liz. Why didn't I think of her before? Oh, she's marvelous at selling candy. Very experienced at it, too.
She is?
Oh, of course. Have you ever heard of Martha Washington chocolates?
Oh, yes.
Well, Liz eats them all the time. Taffy. Get your saltwater taffy. Nice, sticky, gooey, lumpy, saltwater taffy.
Hello, George.
Well, Liz, what are you doing here?
Mrs. Medwick told me to come over. Said you were rushed and needed help.
Oh, indeed I do.
Where are all the customers?
Oh, they're around. Oh, here comes one now.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Mr. Estabrook.
I have 26 cents now. I found a quarter
You did? Where?
in an old pair of pants on an old man.
Well, now you're only short 24 cents.
Yes, and I'm going to get it. Don't leave till I get back.
Where are you going?
Chicago. I know a man there who has 24 cents. You wait for me.
So that's Helen Estabrook's husband. They say he isn't quite all there.
Oh, he's all there, George. There's just something wrong with what's there.
Well, Liz, here we are together in a booth again.
Only this time it's a candy booth.
Yes. Fate certainly does work in wondrous ways.
Yes, fate certainly does. Of course, your little talk with Mrs. Medwick helped some.
Oh, how'd you know?
I went over to ask for the same thing, and you'd just left.
You were going to ask to come over here with me?
Yes. I love you, George. Wherever you go, I want to go, too.
You know, Liz, there's not too much difference between this candy booth and the kissing booth.
No. I guess it's all in the way you use it.
George? Liz? Hey, George, Liz, what's the matter with you guys? This is the kissing booth over here.
George.
Yes, Liz.
Are you asleep, Tutti Frutti?
Tutti Frutti? When did you give me that name?
Just now. Don't you think it's cute?
Beautiful. I'll have my business cards reprinted tomorrow. Tutti Frutti Cougat, the sweetest banker in town.
I'm glad you like my little pet names, George. Tutti Frutti.
What do you want? Turnip Blossom.
Do you love me more than anything else in the whole world?
Yes, darling. I love you more than anything else in the whole world.
If I were in the path of an oncoming truck, would you dash out and save me?
How big a truck?
George.
I'd save you, honey.
George.
George is asleep.
What?
I'm his friend, Tutti Frutti.
Oh. Did you see the devil's food cake I made this morning?
Yeah, I saw it, Liz.
What'd you think of it?
It looked like the devil.
Oh, I meant to tell you something. Remember tonight at the bazaar when you came back to the kissing booth and saw $5 in the drawer?
I'd rather not discuss it.
I didn't kiss anybody. That was my money. Good night, dear.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
the month just ahead, there will be many days that are cloudy and gray. Isn't it very important on such days to have your home bright and cheerful? Your kitchen especially, where you spend so many hours? There's one thing that will brighten your kitchen more than anything else. Gleaming linoleum floors kept fresh and spotless with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Glow Coat requires no rubbing or buffing. There's practically no work to it. You just apply Glow Coat, it shines while it dries with no further work from you. It not only keeps your floors beautiful, but it actually makes linoleum last many times longer than an unprotected floor. Glow Coat is safe, easy to use, and sure to please. Try some tomorrow on your floors. Ask for Johnson Self-Polishing Glow Coat. GLO-COAT.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
You've heard Mel Blanc as the Happy Postman.
Hello, Mrs. Burns. Here's your mail. Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. Remember, keep smiling.
You've heard him as the famous train caller.
Train leaving on track 5 for Anaheim, Azusa, and Cupocomics.
You've heard him as the lovable character Zookie.
Well, in the picture shop, I'm the president. I'm the vice president. I'm the treasurer. I sweep out the place.
You've heard him as the famous Warner Brothers cartoon character Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Now hear him as the star in his own show.
Hello, Mel Blanc's Picture Shop. You bend it, we mend it.
Now let's drop in at Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop. Ladies, does your husband's blood boil when you ask him to fix the electric toaster? Does he act bored when you ask him to mend the ironing cord? Does he threaten to go home to father when you put him to all this bother? Well, does he? That's what I thought. You can put an end to all this if you get to know Mel Blanc, who can make anything run smoothly except his romance with Betty.
Gosh, Betty, we always seem to be fighting.
Now, I'm not really fighting with you. I love you. Don't you know that when two people are in love, there's bound to be a little fighting?
Joe Louis and Moriello weren't in love very long, were they?
Oh, Mel, you're such a fool.
Oh, thanks, Betty. Gosh, you know I mean well.
I know it, but you kept me waiting 3 hours last Saturday while you were fixing Mrs. Allen's lawnmower.
Well, it was a big job.
But you weren't satisfied just fixing the lawnmower. You had to trim the hedges and mow the lawn. And then...
Yeah?
What did you charge it?
50 cents.
The idea of charging anything like that.
Well, honey, these people just have to get used to paying through the nose.
Well, that's what I mean. You see, you're just not a good businessman. Take yesterday's job on Mrs. Nelson's baby carriage. You were paid specifically to fix the hood. But no, you weren't content. You had to change the wheels and the tires and the color. Is there anything you didn't change?
I didn't change a baby.
Oh, now, I'm serious. Now, look, my father discovered a leak in the water heater, and I think I talked him into letting you fix it.
Oh, that's swell, honey. I'll get my kit and go right over.
Oh, no, not so fast. He's coming over here himself. He still only has half a mind to hire you.
Oh, that's all right. I've never been hired by anybody with half a mind before.
Oh, Mel, don't you see? This is your chance to impress Father.
Oh, don't worry about us. Your father and I have a perfect understanding.
You do?
Sure. There's nothing he wouldn't do for me, and there's nothing I wouldn't do for him. That's the way it's been for 5 years. We haven't done a thing for each other.
Oh, darling, look, instead of just fixing the leak, convince him you're the one to do all the repairs around the house.
Oh, that's easy to say, but every time your father opens his mouth, I put my foot in it. I mean, well, all I know is somebody's foot is in somebody's mouth, and, well, it's not comfortable.
Oh, your trouble is you're not firm enough. When you're talking to him about the house, stand up to Father.
You're right, Betty.
That's the spirit.
I'll stand up to him and say, listen, Mr. Colby, your foundation is loose. Your frame is out of shape. You should do something about that bay window in the front.
Honey, that's wonderful.
Boy, is he a mess.
No.
Oh, I mean the house. But anyway, if your father tries to interrupt me, I won't let him get a word in edgewise.
Oh, darling, here comes Father. Now, don't forget to search yourself. Be firm.
Don't worry, honey. As soon as he walks through that door, I'll be on him like a tiger. Mr. Colby?
Well, what is it?
Would you be put out if I told you there's something wrong with your house?
I've been trying to put that certain something out for the past 5 years.
Any luck?
Father, that's not fair. Mel's really got some wonderful ideas.
Well, let him get to the point. You forget I manage a supermarket. I'm a busy man. Now, what do you intend doing to my house and why?
Well, first thing, I'd remove that tall, skinny thing you see as soon as you enter.
And what's wrong with Mrs. Colbert?
No, I mean that old-fashioned hat rack.
Oh, nonsense.
Father, this is such a good time to fix the house while Mother's away visiting and Cousin Gussie's due any day for her yearly visit.
Oh, your mother's cousin.
Yes, please.
Well, ever since your mother and I have been married, dear Cousin Gussie has been coming to the house in September and hibernating until April.
Gosh, September till April. All the months with an R in it. Is she a cousin or an oyster?
Oh, that's a good one. I'd give anything to keep that woman away, and you want me to fix the place over for her.
Please, Daddy.
Oh, all right. Make up an estimate. I'll be back around noon. In the meantime, you go over to the house and fix that leak.
Okay, Mr. Leak. Goodbye, Mr. Colby.
Goodbye. Come on, Betty.
Oh, I'm proud of you, darling. I'll see you later. I'm coming, Father.
Goodbye. Boy, I guess I told him. Now I gotta show him. Oh, Uncle Rupert.
What is it, nephew? Sorry I'm late. Took me a little longer than usual combing my hair this morning.
Well, you still haven't got it on straight.
I must do something about that crack in the mirror. I always get my part in the wrong place.
Well, listen, Uncle Rupert. We've got to fix a leak in Mr. Colby's hot water heater. Now, will you take Zookie and get over there in the pickup truck?
The pickup truck. I'd like to see you get rid of that thing.
But why?
Well, I could pick up much more in a shiny new station wagon.
Oh, cut it out. Hey, now look. When you're through with that leak, be sure to tidy up the cellar, mop up the floor, and wash the window.
Shall I put a big red bow on the oil burner?
Yeah, put a big... No, look, Uncle.
Why do I have to go? Why can't your brilliant assistant Zookie take care of it?
Uncle, I don't want Zookie to go over and ball things up by himself. I want you to help him.
Oh, you want me to help Zookie ball things up?
Oh, stop, kid. Now get going, will you?
Okay. Well, Zookie, come here. We have a little job to do.
Well, I'm all tied up. I'm completely tied up. I just untied myself.
Come on, let's get going. Zookie, if you work real hard, someday you may be a partner in the fix-it shop.
Me? A partner? Oh, that'd be that'd be wonderful. I couldn't afford it.
Now look, Blank, I'm in a hurry. Just what is it you want to do to my house?
Well, Mr. Colby, that door that leads to the back porch, that should be put on the entrance to the parlor so people can get a little privacy.
Huh. So you and Betty can have privacy. A lolly-doddle.
Lolly-doddle?
Please, what?
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Colby.
Make it snappy. I'm in a hurry.
Oh, yes, sir. Hello, Mel Blank's Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it.
Oh, Melvin, this is Uncle Rupert. I'm at the Colby house, and I wanted to check up on what we were to do here.
Well, Uncle, I told you what to do.
Andy, Mel's plans look too complicated.
Oh, no, it's easy. All you have to do is take that door off the back porch and put it on the entrance to the parlor. Then knock out that small window over the sink and make it larger.
Anything you say, Mel. Goodbye.
Huh? Oh, goodbye, Uncle Rupert. Now, look, Mr. Colby, this is really a very simple job. I'm sure you'll like it.
I just can't believe that Mel wants us to change those doors.
Mel knows what he's doing. You know, someday he's going to be a captain of industry. He'll be a lieutenant. He'll be a sergeant. He's going to have a door marked private.
Looky, I'd better get on the phone again and check. We can't afford to make any mistakes on this job.
Mel Blank Fix-It Shop. You bend it, we mend it.
Melvin, your voice has changed.
Oh, Uncle Rupert, this is Betty. Mel's busy.
Do you know what Mel wants to have done in your house?
Oh, yes, he's just discussing with Father. He wants to take the door off the back porch and
sure?
Of course I'm sure.
Well, thanks. Goodbye.
Bye.
Hey, did you find out what we have to do?
Yes, and I don't understand it, but Mel and Betty say that we have to change the door from the back porch to the parlor and put a big window in over the sink. Well, let's get busy. We really have to knock this place apart.
Oh, boy. This ought to be fun.
Now, here is the Page Kavanaugh Trio.
Well, Mel seems to be getting nowhere with his plans for Betty's father's house, but through a misunderstanding over the telephone, Uncle Rupert and Zookie have literally torn the Colby house apart. Neither Mel or Mr. Colby has any idea what's happened. Hey, this ought to be good. Pardon me while I listen.
Gosh, Betty, it'll be swell if your father lets me make these alterations on his house.
Yes, darling.
You know, honey, when I was working on the plans, I got to thinking of the home we're going to have someday.
Did you, darling?
Uh-huh. And a funny thing, I saw an ad in the paper offering just a kind of a deal for us. It said 2-bedroom honeymoon cottage near transportation and shopping district, unit heat, unhampered view, $40 a month.
Oh, well, that sounds too good to be true. Where is it?
916 Pine Street, Ketchikan, Alaska. Oh, seriously, I've been thinking of a cottage like that ever since we first met.
Do you remember the first time we met?
Do I? Do you remember the first kiss?
Yes. I can still feel it burning on my forehead.
Well, I didn't want to sweep you off your feet.
Oh, Mel, darling, I think this is the turning point for you.
Yeah, after I tie up this job, there'll be bigger ones. And before you know it, I'll get a cash register.
Yeah. You know, you'll have to learn to blow your own horn a little bit.
What do you mean?
Well, when you're working at our house, put a sign out. This renovation job by Mel Blank.
Gosh, yeah.
Sure, everybody takes credit for his work. For instance, when an artist is through, he always signs his name. Whistler, Michelangelo, Rembrandt.
Yeah, and Kilroy.
Why, everybody who sees that sign will go around saying, that job is Mel Blank. That's Mel.
Gee, that sounds great. That smells.
Hey!
Zookie, are you sure you know how to fix that water pipe?
What do I? I was a top-ranking student in the school of I was the highest-ranking engineer. I was the class valedictorian. Boy, am I a dunce.
As I see it, all that's needed is a couple of new washers.
Oh, no. Yeah, that won't work. There's too much pressure. I'll have to bend the pipe.
Go ahead and bend it. Can you bend it by yourself?
Oh, easily. And now watch. I'll just pull a little like this on the ring. Well, I'll just force the. I'll just give it a little. Hey, you got a stick of dynamite in the house?
Zookie, please hurry. That leak is getting the floor all wet.
Oh, don't worry about the floor being wet. When I get through with this pipe, the place will look like the Sahara Desert. It'll look like the Mojave Desert. It'll look like it's Niagara Falls.
Well, Mr. Colby, what do you think about my plans for your house? Is it all right for me to go ahead?
No.
No.
That's what I said, N-O, no.
But why, Mr. Colby?
Now, look, I don't want to argue about it now. You're coming to the house tonight for dinner. We'll discuss it further then.
Okay, Mr. Colby.
Ready, and I'll pick you up here in about an hour. Now, you be ready. I don't like to be kept waiting.
Okay, Mr. Colby.
Oh, Zookie!
Yes, Uncle Rupert.
Well, the leak is fixed, the window is knocked out over the sink, and the door is off the back porch.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's all we can do today. Let's go home.
Oh, you can't. We forgot to put the hinges on the door in the parlor. It'll fall down.
Don't worry about the parlor door. We'll put the hinges on tomorrow.
But it'll fall down and hit someone.
Zookie, nobody's going to touch it. Now take this stuff out to the truck. I'll pack my tools back.
Okay, I'm going.
Let's see now. My hacksaw, my wrench, my pliers.
Oh, Uncle
Yes, Zookie.
Dr. Crab is out here. He wants to see you.
Oh, that dog doctor again. What does he want?
Well, he wants to see you.
Okay, Hello, Christopher. How's the dog doctor today?
Consultant veterinarian, if you don't mind.
What's the matter with you?
Nothing's the matter with me. Just got a catch in my throat. Could I have a pan of water?
Well, what's on your mind?
Well, I saw the fix-it-shop truck outside and thought you'd save me a trip. I want Mel to fix his dog collar.
Anything else?
No. It's for my new female hound dog from Mississippi.
Oh.
My, how she handles that big Boston bull who comes to court. Funny thing, she won't have anything to do with that big Boston bull.
She's choosy, eh?
Yes. She just won't take any bull.
Now, wait a minute.
Yep, and that same female hound from Mississippi is just the same about all other male dogs. Just wraps them around her little paw.
What has this canine Cleopatra got, anyway?
They all love her accent, Rupert.
Accent?
Yep. All she has to say is, you all?
Christopher, we were just leaving.
Oh, glad you reminded me so much. But remember, horses listen to their ma and never talk to a stranger. You don't hear Silver shout, "Hi-oh, Lone Ranger!" Bye, Rupert.
swell of you to invite me to your house for dinner, Mr. Colby.
Oh, we were glad to have you, Mel, aren't we, Father?
Huh? Oh, sure, yes, we're glad to have you. Well, let's get into the house where I can relax. I'm tired. Holy terrors! Who tore that hole in the side of my house? Hole? Why, you... What happened to the window that was in there?
Oh, gosh, I don't know, Mr. Colby. I was in the shop all day.
Mel, look what Rupert and Zookie did.
Oh, blank you, addle-pated, feeble-minded, dim-witted...
Oh, Matthew! It's Cousin Gussie!
Oh, no! No. Oh, listen, her too.
Hello, Matthew!
Well, it's good to see you again, Cousin Gussie.
Good heavens! This place is a shambles.
You're telling me?
Well, gracious, how long is it going to be like this?
Oh, it'll be like this for months, maybe years.
Really?
You wouldn't want to stay here under these conditions, would you, Cousin Gussie?
And why not?
Well, I didn't want to inconvenience you, that's all.
Oh, I'll be the judge of my own convenience.
Yes, Cousin Gussie.
I have a surprise for you. This trip, I'm only going to stay 6 months.
Yes, Cousin Gussie.
Now, how do I get upstairs to my room?
Right through that new door.
Well, isn't it closer? Through the hall there?
No. Go right through that new door.
Well, all right. I'll see you all for dinner.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, what happened?
Get me out from under this door!
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Cousin Gussie.
Matthew Colby. Now take your hands off of me. You premeditated murderer. You killer, you. I've always known you didn't like me, but I never thought you'd try to kill me. Now I'm getting out of here this minute. I'll never step foot in this house again as long as I live.
Oh, here, let me help.
Don't just touch me, you assassinator. Goodbye.
Gosh, Mr. Colby, I'm terribly sorry.
Sorry? Why, son, you fixed something I couldn't fix for years. You got rid of Cousin Gussie.
Oh, Daddy, then you're not angry with Mel.
Angry? Why, Mel, my son, you're a genius.
Gosh, thanks, Mr. Colby. I've never seen you so happy before. You don't seem your old self.
Oh, Mel, you're wonderful. I'm deeply indebted to you.
Well, then maybe I can go ahead and make all the repairs in the house?
No maybes about it, Melvin. The job is yours.
Wonderful.
Oh, wonderful.
Now, how soon can you get me a new window to cover that big hole you made?
Oh, it'll only take about 6 months.
6 months? What are you talking about? You mean that I have to live with that big hole in the side of my house for 6 months?
But, Mr. Colby...
You stupid, addle-pated, brain no soul.
He's his old self again.
We'll be back in a moment with the Zookieism. I hope you benefited by our experience today.
Yes, my lad. Everything has a moral, you know. Just what did you learn?
Well, I learned that people should stick together. They should work hand in one for all and all for we. I learned if you want to do anything right, do it yourself.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education. Every one of you undoubtedly has a headache or pain remedy that you swear by. But haven't you noticed that on some occasions it fails you? That there are times it does not seem to work? On these occasions, let me suggest that you try Anacin, for here is a remedy that I'm sure won't fail you. You'll find the fastest and most complete relief in Anacin you have ever experienced. The reason is simple. Anacin contains not one pain-soothing agent alone, but 4. One of which is in all probability the remedy you now customarily take to relieve pain. You can get Anacin at your druggist for a few cents. Your money back if you're not pleased. I'll spell the name. Anacin.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
I was a communist for the FBI. Starring Dana Andrews in an exciting tale of danger and espionage. I was a communist for the FBI. You are about to hear a strange story. Names, dates, and places are, for obvious reasons, fictional. But many of these incidents are based on the actual experiences of Matt Cvetic, who for 9 fantastic years lived as a communist for the FBI. Here is our star, Dana Andrews, as Matt Cvetic. For 9 years, I was like the Dutch boy at a broken dike, trying to plug leaks that could widen into a torrent and a flood. Fighting in the darkness of undercover to prevent disaster. Dreaming a strange, recurring dream that the water trickling ominously from the breaches in the dike was red. Blood red. 9 long years. In a moment, listen to Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, Undercover Man. Here is Dana Andrews as Matt Cvetic, Undercover Man. This story from the confidential file is marked Abby, as in Abigail. Sometimes I have days like this. Days when I want to crawl into a deep hole and just sulk. Or do some hard physical work to sweat the venom and self-hate out of my system. Days like this, I hate the words communism, cell, Trotskyite, Cominform, agitprop, party line. Hate 'em. But there's Comrade Revchenko fronting for Moscow. And he's got party work for me again. Like it or not. And I hate it. Days like today.
Comrade Cvetic, you know, of course, about the organization known as the American Rally for Peace and Tolerance.
The RPAT?
Yes.
Something for us to infiltrate, I take it.
My dear Savetic, do you pretend not to know that the ARPAT has been a communist front for 5 years?
I'm not pretending anything. I just didn't know it.
Strange. The FBI knows it.
The FBI?
At least the ARPAT is suspected of being a party front.
Oh, that's something else again. Nothing I can do about it, is there?
You will think of something to reestablish confidence in the American Rally for Peace and Tolerance before it's too late.
That's a pretty big order, coming cold like this.
280 local members of ARPAT will cooperate in any workable plan to whitewash them.
Hasn't the Kremlin a plan? Why are we the patsies?
5 o'clock, Comrade Savetic.
What about 5 o'clock?
I will be waiting here for you to discuss your plan.
I go out, steaming quietly. I find a good, safe pay station and telephone my FBI contact. It's my day to be disagreeable, all right. I suddenly hate all the hocus-pocus of calling the FBI and using that red pony to blue fox gibberish so necessary to secrecy. I even resent having to call the perfectly respectable little cafe where we meet, Rendezvous Green. When my FBI contact walks in, I'm waiting for him with acid in my soul. I tell him of the assignment Revchenko has tossed into my lap, and incidentally let off a lot of dangerously explosive steam.
And you say you're supposed to come up with an idea by 5 this evening?
That is correct. Somewhere Revchenko heard that Rome was built in a day and that Savetic was the architect.
The noblest Roman of them all.
Oh, it is funny. I never was so close to chucking this job as I am right now.
What's the matter?
Just once, that's all. Just once I'd like to perform some straight right-handed service for my country. No strings attached.
We always wanted to be dead sure that the ARPAT was really a red front. We are sure now, thanks to you. That's a big service, Matt.
Maybe. But now I've got to whitewash a red front. And somebody's going to get hurt in the process.
It's a fight, Matt. War means casualties.
Just once. I'd like to do a lot of good without doing even a little harm.
Well, you have any ideas for Revchenko come 5 o'clock?
Blank. Nothing.
Maybe you're fighting it too hard.
Have you got any inspirations?
No.
Are you fighting it too hard?
You've got me there, man.
Yeah, I'll think of something. Matcha, who pays for the lunch?
Call it.
Heads.
Heads it is.
Best thing that's happened to me all week. See you around.
Good luck, man. Keep in touch.
Look out!
Watch it. Yeah. Nice going, gal.
Are you hurt? Did I hit you at all?
No.
Oh, I did.
I'll just graze my knee with your bumper.
Is that all?
It's funny. Getting nicked by a Red Cross station wagon.
Oh, I'm just a volunteer in the Red Cross blood donor service. You're sure you're all right now?
Yeah, I'm fine.
You better come with me.
Where to?
The hospital.
I tell you, I'm perfectly okay.
No, take my arm. And don't argue, please.
All right, nurse.
I'm not a nurse.
I'm just doing this to humor you, not draw a crowd.
You get in first, can you?
Now, go on. Slide in.
All right, but... Now, can you get in alone?
With my dying effort. Like so.
I don't want to quarrel, but you really stepped right out in front of me.
Sorry, I can't discuss it.
Why?
See my lawyer.
Really?
No, I was off in a cloud. Polyclinic, Polly.
Oh, you had me worried.
I watch the girl secretly as she drives, carefully, yet relaxed and confident. And very, very fetching in the blue uniform of the Red Cross volunteers. I say girl. She isn't quite. 30, maybe. With a look of kindliness and patience maturing her eyes and mouth. It's a firm, good face. Tempered, it seems to me, in sadness and experience. I like it. And I like her. I make conversation to hear her voice and to find out what I can about her, while I can. Your time is short with decent people when you're a communist for the FBI. Blood donor service, you said?
Yes.
Nice jobs, these station wagons.
Well, this one's fairly new.
Expensive?
Oh, well, I'd rather not say. You see, they're often donated to us.
Oh, I see. You don't want to put a price on generosity.
Yes.
This car donated?
It says on the door panel,
Oh, I didn't notice.
in memory of Major Robert Quinton.
Oh.
How's the leg?
Oh, nary a pang.
Well, we'd better exchange cards anyhow, just in case.
I'm just plain Matt Savetic. No steel engraved cards.
I'm Mrs. Robert Quinton.
Oh. Well, you donated the car, then.
You can reach me through the Red Cross.
Well, I'm sure it won't be necessary. You must be pretty busy anyhow.
But unfortunately, no.
Why not?
Well, I don't know. People don't quite realize the importance of the blood donor program. The urgent need for blood plasma and whole blood, war or peace.
Maybe it takes you to tell them.
All right. When did you last give blood?
Yeah.
I won't pursue the point.
Well, I wish I could explain, especially to somebody like you. Well, I mean, somebody who's lost somebody. No, never mind. I'm sorry.
It was a training flight. He was an instructor.
They're just as gone, however they go.
Oh. You'll get over it. You try. The blood bank has its share of visitors who are getting over it without forgetting.
Yeah. I study the strong, gentle contours of her face. I like her laughter, but her melancholy pierces me through and through. All at once, I feel exactly like shedding about 500 cubic centimeters of Savetic blood without any strings attached. I want to do something for somebody, whether my red comrades like it or not, and they won't. I haven't an idea in my head for Revchenko and Arpat, the Communist Front crowd, right now. I'm in business for myself, personally. Look, how about this?
Yes?
I'm not hurt, see?
Well, we'll let the doctor decide that.
All right, we'll let the doctor decide it. Drive me around the block to the blood bank and let the doctor there decide if I'm okay. And if I am, I'd like to donate a pint of blood. What's the matter?
Well, are you... You're not just doing this for me.
Let's say I'm doing it for me. Blood bank, Polly.
And I better make a right turn here. And the name is Abby.
Abby as in Westminster?
Abby as in Abigail.
Matt as in Savetic.
How do you do?
Fine. I'm feeling strangely exhilarated, lightheaded. I feel great. Inside of 20 minutes, I'm lying on a cot in the blood donor center with a dozen other donors. I watch a half-liter flask fill up with 500 cubic centimeters of Matthew Savetic. I don't feel a thing except that strange exhilaration. Then, it's over. The nurse helps me off the cot, and here comes Abby, as in Abigail, to usher me into the commissary for refreshments.
How do you feel, Mr. Savetic?
Oh, I feel fine.
Keep that bandage on your arm until tomorrow.
The nurse told me.
And drink lots of fluids.
As if I ever drink anything but fluids.
Well, it's good we met, isn't it?
I think so.
Come back soon?
I'll check directly with you. If that's all right with you.
That would be all right, yes.
Well, fun's fun, but I gotta be going.
Goodbye, Mr. Savetic.
Yeah.
And thank you.
I'm still feeling pretty good, and I nod and grin inanely at other donors waiting their turn in the foyer. Walk outside. Pretty soon I come down to earth again and remember it's time for my regular telephone check with Revchenko.
Savetic,
Yes?
I must see you at once.
You said you wanted to see me at 5 o'clock.
I'm telling you now that I want to see you now.
I haven't given the Arpat situation enough thought yet.
Now, Savetic.
Okay. I head for headquarters. The exhilaration of the blood bank all evaporated. I'm worried whenever Revchenko takes that blunt attitude. When I walk into his office, I know right off the heat is on, and hot.
Tell me about your morning, Comrade Savetic.
What do you mean, after I left you this morning?
After you left me this morning, yes.
Well, first Well, why?
Just tell me, that's all. I'm interested in your day.
Well, nothing much. I walked around, had lunch.
Where?
Where did I walk?
Where did you have lunch?
What's the difference? Some little joint?
Near the blood donor center, perhaps?
Could be.
In the blood donor center, perhaps?
I don't get you.
You do know, however, that it is sharply forbidden for party members to cooperate in any way with the American Red Cross.
Certainly I do. Why?
Comrade Savetic, roll up your sleeve.
Now back to Dana Andrews, starring as Matt Savetic in I Was a Communist for the FBI, and the second act of our story.
I've got to think fast. If Rev Chinko learns I actually gave blood at the blood bank, I'm in serious trouble. The bandage is in the crook of my left arm. I fumble at the cuff of my right sleeve, stalling for time, thinking hard and fast, fighting down panic. If Rev Chinko learns the truth, I'm through in the Communist Party, and useless, therefore, to the FBI. And then, with a kind of a little shock of discovery, I get my inspiration. Idea. A great idea.
Why were you seen coming out of the Blythe Street Blood Donor Center? Huh?
Who saw me?
Does it matter? You were seen.
Well, I was working on an idea for the American Rally for Peace and Tolerance.
And that's why you betray your party?
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Rev Chinko.
What would you say, then?
Look here. Suppose the ARPAT volunteers en masse to contribute blood.
Are you insane?
We give a couple of 100 pints of blood, sure. But we publicize it big. We build up ARPAT as a patriotic force, giving their blood for Uncle Sam. Oh, a few people may still have their doubts, but mostly it'll be a lot easier sledding for the rally from there on in. I can arrange to take over the Blythe Street Donor Center for the day. Photographs, reporters, sob interviews, some good old phonus balonus about our American responsibilities to America, the works. Leave it all to me, and it's a breeze. Huh?
How soon can this be done?
I'll get on it right away.
Not bad, Savetic. Get on with it.
Hello? Hello, Abby? Mrs. Quentin? Hello?
Hello?
Oh, Abby, I struck big pay dirt for you.
Mr. Svetic?
I think I've talked 280 members of the American Rally for Peace and Tolerance into coming down and giving blood.
Oh, how wonderful.
The question is, can you handle it all in one day?
Well, name the day, that's all.
Tomorrow?
Oh, well, that would mean some cancellations, and we don't want to lose a single donor.
The next day, then.
Fine.
What time?
Early. Dawn to dusk.
That's a contract, girl. I'll call you about exact arrangements later. So long for now.
Matt.
Yeah?
Thank you, Matt, so much.
Matt, she called me. Matt. I'm feeling pretty good as I hit the telephone and make arrangements with RPAT, the newspapers, and the local radio for publicity on the grand gesture. It's almost too good to believe. I've actually conned the party into giving blood to the American Red Cross. 2 mornings later, the comrades of RPAT start showing up bright and early, and for the rest of the long day, there isn't a dull moment. Somewhere along late in the afternoon, I make my routine telephone check with Rev Chinko and get the first hint of sudden disaster.
Savetic, report to my office immediately.
Why? What's the matter?
Don't talk now. Do as I say. Report here at once.
But I...
At once, Savetic.
Now what?
News of your scheme has reached the highest echelons of our apparatus in America. It simply will not do to give blood to a culture we despise.
But don't they understand? We've gotten great value for it. Our Pat will be in the clear again.
I tell you it will not do, Savetic.
And I tell you it's done.
Then undo it.
How?
Destroy the blood flasks somehow.
We can't do that.
You can't, but you will.
I'll try to think of something.
You must. When can you bring me a plan?
I'll call you later.
I'll be here, Savetic. Waiting.
Tough situation, Matt.
I didn't want to drag the FBI into this more than I had to, but I need help.
I hate to be this negative about it, Matt, but you have no choice. Let the comrades get back their blood.
I won't do it.
No other choice, Matt.
So what is there to do?
The idea is to have a comrade pose as a hold-up man making his escape. He stops a blood transport on the highway at gunpoint, commandeers the car, and hides it away for 2 days. If whole blood isn't processed in 2 days, it's worthless.
Well, yeah, it begins to take shape.
They don't dare actually destroy the flasks. That would point the finger straight at them, as you point out.
Oh, that'll work all right. It's just a shame, that's all.
Find out when the blood will be taken out tonight to the processing center. Call Revchenko, tell him your plan, and describe the route of the car.
Oh, yeah. You'll get some zealous comrade to flag it down, all right.
Better get going on it right away, Matt.
I call Abby, find out the time she's leaving with the unprocessed blood, learn the route, and make a date to ride down with her to the processing lab. Then I call Revchenko, make an appointment with him, and give him the layout. He likes it. Why shouldn't he like it? It was cut to measure by the FBI. I wait for 9:30 at night and ride the long ride to the processing lab in Abby Quinton's heavily loaded station wagon. A very, very bad company for a good-looking widow.
Matt, what's the matter?
Nothing.
Well, you've been so quiet.
Yeah, I get these moods.
Good thing for a girl to know.
Pretty dark stretch, isn't it?
I know it perfectly by now.
Is it always so deserted?
Well, I picked it because it's deserted. I don't like traffic around when I'm driving blood. Too precious to risk.
It's packed securely, isn't it?
Heavy wooden cases, cork liners, metal partitions. But a hard blow and somebody might lose out. Burned child, wounded soldier, somebody. So many somebodies.
Oh, Abby, look out!
Oh!
There's somebody in the road.
Waving at us, limping.
Don't get out. He can make it.
Thanks, friend. Thanks, friend.
What's the matter? What's wrong?
My car spun off the highway.
Are you hurt?
I don't know. Get me to a hospital.
Well, climb in. Give him your hand, Matt.
Here.
Yeah, thanks, pal. Now get rolling. Fast.
Oh.
Go easy on that trigger, pal.
Then get going.
Better do it, Abby.
Sorry, friends.
That's all right. It's a pleasure.
Little job went wrong in a gas station. I had to blast the attendant. Cops put an APB on this short wave with a description of my car. Had to change transportation. Understand?
Perfectly.
Oh. Red Cross car, huh? Couldn't have picked better. Take a left at the next interchange or I'm not responsible. You hear me?
I hear you.
Watch it, girl.
He killed one man. I won't let him kill 50. There are 300 pints of whole blood in this car. All with the necessary tests made at the center. Emergency.
Emergency?
There's been an urgent call for whole blood to be flown overseas.
I thought we were going to the processing center.
We branch off on the airport road.
You take the next interchange, lady. No airport. Don't miss it, lady.
I wouldn't count on it if I were you.
She means it. I know she's telling the truth. There are 300 pints of life stowed away behind us in those blue cases. And I don't much care what might happen to me if I try to help and get those cases delivered to that plane. I want to look real good come Judgment Day. I want to look good to the Abby Quintons of this world. And to this special Abby Quinton in particular. Only how? Wreck the station wagon and hope to reload on a passing truck or car? What if we burn? Suppose the flasks are all smashed? Suppose we're hurt and helpless to explain the situation to any passerby? Suppose she's killed. Think, Savetic. Think and act. Do something.
Watch it now. The interchange is dead ahead. What's that?
I don't know, but I can guess. We've been going over 80.
Cops?
Yeah. They're flashing us now.
Step on it, you. Get moving.
I can't go any faster.
Do you want her to wreck the car, you lunatic?
Yeah, I want her to wreck the car, yeah. Yeah!
You're crazy.
That's right, lady. You're so right, lady. Yell at him. Tell him Red Cross. Tell him emergency. Tell him, go on!
That's all right, officers. Emergency. Red Cross to airport. Emergency.
No! Stop! No!
Yeah, too late, lady. They're going places.
No. No. They want us to follow. Oh, this is funny. They're giving us a police escort to the airport.
Oh, no, they're not.
Isn't it funny, though? It's wonderful.
Well, let me get that wheel.
What are you...
Stop!
Yeah.
You fool!
No, don't!
You wrecked it, you fool! You... I wake up slowly. It smells like a hospital, then like perfume. It's both. I see clean gray walls. I see Abby smiling down at me.
Hi, Matt.
You're a mess.
Oh, listen to you. What's a black eye and a patch on my cheek? Look at you.
What about me?
Oh, nothing permanent. You took the windshield way out.
Well, what about the flasks? Did it all smash?
Just a few bottles. The police put the rest aboard almost on schedule. And they have our gun-happy friend.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'll be back tomorrow night.
Good.
Good night, Matt.
Bye, Abby. As in Abigail. She's back the next night, and the next, and the next. She's probably back the following night, too. I wouldn't know. Because I'm gone by then. Because I don't think I can face her evening after evening without losing my nerve and my job with the FBI. I'd go soft. I'd chicken. So, I'm out of there before visiting hour, the fourth night around. The comrades can't say I didn't try. So I'm in the clear. They won't wreck another blood transport car. Twice might rub the whitewash off the American rally for peace and tolerance. They don't know that the FBI knows what's underneath that whitewash. Red. Bright red. So maybe I don't do too badly at times, but it gets harder and harder to say goodbye when the Abby Quintons say good night. But I'm a communist for the FBI. I walk alone.
Dana Andrews will return in just a moment.
This is Dana Andrews. The play you've just heard is typical of the fantastic, undercover, behind-the-scenes struggle for America and the entire world. It was another story stemming from the real experiences of Matt Cvetic, who worked undercover for the FBI. Next week, another exciting and compelling adventure. So be with us, won't you? See you.
Mighty swell suggestion.
Kellogg's Pep! Say, gang, you'll want to spread the news around to all your friends that you're collecting those slick new comic buttons that now come in packages of Kellogg's Pep. Because that's the only way they'll know you can trade duplicates with them. And you wouldn't want to miss out on that fun. You want to be sure you round out your collection of all 18 different buttons. Yep, that's 18 different comic strip characters. like Smitty and K.O. and Herbie and Superman, of course. And the best part is, you don't have to send in a single penny for these sharp, new comic buttons, not even a box top. Fact is, you can't buy them anywhere. But you can ask Mom to get you a package of that super delicious whole wheat flake cereal, Kellogg's Pep. Inside each package, there's a thrilling prize, one of these bright new comic buttons or a military insignia or warplane button. Remember, that's P-E-P, Pep, made by Kellogg's of Battle Creek.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Sergeant Heath, I tell you, this is ridiculous. 2 men murdered in the same way and apparently by the same person, and you say you haven't even a single clue. What kind of a homicide department is this?
It's a good one, Commissioner. Just give me a little time. These murders were only committed in the past 12 hours.
But the victims were newspapermen, Heath. Do you understand? Newspapermen. The papers they worked on will needle us for days if we don't get results. I want fast work on this, do you hear me? Fast work and no alibis.
We're working on it, Commissioner. And the dead men weren't really newspapermen. They were critics. Dramatic critics.
Same thing. Somebody's making a joke out of this department. Killing 2 dramatic critics and leaving poetry pinned to their chests with a knife. Let's see those poems. Let's see them.
Here's the one we found on the first body, Commissioner, the body of Robert Carnes. But it's no clue. Believe me, it's no clue.
He was the leading critic, he always would insist, and that's the reason that I placed him first on my list. It's going to be an epidemic, that's what it's going to be. Give me the second poem, the one you found on Roger Dakin's body.
Yes, sir. Here you are.
As a first-rate critic, you did rate high, and the first-rate critic is the second to die. Oh, take it, Heath.
Yes,
take
sir.
both of these poems and get me the man who wrote them, and get him fast before he murders every critic in the city.
Are you busy, Mr. Markham? Very busy, I mean.
The district attorney is never too busy to talk to the homicide department chief. What is it, Heath?
Well, it's the commissioner. He's riding me on those critic murders. I can't do miracles. I've checked every clue. There's nothing I've found that's any good to me. Try and tell him that, though.
Did you ever think of this motive, Heath?
What's that?
There was a new play opened at the Rex Theater last night. Perhaps both of the critics were going to print bad notices. Perhaps somebody didn't want those.
You can stop right there, D.A. I checked that the first thing. The notices both critics wrote were great. I'm stumped, D.A. I don't even know where to look for a killer.
I see. You think that perhaps I might know someone?
You mean Philo Vance? Now, listen, D.A., I don't want Vance in on this case. He's all I need for me to really blow my top.
Well, in that case, I won't call him. I thought for a moment that you might have been hinting that I do, but as long as you feel so strongly, why, I wouldn't think of it.
Oh, what's the use? Call him, D.A. Get him to go to work. That's the reason I came up to see you in the first place.
Really?
Poetry and murder. What a combination. Maybe Vance can figure out what it all means.
That's the story, Vance, all of it. Definitely interesting, isn't it?
I suppose so. Let me see now. The first murdered critic was Robert Carnes. Carnes. Isn't he the one that married Edna Bowley, the dancer?
Some years ago, I believe, Vance. Yes, he's the one.
And wasn't she being sponsored before her marriage by Mike Wilcox, the racket king?
Well, Mike did have an interest in her. But he's hardly the poetry type, Vance. Don't forget those poems pinned to the chests of the 2 victims.
I haven't forgotten them. Markham, there's a wonderful art exhibit at the Madison Galleries this afternoon. I was going to take Ellen and visit there.
The Madison Gallery visit will be postponed because of my visit here?
Precisely. I've changed from the Madison to the Rogues Gallery. Markham, I'm going to see our friend Mike Wilcox.
My maid said you wanted to speak to me.
Yeah, lady. I'm Longfellow. I work for Mike Wilcox. He wants to see you.
Mike sent you here? Why?
Look, I don't ask the boss questions. I'm glad he got a job. Who else would hire a guy like me? 5 foot nothing on my tiptoes.
And they call you Longfellow? Rather quaint, isn't it?
Yeah, that's everybody's idea of a gag. Are we ready to go, lady?
Yes, but I don't see what Mike can want with me. After all, my husband has just been killed. It wouldn't do either of us any good if I was seen with Mike.
Lady, I don't know nothing about that. Mike says to bring you down, I'm going to bring you down. That's my way of keeping my job. Yeah, and my health.
If I move here, he'll jump me. Get into my king row, and I'm a dead Joe. But if I move in this square, he can't do nothing. So I move in this square. Yeah? Who is it?
Hello, Mr. Wilcox. I'm Philo Vance.
Oh, hi, Vance. You play checkers?
Yes, but I've no desire to play at the moment. Well, playing checkers with yourself, eh? That's a new one. Who's winning?
Me. I always win. Well, Vance, the boy's downstairs says he wanted to see me. So I says if he wants to see me, let him come up. So you're up. And what do you want to see me about?
About the murder of Robert Carnes, the drama critic. The same person also killed another critic. But I'm not quite as interested in the second murder as I am in Carnes' death. You used to go with Carnes' present wife, didn't you?
Edna? Sure. What about her?
Nothing. Except that from what I've heard, this Carnes wasn't too kindly an individual. Maybe you resented the way he treated his wife.
And wrote them poems, too?
No, that I doubt very much. When did you last see Mrs. Carnes, Mr. Wilcox?
Oh, a couple of years ago. The way I figure it'll be a couple of years before I see her again. Well, how's for a game of checkers, Vance? You look smart enough to be able to play checkers?
Thank you very much, but I'm sorry
hold it. Yeah?
I got it, boss. We're here.
Well, in a minute, Longy. I'll buzz you.
There's nothing you can tell me about Robert Carnes' murder, Mr. Wilcox?
Oh, no, not me. When I read about it, I says to myself, well, somebody must not like the critics, I said. I guess maybe that's so, huh?
Maybe. Both of them wrote their last notices and their death notices at the same time. Maybe there's some connection between the two.
There may be. I'm glad it ain't my business to find out. Well, you got time for one game, Vance? Just one game?
No, I think not. I'd better be moving along. Thanks, Wilcox. Maybe we'll meet again.
Okay, Longy, you can bring her in now.
All right, boss.
Let's see. Suppose I do move here. And he's going to jump me. And I knock off 2 of his guys like this. Not bad, not bad, not bad.
Hello, Mike.
Hello, beautiful. Come on in.
Me too, boss?
No, I don't want you, long fella. Only Mrs. Carnes.
Okay, I'll be out here with the boys.
It's been a long time, hasn't it, Mike?
Too long, beautiful. I had to talk to you. I'm sorry I had to send Longfellow for you, but I couldn't go up to your place while with the cops and all hanging around. Maybe even tapping the phones.
I understand, Mike. How have things been with you?
Never better. But we got to talk about you. When I heard about your husband getting knocked off, I says to myself, that dirty rat figured to get it. I've kept pretty good track how he was breaking you down. Beautiful, you need something? Dough, a mouthpiece? Anything at all?
You think that
Me, I ain't the thinking type, baby. I just got the same yen for you that I always had. And nobody's going to push you around. Ever.
I don't need anything, Mike, but thanks. Thanks just the same. Mike, it wasn't you who had Robert. You didn't...
Just, relax, baby. Relax. I'm not even interested in who knocked your husband off. So I'll make a deal with you, huh? You don't ask me any questions. I don't ask you none.
Mr. Vance's office. Miss Deering speaking.
Ellen, this is Vance.
Oh, where have you been, Mr. Vance? People have been calling right and left.
I don't want to know anything about calls right now. Listen, Ellen, get your hat. We're going to the theater.
Theater at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. What's happening there at this time?
Nothing very much, unless I can make something happen. The Rex Theater in half an hour. I'll be waiting.
I don't mind going to a theater when nothing's on the stage, Vance. But must we wait in the lobby? And why did you bring me down here, please?
Because this is as good a place as any to start working on those poetic murders.
Oh?
Let me think a moment. A new play opened here last night. Robert Carnes and the other critics were here, no question about that. Both of the murdered critics, Robert Carnes and Roger Dakins, left and wrote excellent reviews of the show.
Well, that stops the suggestion I was going to make. Stops it just like that.
If it were that simple, Ellen, Markham would never have called me in. I want to get a look at the seats the critics sat in. That might mean something.
Hello there, Vance.
Sibbleton. How are you, Sibbleton? Well, I hear you have a hit.
It's the finest play I've ever produced. You trying to buy some tickets?
Not at the moment. Miss Deering, may I present Mr. Sibbleton?
How do you do, Mr. Sibbleton?
Miss Deering.
Sibbleton, I'd like to go into the theater for a moment, if you don't mind.
I don't mind, I guess, Vance. I just don't understand.
I'm working on the murder of those two critics.
Oh.
I just want to look at their seats. They were both here last night.
Yes, they were. I don't know what you expect to find, but come on in. I'll get the door. There.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ellen.
Thank you. Which way, Mr. Sibbleton?
Straight ahead and down the middle now.
An empty theater's an imposing sight, don't you think, Ellen?
It is, I suppose, but not for a producer who thinks he has a hit. Then it's a catastrophe.
Miss Deering is right.
Yeah.
Well, I won't have that worry, not with this show. Right down this aisle.
Right. By the way, it seems to me that I recall Robert Carnes panning your last show, Sibbleton.
Oh, he wasn't the only one. You see, we have every critic in town here on opening nights, from newspapers, magazines, trade papers, and practically every one of them took a crack at that last epic of mine.
Including Roger Dakins?
Well, every time Carnes pans anything, Dakins does too. Or rather did. Poor fellow. In fact, the trio of Carnes, Dakins, and Moore was something every producer had nightmares about. Well, here we are, Vance.
Oh, good seat. Who's Moore?
Edward Moore. He's on the Chronicle.
Oh, yes.
He and Carnes and Dakins liked practically nothing this season. So this seat on the aisle was Robert Carnes, eh, Sibbleton?
That's right. Dakins sat next to him, and Moore next to Dakins.
Mm-hmm.
Here.
Are all the seats in these few rows reserved for the press on opening nights?
Oh, all of them except the first 5 seats in row E. Those are mine for every performance. We call them house seats. They're for me and my personal friends.
You certainly give away a lot of seats on opening night, Sibbleton.
It must be worth it. Look at all the great publicity he gets.
When the show is good, that is.
Yes. Sibbleton, how well did you know Carnes?
Oh, not very. He made sure of that. He made it a rule never to socialize with the producers. Claimed it might influence his judgment.
Not bad reasoning. I've just been thinking of something. I wonder if Edward Moore would be at his newspaper at about this time.
Moore, the third member of the critics' trio?
Yes. Think so, Sibbleton?
I haven't the slightest idea. We could go back to my office and call if you like.
Yes, I think I...
Is that you, Vance?
Why, it's Mr. Markham.
I'm here, Markham, right down the center aisle.
Right. Be with you in just a few seconds.
Right. Do you know Mr. Markham, Sibbleton?
District attorney? Oh, I know him socially, of course.
Hello, Vance. Ellen.
Hello, Markham.
Hello, Mr. Markham.
Oh, hello, Sibbleton.
Hello, Mr. Markham. Nice to see you again.
What's going on, Markham? You've just interrupted a pilgrimage to the telephone. I thought I'd try to get a lead on the 2 poetic murders from Edward Moore.
You can stop right here, then, Vance. Moore was found dead this afternoon with a knife in his heart and one of those silly poems pinned to his chest.
Oh, no.
He has been dead for quite some time. I'm glad you left word that you'd be here, Vance. I knew you wanted to be kept informed, so I came down myself.
Moore dead, too. Vance, what is all this?
Frankly, I don't know. What was written on the 3rd note, Markham?
I'll read it to you. The curtain's down, death slams the door. The play thus ends with no encore. Vance, what's happening in this city of ours?
You know what's happening in this city? A murderer is going to town.
This is District Attorney Markham. 3 of this city's leading dramatic critics have been murdered, and all 3 had bits of poetry pinned to their chests when found. The poems have proved no clue at all to any of us, including Philo Vance, who has discovered only that the wife of Robert Carnes, first of the critics to die, was the former girlfriend of Mike Wilcox, racketeer. Sergeant Heath, however, has picked up a character named Longfellow, diminutive stooge for Wilcox. And Vance and I are waiting for him in my office.
To be very practical about these murders, Markham, we're not doing very well.
We might be doing wonderfully when Heath gets here. He's picked up that hired hand of Mike Wilcox's, you know.
I hope he hasn't found the killer, Markham.
Huh?
Oh, not that I begrudge Heath the glory of tracking down our murderer. It's just that this is the first case I've worked on this long without even denting. I'd hate for it to turn out so simple after all that.
I wouldn't hate it at all, Vance. With due respect to your great admiration for the unusual in crime, it's the ordinary criminal that makes the work of a district attorney easier.
I know what you mean. I guess I was being a bit self-centered.
All right, go on, get in there.
Yeah, you don't have to push. I'm getting.
Get in that chair, sit down, and don't get up until I tell you to.
You sure are tough around this place. Stop or I'll yawn right in your face.
Sit down and shut up. Well, here he is, D.A., the guy that knifed those 3 critics. His name is Longfellow.
Really? Why'd you do it, Longfellow?
This guy's slightly off the beam. I think he's living in a dream.
Get this, D.A. He worked for Mike Wilcox. Everybody knows what a torch Mike was carrying for Edna Boley when she married Robert Carnes. Carnes was pretty tough on the gal. Everybody knows that, too. So Mike sent Longfellow to bump Carnes.
Really?
Sure. Listen, D.A., they call this punk Longfellow. Everybody thinks they do that as a gag on account of he's so small. Only I find out they do it because he's spouting poetry all the time.
Yes?
Well, don't you get it? Spouting poetry. Those notes on the dead bodies. Poetry. This mug wanted everybody in the mob to know he knocked off Carnes and the other 2, so he put poems on them. Simple.
Listen to him rave. Hey, D.A., you gonna let this flatfoot pin a bum rap on me? I never killed nobody. I never used a knife in my life.
That speaks well for your record, but very badly for your manners.
Huh?
Never mind Vance, Longfellow. I don't... leaving Vance?
I'm afraid I must tear myself away. I have an appointment with a very charming young lady, Miss Edna Carnes. Maybe you have the murderer, Sergeant Heath. And if so, you can keep him. But I have an appointment, and it's quite necessary that I keep it.
Yeah? Come in.
Well, Wilcox. Surprised to find you here.
You don't look it, Vance. Don't mind me. I'm just playing some solitaire.
I understood that Mrs. Edna Carnes lived here. You're putting the Red Queen on a Red King.
Don't kibitz, Vance. Sit down and play some gin if you want, but don't kibitz. How about a game of gin?
I'd just as soon not right now, thanks.
Come on. I got to play with somebody. Always at solitaire. Can't find nobody to play with.
Maybe your friends wouldn't like what happened to them if they were to win.
Okay, Vance, if that's the way you want it. What are you doing here?
Paying a call on Mrs. Carnes. Where is she?
She ain't home. She wouldn't want to see you even if she was home. Catch on? I'll take that. You could leave any time now, Vance. It'd be all right with me. Yeah?
Hello, is Mr. Philo Vance there, please?
Yeah, he's here. For you, Vance.
Thank you very much. Hello.
Vance? Ellen. I called Markham and he told me where you were. Hop right back here, Vance. On the double.
I'm sorry, Ellen. I'll be detained here for a while. I'm waiting for Mrs. Carnes to return home.
She's not going to return home, Vance. She's here, right here in your office, and she's going to wait here until you get back.
Go ahead, Mrs. Carnes. Tell me anything you think might help.
Mr. Vance, has it bothered you at all that there were 2 other critics murdered right after my husband was killed?
Quite a bit, Mrs. Carnes. Frankly, I haven't the slightest idea why.
I have. My husband's best friends were Roger Dakins and Edward Moore. The night he was murdered, I found a note in the library reading, "If anything happens to me, Roger or Edward will know who did it."
And you destroyed that note?
Yes. I didn't want the police to question them. The murderer did me a favor, Mr. Vance. You don't know what a life I've led with my husband. He was impossible, completely impossible. If he hadn't threatened me, I'd have left him years ago.
I see. Well, this is very interesting, Mrs. Carnes. Your husband probably told his murderer that it would do him no good to kill him because his 2 friends would go to the police. There was nothing for the killer to do then but wipe out Dakins and Moore.
I know that now.
Well, Mrs. Carnes, your actions have certainly confused us. I understood the pleasant front your husband put up in public was just a mask, but
Everything about him was either cruel or false, from the name Robert Carnes to the brilliant words he let drop carelessly, even though he'd spent half the night thinking them up. Oh, I couldn't stand him. I just couldn't.
I was thinking that when I made the appointment to see you. I thought maybe you'd killed him.
Me? But I came down here to tell you all this. Doesn't that clear me? I couldn't see you at the apartment. Mike was there, so I came down to your office. That must clear me.
Not necessarily, Mrs. Carnes. You might have given me some information just to throw me off. However, I'm not going to detain you. You may leave if you like. Miss Deering.
Yes, Mr. Vance.
Mrs. Carnes is leaving.
I'm sorry you think the way you do, Mr. Vance. I assure you I came down to see you with only one purpose.
Thank you for coming, Mrs. Carnes. We'll meet again. Goodbye.
This way, Mrs. Carnes, please.
Thank you. Goodbye, Mr. Vance.
Goodbye. Don't go, Miss Deering.
Goodbye, Mrs. Carnes. Yes, Vance, what is it?
We're finally making progress, Ellen. I know now why all 3 critics were murdered, and that there will be no more killings, at least by the same murderer.
Well, that's good news to any prospective victims. What else is up?
Mrs. Carnes just let drop something I didn't know.
Oh?
She said that Robert Carnes was not his right name. He probably had it changed legally years ago. Find out what his name used to be, Ellen. I've got a hunch it's going to lead to something very important. You don't mind my dropping into your office at this time, do you, Mr. Silverton?
Oh, not at all, Vance. I'm glad to be of service. You want to see the show tonight? I can let you have my house seats.
Some other time, perhaps, but not tonight, Mr. Silverton.
All right.
You told me you didn't know Roger Carnes socially.
That's right, I didn't.
Well, this is very strange, then. You have an odd name, Sibbleton. Very unusual.
I suppose that's right.
My secretary found out that Roger Carnes' real name was Sibbleton. Was he a relation?
My brother. Older brother. Only I never talked about that. He was nobody to be proud of.
So I've heard from a number of sources. What did he have on you, Mr. Sibbleton?
What?
Must have been something very important for you to have killed him to keep him quiet.
You think I killed him?
Not exactly. I know you did. You see these 2 tickets for your theater, Mr. Sibbleton? They were dropped at the scene of your brother's murder.
And they prove I killed him? Oh, now, Vance.
Oh, but they do. You see, these tickets are house seats. Your house seats. The ones that are reserved for you. You told me about them in the theater yesterday, remember? First 5 seats in row E. That's what these are for.
Let me have them.
There's a gun in that drawer, I presume?
Not anymore, there isn't. It's in my hand. I'm sorry about this, Vance. I liked you.
Well enough to put that gun away?
Hardly.
Well, I don't blame you. Self-preservation is still the primary law of human motivation. By the way, I know why you killed Dakins and Moore. But why did you kill your brother?
Why did Cain kill Abel? My brother and I had an argument. A terrible argument. He was about to write a magazine article telling a lot of things about me that are best forgotten. They happened years ago, before we came to this country. Robert called me up to taunt me about it, and I warned him not to write it.
That's another form of self-preservation. I rather thought it was something like that. Your poetry idea was very brilliant, Sibbleton. You knew about Mike Wilcox and your brother's wife, didn't you?
Of course. Everybody knew that.
You also knew Wilcox had a little accomplice with a rather odd name of Longfellow, who on occasion was addicted to poetry. You thought the police would go to Wilcox and look no further than his hireling Longfellow.
You know I've got to kill you, Vance. Kill you now.
No poetry?
No poetry.
I'm sorry. I rather relished the wedding of the muse and murder. Markham, Heath, you can come in now.
What? All right, drop that gun. Drop it fast. Come on in, boys.
You had the police outside all the time.
You ought to drop that gun for one thing, Sibbleton. What? Sergeant Heath doesn't like to be kept waiting.
All right, get him outside, boys. I got his gun.
Let me go. Let go.
Hello, Markham.
Hello, Vance. Well, you've done your part, and very well, too. From here on in, I'll take it and make certain, as the book has it, that justice triumphs.
Do that, Markham. And in this case, wouldn't you say that it was poetic justice?
Well, Well, Vance, since you wound up the poetic murder case, don't you think we ought to close up shop for the day?
Not especially, Ellen. You know, there still is the possibility that Markham might call.
At this hour? It's late, you know.
At last reports, murderers weren't keeping office hours.
I understand. The only thing I don't understand is how a murderer as clever as this Silverton could have been careless enough to drop a pair of theater tickets at the scene of the first murder.
Oh, he didn't drop any tickets.
Well, you told me that's how he started talking.
I told him I found the tickets, Ellen. In fact, I even waved a couple of tickets in front of his face. Only they were opera tickets that I'd gotten for us for next week.
Why, Vance, you and the truth are becoming slight strangers of late.
When you're trying to trap a murderer, Ellen, any means is fair, in my opinion. By the way, I've just composed a little couplet. Like to hear it?
Definitely.
Very well, then. The last chapter's written. The last words, my friend, are the poetic murder case is over. We've come to the end.
You know what happens when you take a fish out of water? Sure, it dies. Well, by Cornelius, the same thing happens when your car's battery runs out of water. It lies right down and quits. No water, no life. So what did the Autolite people do? They made the Autolite Stay Full battery with an extra large liquid reserve. Gave it more room for more water. Result, the Autolite Stay Full battery needs water only 3 times a year in normal car use. So friends, be right with Autolite. Switch to an Autolite Stay Full battery tomorrow.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
One thing about marriage, folks. Many are made in heaven, but there are others that are unmade by the fourth application of the vow, unto death do us part.
The National Broadcasting Company presents William Gargan in another transcribed drama of mystery and adventure with America's #1 detective, Barry Craig, confidential investigator.
Barry Craig speaking. That's the name, Barry Craig. You rent an office on the 3rd floor of the old Mercantile building. You've got a city license which says you're a confidential investigator. So, most of your life, you sit around and wait. Some of the guys in the business hire blondes and call them secretaries. Others confide in cab drivers, bend bartenders' ears, even buy dictating machines. Maybe it helps them forget that they're the loneliest guys in the world, because nobody really talks to you. The suspicious wives, the frightened parents, the desperate kids who walk into your office never even see you. To them, you're a license, a pair of ears, and sometimes a gun. Nothing human. And after a while, maybe you're not. It's open.
How do you lock this door?
There's a thing underneath the doorknob there. You slide it over.
Oh, yeah. You're Barry Craig.
Yeah.
You're not doing very well, are you? I could write my name on the dust on your desk.
What name would that be?
Wilma Lord.
How do you do, Miss Lord?
Mr. Craig, have you ever killed anyone?
Not for a fee.
Will you answer a question about the weather?
I don't know much about the weather. Well, why'd you lock the door behind you, Miss Lord?
I can't have anybody see me here.
There's a woman comes around a couple of times a week. I'll speak to her about the dust.
Oh, that's not... I'm going to marry a man named John Waring.
Uh-huh.
He's older than I am, a lot older.
It's a question of taste.
He's rich.
Sweetens the taste.
We're going to be married in a few weeks. I want nothing to happen to that marriage. I'll hire you.
Cupid Craig, with a dollar sign in front of the Cupid. What do you think might happen?
Death.
Something wrong with Waring's health?
You've heard of murder, haven't you?
I've heard of it. Whose murder, yours or Waring? The door's locked. Whose murder?
I can't stay. Is there another way out?
Back of the water cooler. Leads to the back hallway and the fire stairs.
I'll phone you.
Sure. Yeah?
Get out of my way.
That gun a little heavy for you?
I said...
Okay. Well?
The dame. Where's the dame?
You don't look too good.
Where is she?
Got a name for her?
The dame. Walked in here, I seen her.
And now you want to take another look?
Want to give her back a knife. Knife?
The floor stopped him. I kicked the door shut behind him. The knife he'd mentioned was angling out between his shoulder blades. I didn't want anybody to confuse him with a client. The homicide squad arrived and went to work. I don't like watching the boys. They're too smooth. I start thinking of all the stiffs they practiced on. I shut my eyes.
Are we boring you, Craig?
Lieutenant Rogers, I've seen it all before.
Too bad. If only we could work out an entirely new approach. Then perhaps you'd watch us,
Stop being so tough, Trav. Everybody's forgiven you for having gone to college.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Craig, the story's no good.
The only one I've got on hand.
I'll tell you why it's no good. The punk there with the knife in his back was on the Harry Otis payroll.
Oh?
Wilma Lord is on the Otis payroll.
Must be a large payroll.
Among his varied and largely illegal activities, Otis also runs a supper club over on the east side. The Gilded Lily.
Mm-hmm.
You can have Wilma Lord for supper there 6 nights a week and twice on Sundays.
It's too early for supper.
The last couple of months, Otis has been very busy. Covering up.
The Crime Commission?
The Crime Commission. Mr. Otis is a very large target for them. He's been doing his best to shrink recently. Woman Lord could have come to you because she planned to concertize with the commission and wanted protection.
Why me?
You're big. You're good-natured. And, well...
I'm stupid?
No. But you like to believe people when they give you a chance to.
What about the Waring angle? Did she pick him out of the phone book?
There is no Waring angle. John Waring happens to be a distinguished philanthropist. That means a guy with so much money he even gives some of it away.
Thanks for the translation. I still believe Wilma Lord's story.
Why? Because she's young, beautiful? Because she looked you straight in the eye when she told you all?
No, Trav. Because she was nasty. Homicide wound up and went away. One nice thing about it, after they were through, the office no longer needed dusting. The clock in the church tower across the street made noises. So, after a while, did my stomach. But I was waiting for a phone call. Maybe the cops would get Wilma Lord before she could reach a phone. Maybe Wilma Lord had no intention of phoning me. I've been a sucker before. I prefer it to being a wise guy. So I listened to the bell, ignored my stomach, and was rewarded. Hello?
Mr. Craig?
Yeah,
Late, I thought you might have gone home.
I'm still here.
You're alone?
Yeah,
I've got to see you. That is, if after what happened you want to.
I want to. I always believe a client.
I didn't know you'd taken the case.
Where do we meet?
Well, not here at my apartment. It's too dangerous.
Wait a minute. Would there be a couple of cops sitting on your lap by any chance?
No.
Why not? They've got an alarm out for you.
Well, the apartment isn't in my name. Look, let's make it Park, the 67th Street entrance, in an hour.
The park in an hour. Oh, Miss Lord.
Yes.
Don't bring a friend. I locked the office door. Nothing in the office worth stealing, but this way, maybe I could tempt a burglar. I felt underprivileged. I'd never been burgled.
Hey, Mr. Craig.
Never mind the glad greetings, Jake.
Terrible tragedy you had, Mr. Craig.
That's what I meant. Stop licking your chops and let's ride downstairs, huh?
Terrible tragedy. Lieutenant Rogers says he didn't bleed much.
You take the lieutenant's word for it. By the way, Jake, did the corpse come up in the elevator?
Lieutenant asked me that.
A coincidence. Did he?
Yeah. Come up in the elevator. Didn't have that knife in his back at the time, though.
Maybe the elevator was too crowded.
Oh, I hadn't thought of that.
How about the girl? She come up the same trip?
Lieutenant asked me that, too.
Whatever made you give up that farm in Vermont, Jake?
Got tired of watching the Four Seasons. What I told the lieutenant was maybe she did come up in the elevator, but I didn't see her.
Uh-huh. How about opening the door?
And if she was young and pretty, like the lieutenant said, why, I'd have spotted her.
Sure, after all your experience with the Four Seasons. Jake, how about...
Oh, I keep forgetting. Mr. Craig.
Yeah?
In case anybody stops around and asks for you, what'll I tell them?
Tell them I'm out checking a season. Good night, Jake. The park was close enough so I could take a couple of hamburgers aboard at Willie's wagon. A couple of hamburgers and a cup of the stuff Willie calls coffee. Willie keeps his coffee urn shined. I was facing it. What I saw in the urn looked like what you see in the distorting mirrors in the Coney Island Funhouse, except not so funny. Willie!
You got a complaint? Take it up with the mayor.
Take a look over my left shoulder, Willie.
Oh, it's gorgeous. You want I should pin a gardenia on it?
Somebody looking into the wagon had his face plastered against the window. I don't want to turn and tip him off.
Huh? You hitting the pipe again?
No face?
I bet you inhaled, too.
Oh, forget it, Willie. You must have ducked. Here. Take that up with the Bureau of Internal Revenue.
Boy, you throwing dough around. What's the matter? You had a horse in the fifth?
No. I had a corpse in the third. The park was half a dozen blocks over and west. I couldn't spot a tail on me, which didn't mean a thing. Good tails don't get spotted, especially working on me. I'm easy to keep in sight from a long way off. Nobody had moved the park around. The 67th Street entrance looked cozy and dark. I tossed a mental coin, came up heads, which meant I should go home and spend a few hours asleep. Then I cheated. I went on into the park. An investigator's job is a funny one. Either you play it hard and believe nobody, which is fine. It's safe. You stay out of trouble. Maybe after 10 years, you're growing ulcers because nobody likes you, but an ulcer never killed anyone yet. Or else you believe people. Then you've got trouble. You're not smart. Except maybe it's not a choice. Kept getting darker. Not a choice because it depends on the way you're built. The way I'm built, you stick your neck out. I did. Only warning was a slide of feet on the gravel path. If you're hit on the head hard enough, you get knocked out. All you remember afterwards is getting up. It's a memory you're willing to trade cheap.
The guy looks like he is returning to us, Mr. Otis.
He might have fractured his skull, Peeper.
Private eyes have got very thick skulls. All I know is I read about them all the time. Private eyes are always getting bopped on the skull. It don't bother him.
It bothers me.
Peeper, help the gentleman. Never mind. Mr. Craig.
I've got a headache.
I'm sorry Peeper is so enthusiastic.
Send him over a little closer to me. I'll calm him down.
I'm afraid not, Mr. Craig. Peeper is armed. He was acting on instructions from me.
Was he supposed to bring me in alive? I'm not that funny. How did he find me in the park?
He trailed you there from your office.
Uh-huh.
Rather a cold, unpleasant night, Mr. Craig. You often walk in the park.
I managed to get there from time to time.
You wouldn't have been meeting anyone there?
I could use a couple of aspirins.
Beeper was perhaps a little impatient.
How was I supposed to know he had an appointment?
Beeper.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Otis.
Well, Craig?
I could still use those aspirins.
I see. Well, perhaps it isn't very important. What's more to the point, Mr. Craig, you had a visitor this afternoon.
I had lots of visitors, most of them in uniform.
I'm referring to the gentleman who preceded the police. The gentleman whose untimely death was responsible for the visit. You didn't happen to kill him by any chance?
The cops didn't think so.
They might be prejudiced. Also, you may have pleaded self-defense.
Otis, you know better than that. A man like you has pipelines to the department.
Very well. A question, then. What was the gentleman...
You mean the punk with the knife in his back?
...doing in your office?
He was dying there. Hey, I'm hearing music. Ringing in my ears?
A rather good little orchestra. They'd be insulted by your description.
Don't tell them about it. This wouldn't happen to be the Gilded Lily, would it?
You know the place?
Sure. Some of my best friends have had supper in it.
What was Jimmy doing in your office?
A punk? He might have been looking for a confidential investigator.
Oh? For what purpose?
To help him find his lost innocence, maybe.
Beeper.
I'm not joking. What job was he doing for you?
What makes you think he was doing anything at all for me?
He was on your payroll.
Indeed.
The cops told me. They're blabbermouths.
Pity about the civil service. Things would be so much easier otherwise.
You could buy more for less, huh?
You're not going to tell me why Jimmy came into your office?
I didn't say that. I'll tell you why. He was looking for the owner of the knife in his back.
Oh?
He never got around to telling me who it was. Would you like some information?
Very much. At what price?
We'll discuss that later. The information goes like this. Your boy came up in the elevator. He didn't have the knife in him then. He did have when he got to my office. So...
Someone presented him with a knife someplace between the elevator on your floor and your office.
Yeah. One thing more. It wasn't right outside the office door.
Oh?
He got it near the elevator. He went down. There were a couple of bloodstains on the hall floor indicating that. He went down, stayed down for a while, pulled himself to his feet, and made it to me.
Why?
You didn't like my previous suggestion?
No. Craig, whom did Jimmy follow to your office?
It'd be nice to know, wouldn't it? I mean, for me. Because you know, don't you?
You mentioned something about a price for the information. What price?
What do you think about matrimony?
I've no time to discuss philosophy at the moment.
Or philanthropy?
Beeper.
Yeah, Mr. Otis.
Up until this moment, I've been considering Mr. Craig an honest, if somewhat stupid man. Now I'm not so sure.
Yeah?
Either of his honesty or of his stupidity.
I can get you references on both counts.
I would like to be sure, Beeper.
I take him apart?
Unless Mr. Craig would like to tell us another story.
I'm out of stories.
You're in trouble, however. Beeper, we want Mr. Craig to explain his remarks about matrimony and philanthropy.
Yeah, hold it, Craig. I wouldn't mind plugging you in a leg, say. Give me excuse. You're gonna stand and take it nice? Okay. Take it. I hope the gun barrel don't scare you permanent. How about putting your arms behind your back, huh? Gonna start getting painful soon. Thanks. Now, hey, who? Opportunity knocks.
No, Otis. I've just inherited a gun. Beepers. You weren't expecting company. Mr. Otis, I've been knocked unconscious. I've been pistol whipped. Maybe I'm sore.
I wasn't expecting company.
Yeah, that's the reason Beeper was startled. All right, open the door. Let's see who it is.
Hello, Mr. Otis.
The Marine. Hello, Trav.
Hi, Craig. Mind if I come in?
The office belongs to Otis.
You're holding the gun.
That belongs to Beeper.
Beeper? He's lying down. Tired?
He ran into a doorknob. Have a gun on him.
Thanks. Who knows? Maybe he has a license for it. We'll see.
Exactly what do you want here, Lieutenant?
We've had the place staked out. Nobody we were interested in showed up. I got the report that a big man was carried in. Turns out it was Mr. Craig.
That's how it turns out.
The place staked out? Then you're looking for...
If nobody minds, I'll get out.
In a hurry, Barry?
I'm late.
For what?
A date.
Now, wait a minute. Way it looks, you were slugged and brought here.
I guess it does look that way.
You could prefer charges.
It was all in fun.
That welt across your face doesn't look funny.
One of the reasons I'm in a hurry.
What?
I want to have the nasty little bruise kissed away. Lieutenant Rogers didn't argue with me. He wanted conversation with Otis and Beeper. Nobody had mentioned Wilma Lord yet. Not Otis, not Trav. But they were thinking of her. So was I. I tried the park. A couple of hours had died since the appointment, but I had to make sure. I made sure. Maybe Wilma Lord had been waiting for me. Maybe not. Either way, she wasn't waiting anymore. Trav would annoy Otis for a while. He had nothing to hold him on. He had nothing to hold Beeper on. For a while, Otis and Beeper would be busy with the lieutenant. After that, they might be busy about something else. I remembered Trav's definition of a philanthropist. I could use some money. My name is Barry Craig.
Yes?
You're John Waring?
I am.
Mind if I come in?
It's rather late.
So late you sent the butler to bed, huh?
That is hardly... Who did you say you were?
Barry Craig.
Should I know you?
Yes.
Why?
Because you're a philanthropist.
Good night.
I didn't finish. Because you're a philanthropist about to get married.
Come in.
Thanks.
In here, if you please. Now then. Your name is Barry Craig. You're a reporter, perhaps?
Not exactly.
Then why your interest in my...
Marriage? I've been hired to make sure it goes through on schedule.
Hired? By whom?
Your fiancée. Didn't I use the right word?
You mean Miss Lord?
How many girls were you planning to marry?
Mr. Craig, I permitted you to enter my home because you seem to know about my marriage. I didn't expect you to insult me.
I'm sorry. Blood gets on my nerves.
Blood?
A man was murdered in my office today.
Then that's why...
That's why what?
Nothing. This man who was murdered, had he any connection with...
Your marriage?
Yes.
What do you think?
I can't think anything about it. I'm confused.
So confused you haven't thought of offering me a drink?
I beg your pardon. Oh.
Yeah. I could almost think you were expecting me. That's 2 glasses you've got sitting on that coffee table. With the drinks in them. One's rye by the color. The other?
Mr. Craig, you're in my home.
Looks like creme de menthe. A girl's drink.
I suppose it's too much to expect the behavior of a gentleman from a confidential investigator.
Yeah. We're the sorted type. I had an appointment with Miss Lord.
She kept it, didn't she?
Why don't we ask her?
Ask?
Nice drapes you've got. Pity they don't quite reach the floor.
Now, look here, young man.
Never mind, John.
Hello, Miss Lord.
Hello.
Did you decide the park was too cold at this time of the year?
What made you come here?
You wouldn't be holding up in your apartment, listed in your name or not. The cops are bright nowadays.
Well...
Where else would you duck for cover? It was simple. Lucky for me, it was simple. I get confused easy.
What do you want?
You hired me to do a job. I believe you. I always believe my clients. Sometimes I'm suckered, sometimes not. Because sometimes clients don't expect to be believed.
I resent all this...
Don't be in too big a hurry, Mr. Waring. Miss Lord was afraid that the marriage was going to be interrupted by murder.
Murder?
She didn't get around to telling me whose murder, yours or hers. Because another murder happened to somebody else.
I didn't...
Somebody on Harry Otis's payroll. Whose idea was this marriage?
I asked Miss Lord to be my wife.
And she said yes. Why?
I love... You don't have to laugh at me.
Harry Otis. You were on his payroll, too, Miss Lord. The Crime Commission was getting ready to ask him questions about his business, his tie-ins with officials, his, backers.
I must ask you...
You were going to say leave. Let's pretend it was explained. Wilma Lord's young. She's beautiful. Maybe she could have wrangled a marriage offer out of you anyway. But her working for Otis can't be a coincidence. Sure, you asked her to marry you. After she told you she knew about your connection with Otis.
My connection?
Financial. Dollar bills don't have pedigrees on them. That's a shame. How many of the dollar bills making up your bank account came out of Harry Otis's dirty enterprises?
This is absolutely unwarranted.
No. Up until 5 minutes ago, it was a guess. A stupid guess. Because I couldn't figure any other reason for the whole deal. Now it's not a guess anymore.
It's not a guess anymore.
Hello, Otis. I've been expecting you. And the gun.
That's nice. Beeper's outside with a gun, too.
And the car? With the motor idling?
Another stupid guess?
Sure.
The stupid ones give the most trouble. If you'd had brains enough, Craig, you'd have stayed out of this.
I couldn't. I was hired by Miss Lord.
I had to, Harry. I was
I
afraid.
had you set up. Waring was going to marry you, so you couldn't testify against him. Why'd you bury the knife in Jimmy's back?
I didn't.
I had him on you all the time.
Would you have had any reason for killing him, Otis?
What reason?
Not even a stupid guess.
Otis.
Yes.
This squabbling. It's unpleasant. And a waste of time.
Meaning what?
Whatever Miss Lord did or didn't do, Mr. Craig is now in a position to inform the Crime Commission of...
Our business association?
Yes. That would be disastrous. Not only for myself, but for you as well. I hesitate to suggest anything violent, but...
But what choice have we got?
Precisely.
No, there's been...
Shut up, Wilma. You've still got Jimmy's death to account for.
Oh, you...
Miss Lord.
What?
Don't drink that.
What are you talking about? Took my drink away.
You in a hurry to die?
The man is insane. Otis.
Yeah, Otis. The man looking for a murderer.
What was wrong with the drink?
Another guess. A solid one this time. Wilma Lord's wanted by the police for the murder of your punk. Wilma Lord disappeared. Suppose she died in this house. Waring would have the body what? Buried? Burned? Either way, no more Wilma Lord. The cops would spend the next century looking for her. The case would be closed.
Oh, no.
Also, John Waring wouldn't have to marry her. He'd be rid of a witness against him. What he had in mind for you, Otis, I wouldn't know. But he had something in mind. Then he'd be free. He could go on being philanthropic.
It's childish melodrama.
Murder's melodrama, only it's not childish. Mr. Waring, when I walked in here, you asked me if I was a reporter. The gag being you'd never seen me, heard of me before. But a little later on, you said something about a confidential investigator not being a gentleman.
He must have followed me, too.
You said Wilma Lord had kept her appointment with me. How did you know? If she told you, you wouldn't have confused me with a reporter. If she didn't...
Wait a minute. He was checking on her because he was planning to get rid of her.
But your boy Jimmy spotted him on the third floor where my office is. Nobody else would have had any motive for killing him. Waring had to because it tipped his hand about his plan for the girl.
Nonsense. Absolute nonsense.
Then suppose you drink this, huh?
I detest creme de menthe.
Drink it, Waring.
I shall leave now. I find this highly
I said drink it.
You're being a fool. A fool.
Had to be done.
Done. The reason I knew the drink was poisoned. Take a sniff at it, Otis.
Don't bother.
A deep sniff. So sorry. Got it in your eyes. Thanks for the gun.
You...
Mustn't lose your temper. Waring killed Jimmy. Sure. But you had to kill Waring, didn't you? If you'd turned him over to the cops, he'd have blabbed. The Crime Commission.
Beeper!
Beeper? You know something, Otis? You must be a sinking ship. That was it. All wound up, I went home, I slept. The next day, I was back on the third floor, being lonely.
How do you lock this door?
There's a thing underneath the doorknob. Oh, you remembered. Somebody following you again?
No. I just don't want to be interrupted.
At what?
Thanking you. I don't have any money. I'm not marrying a rich man anymore. But I don't think you'll mind.
Oh. I always believe a client. Good night, folks. See you next week.
You have been listening to William Gargan, in another exciting transcribed mystery drama from the adventures of Barry Craig, confidential investigator. Tonight's story, The Case of the Borrowed Knife, was written by Lou Vitez. Next week, it's an exciting story titled Dead on Arrival, about which Barry Craig has this to say.
Next week, I devote my time to a bashful blonde, an escaped lunatic, and a stone-cold corpse. And, brother, is it murder? See you next week, folks.
Featured in the role of Wilma was Elspeth Eric. Barry Craig, starring William Gargan, is under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is Don Pardo speaking.
It's the Silver Jubilee on NBC. This Sunday night, be sure to hear The Big Show with a full 90 minutes of outstanding entertainment. This Sunday, The Big Show will present such stars as Sophie Tucker, Morton Downey, Ann Sheridan, Jerry Lester, and your glamorous, unpredictable hostess, Tallulah Bankhead. The Big Show brings you a sparkling program presenting drama, comedy, music, everything to provide you with the biggest show in radio. Yes, for people in the know, Sunday means The Big Show on NBC. Then later Sunday night, Theater Guild on the Air presents Age of Innocence by Edith Wharton, starring lovely Claudette Colbert and MacDonald Carey. Yes, there's 60 minutes of top-flight drama coming your way this Sunday as Theater Guild on the Air brings you Age of Innocence. And for photos as well as feature articles on your favorite NBC stars, be sure to buy the current NBC Silver Jubilee issue of Radio TV Mirror magazine. This Sunday, hear the best, hear The Big Show, and Theater Guild on the Air, both on this, your NBC
Being a Lux
station.
girl, Jean depended on a quick beauty pickup. A refreshing Lux soap beauty bath did the trick, she told me.
But now that their beauty soap is in big new bath size, a Lux soap bath is more luxurious than ever.
Well, I can't imagine a nicer bath soap, John. Wonderful creamy lather, even in hard water. And a lovely, delicate fragrance that lasts and lasts.
The Lux soap perfume is an exclusive blend, you know. It combines lily of the valley, lilac, carnation, and other delicate flower fragrances.
I'm sure every woman who tries the big new bath-size Lux toilet soap will love it.
Yes, that generous satin smooth bath cake is a good item to put at the head of your shopping list. Why not try the new bath-size Lux toilet soap tomorrow? It's another fine product of Lever Brothers Company.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Sir Laurence Olivier, your host in Theatre Royal.
This is Laurence Olivier. Once again, it is my pleasure to introduce a good friend of mine from the theater in the story that he's chosen for your entertainment. As many of you will already know, I am at this time preparing for its London presentation a new play. But in a few weeks' time, I shall myself have the pleasure of appearing for you each week in various roles. Meantime, this week, I'm glad to tell you that my invitation has been accepted by an actor whose name will be familiar to you all, and who I'm happy to count among my friends, John Gielgud. His work in the theater, both in London and New York, will of course be familiar to you, and many of you will have seen him in the recent Hollywood film production of Julius Caesar. John has chosen a story which is among my own favorites, Max Beerbohm's The Happy Hypocrite. I myself will be setting the scene for you, and so here now is John Gielgud in the role of Lord George Hell in Max Beerbohm's Tale of England in Regency days, The Happy Hypocrite. None, it is said, of all who revelled with the regent was half so wicked as Lord George Hell. I will not trouble my listeners with a long recital of his great naughtiness, but it were well they should know that he was greedy, destructive, and disobedient. I'm afraid there is no doubt that he often sat up at Carlton House long after bedtime, playing at games, and that he generally ate and drank far more than was good for him. His fondness for fine clothes was such that he used to dress on weekdays quite as gorgeously as good people dress on Sundays. He was 35 years old and a great grief to his parents. And the worst of it was that he set such a bad example to others.
Lord George Hell!
Why, yes, here comes George Hell. Gad, there's a buck for you.
Oh, how wicked my lord is looking. Why, they say it is quite unsafe for a lady to be in the same room with him.
I've known ladies make for the door as soon as he entered, but they generally pause to watch him through the keyhole.
I vow you're a tease, my lord. But heavens, he's coming this way.
Led by the twinkling candles of your eyes, my dear.
I vow I shall die.
Good evening, my lord. I hardly expected to see you at such a tedious function.
Noblesse oblige, my dear fellow. His Royal Highness was good enough to command me.
May I present your lordship to my Lady Jane Windermere?
Your slave, madam. I am happy that the season has brought you up to town.
It is all such a mad whirl, my lord, after the peaceful calm of the countryside.
A fool's paradise, madam, if you'll pardon me.
But surely, my lord, you would not deny the ennobling influences of trees and flowers or the English lakes.
Quite unknown to me, madam. I've not seen a buttercup for 20 years.
Yet I fancied you had come into an estate in Hertfordshire, my lord. Followed chase.
Oh, why, to be sure. I won it off Sir Follett, followed by a chuck of the dice at Boodle's. Not that I ever dream of going there.
They tell me the baronet lost every penny he had to you.
True, sir. The fellow was ruined.
And you then refused his revenge, I hear. Surely, my lord, that was unkind.
Unkind, sir? Why, when I'd won his mansion off him, didn't I offer to install him in the lodge?
And did he accept?
After a little hesitation, he did. On my soul, the man's place is a sinecure. He never even has to open the gates to me.
Now, my lord, I vow you're a thief.
What's more, my lord, I have even heard it whispered that the dice you were playing with were, loaded.
I've never been at pains to deny the rumor, my dear fellow. Everybody knows that I cheat, but nobody has the effrontery to tax me with it to my face.
Indeed, I've heard it asserted that you never sit down to a game of limbo with less than 4 aces up your sleeve, my lord.
I have had as many as 7, sir.
Oh, I wonder that you are tolerated at all, my lord. But didn't I see you at Garble's the other evening with that celebrated dancer on your arm, La Signora Gambogi?
You'll see me there again tomorrow. They tell me there's a merry little dwarf whose debut will be quite an occasion. Also, a new singer who is to open in the Fair Maid of Samarkand. I shall be there to pay my homage.
No, my lord, I vow.
Bravo, bravo, Sagittaro, bravo.
You are in a good humor tonight, my friend, no?
Uncommonly. Last night I had the good fortune to relieve His Royal Highness of another 5,000 guineas. Oh, there's our merry little dwarf again. Bravo, Sagittaro. Bravo. Gobble.
Coming, my lord.
Champagne, Gobble, another bottle of port. I'll have that little homuncule, the merry dwarf yonder, come here to my box. I wish to compliment him on his skill as an archer and pledge him in a bumper of the grape.
Oh, my lord is too kind. I will send him immediately.
Clever little dwarf, if ever I saw one. Did you mark how accurately he shot his arrows, even when the scarf was tied across his eyes, and how he pierced the waxen figure through the heart?
Take care he does not pierce you to the heart, my friend. I think I have seen the dwarf before, somewhere.
A merry little dwarf. On my soul, he's quite taken my fancy with his fooling. Why, and here he is. Gilded bow, arrows, and all.
Your servant, my lord.
On my soul, you have a genius for the bow. Come and sit down by me. But first, let me present you to my divine companion, the Signora Gambogi, Virgo and Sagittarius again.
To the health of your lordship.
And by what means, or miracle, did you acquire your mastery of the bow?
By long practice. Long practice on human creatures.
Oh, on my heart, you'd be dangerous in a quarrel. Let me hear the music of that bowstring once again.
As your lordship commands. This time, I will shoot at the stars.
Bravo, bravo, Sagittaro. You're dangerous company.
Your lordship would certainly be a good target.
He is certainly a fat one.
But look, here comes the new singer, my lord. Jenny Mere is the fair captive of Samarkand. I commend her to your favor.
But she is entrancing.
I do not think she is very much. She is not at all pretty.
She is entrancing. What beauty. What innocence.
My lord, you are hurt?
A sudden twinge in my heart. But where's our little dwarf? He must have flown away. Bravo! She is entrancing. I must positively be presented.
If your lordship deign to wait the conclusion of her humble toilet. I hear her footfall on the stair. Miss Mere, come hither. Miss Mere, this is my Lord George Hell, who's been graciously pleased
Miss Mere, listen, I pray you, to my poor words, nor spurn me in misprision from the pedestal of your beauty, genius, and virtue. All too conscious, alas, of my presumption in the same, I yet abase myself before you as a suitor for your adorable hand. I grope under the shadow of your raven locks, and dazzled in the light of those translucent orbs, your eyes.
Sir.
Say, my lord.
My lord, I thank you for your words. They are beautiful. But indeed, I can never be your bride.
Oh, child, let not the sun rise ere you have retracted those wicked words.
My wealth, my rank, my irremediable love for you, I throw them at your feet. I would wait an hour, a week, a lustre, even a decade, did you but bid me hope.
I can never be your wife. I can never be the wife of any man whose face is not saintly. Your face, my lord, mirrors, it may be, true love for me. But it is even as a mirror long tarnished by the reflection of this world's vanity. It is even as a tarnished mirror.
I can...
Do not kneel to me, for I am poor and humble. I was not made for such impetuous wooing. Kneel, if you please, to some greater, gayer lady. As for my love, it is my own, nor can it ever be torn from me. But given as true love must needs be given, freely. Rise from your knees. That man whose face is wonderful, as are the faces of the saints, to him will I give my true love. Good night, my lord.
Miss Mere, I beg you. Oh, she's gone.
If your lordship pleases to rise from his knees,
Oh, thank you, Garble, thank you.
Oh, so there you are, my friend. And how ridiculous you look. Come, it is time we were going.
No, I cannot. Goodbye.
But, George...
I will call the Signora's carriage.
What shall I do? Whither shall I go? My past life swims before me, shallow and artificial as the lake at Garble. Shall I drown myself? There will be no one left in the gardens now to prevent me, and in the morning they will find me floating there, one of the noblest of love's victims. Dawn at last. How many weary miles have I wandered this endless night? 3 at the very least. For these must be the woods of Kensington. How cool the country is. It seems to cool the feverish maladies of my soul and to consecrate my love. Only now, in the fair light of the dawn, do I begin to see the means of winning my adorable Jenny. Only now, as the sun wakes up the beauties of the countryside. With her, I shall always live in the country. But to win her, I must return to the maelstrom of the town. There is only one man that can help me. Aeneas, the mask maker of Old Bond Street. Woodman!
Morning, sir.
I'm lost in these woods. Tell me the way to London.
London, sir? Yonder pathway will take you there, sir. Keep straight on. I can't miss it, sir.
Thank you, honest woodman. Thank you 1,000 times.
Good morning, Mr. Aeneas.
Good morning, Julius. A warm and sunny day. Now, this morning, I want you to put the finishing touches to the mask of Barbarossa.
Yes, Mr. Enius. Who's it for, Mr. Enius?
None of your business, Julius, but it is for the young king of Zaremburg. He is to wear it at his coronation next week. Now, get on with it.
Yes, Mr. Enius.
La Signora Gambogi across the way. Seems lost in thought this morning. Never even acknowledged me bow. Aha! Here comes her inamorato, Lord George Hell himself, and with a little posy of wildflowers. But no, he's coming here. Good morning, my lord.
Good morning, Aeneas. I want the mask of a saint.
The mask of a saint, my lord, certainly. With or without halo?
Without halo.
Certainly. His Grace the Bishop of St. Albans always wears his with a halo, but not for your lordship. Now, if your lordship will allow me to take his measurements.
Measurements? But I must have the mask today. Have you none ready-made?
Ah, I see. Required for immediate wear. You see, your lordship takes a rather large size, but I think... Julius.
Sir?
Bring me the saint's mask we made for Mr. Ripsby a couple of years ago.
Yes, sir?
Mr. Ripsby only had it on hire, my lord. I fancy it is just what your lordship would wish. Spiritual and yet handsome.
Is it a mask that is even as a mirror of true love?
It was made precisely as such. In fact, it was made for Mr. Ripsby to wear at his silver wedding and was very highly praised by the relatives of Mrs. Ripsby. Thank you, Julius. Will your lordship step into my little room and... Now, then, is the expression exactly as your lordship would wish?
I wish it were more as a perfect mirror of true love. It's too calm, too contemplative.
Easily remedied. The eyebrows just a shade closer together, like that. Slightly fuller curve to the lips. So, there.
Yes, indeed.
And how long does your lordship wish to wear the mask?
I must wear it until I die.
Kindly be seated, then, I pray. For I must apply the mask with great care. Warm the inner side of the mask over the lamp, Julius, if you please.
Yes.
And now, if your lordship will permit me, this pomade... Yes. That's better, I think. Mask is warm.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, powder the inner side. So. And now, my lord, keep quite still for 1 instant.
Yeah.
There. Does that feel quite comfortable?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Now, please, look in the mirror, my lord.
But I do look like a saint.
I am proud to have served your lordship. That will be 50 guineas.
Thank you, Aeneas. Thank you 1,000 times. Thank you, Aeneas. Thank you 1,000 times. The face of a saint. Yes, but what does it cover? Should I not be ashamed so to cheat the girl that I love? Behind this fair mask there lurks Furious, the Gambogi, waiting for me.
Why, George. But what a change. So you have taken to wearing a mask?
Madam,
But I cannot let go so handsome a lover, even though he spurns me. Do not spurn me, George. Give me your posy of wild flowers. Why, you never looked so lovingly at me in all your life.
Madam, I have not the honor to know you.
Oh, yes, you have, my friend. You have the honor to know me very well. And you will know me better still before very long.
Oh, here, beside this tiny stream, I have found peace at last. Peace from all but my thoughts. These waters, which mirror within themselves the mask which has become my life, are not their murmurs a reproach? Though she be taken with my looks, behind that mask still lurks the evil face that so repelled my dear. Yet may that mask itself not be a secret symbol of my true repentance and my love. My face was evil because my life was evil. Since I have seen her beauty, my soul has changed.
My lord.
Who is there hiding in the bushes?
Only your merry little dwarf, my lord. But look, there on the further bank. Have you no eyes for her?
Heavens, 'tis she. Will she not know me?
No, my lord, but she will love you.
Oh, I have disturbed you.
Never. Without you, I am as nothing.
Surely you are that good man, whose features are the features of a saint, for whom I have waited so long. Oh, therefore do not kneel to me, but rise and suffer me to kiss your hand. For my love of you is lowly, and my heart is all yours.
Nay, you are my queen, and I must needs kneel in your presence.
Oh, no, no. Then I shall kneel with you.
Beloved.
Beloved.
This posy of wildflowers, they are for you. I gathered them for you hours ago in this very wood. See, they are not withered.
How was it for me that you gathered them, though you had never seen me?
I gathered them for you, knowing I should soon see you. How was it that you, who had never seen me, yet waited for me?
I waited, knowing I should see you at last. Come. Are not the flowers beautiful in this wood? Which do you like the best? Primroses, or lady's feet, or forget-me-not?
I know the names of no flowers, my dear.
Is it worldly and wrong of me to have loved the flowers? Ought I to have thought more of those higher things that are unseen? Surely the flowers are good, and did you not gather this posy for me? But if you do not love them, I must not. And I will try to forget their names, for I must try to be like you in all things.
Love the flowers always, and teach me to love them.
Every day I have come to this wood because I was lonely, and it seemed to pity me. But now I have you, and it is glad.
I, too, came here once. Last night.
Last night? Oh, will you try not to be angry with me if I tell you something? It is something which will seem dreadful to you.
Pauvrette, you cannot have anything very dreadful to tell.
Oh, I am very poor, and every night I sing in a theater. It is the only thing I can do to earn my bread. Do you despise me because I sing?
Do you like singing?
In the theater? I hate it. I hate it indeed. Yet tonight, alas, I must go back there.
You need never sing in a theater again. I am rich, and I'll pay them to release you.
Oh.
You shall sing only for me. Sweetheart, it cannot be much more than noon. Let's go into the town while there's time, and you shall be my bride, and I your bridegroom this very day. Why should you and I be lonely?
Oh, I do not know. I often used to envy the woodman living in that dear little cottage there on the edge of the wood.
Let us live there, then.
You are so good that you can deny yourself all the vanity and pleasure that most people love.
Otherwise, my love, there's something that you want that I can give you. Tell me, I beg you. Anything in the whole wide world.
If we are going to get married, we will pass a pastry shop in Kensington Village. Should you think me greedy if I wanted a bun?
By the way, I wonder what's happened to Lord George Hell. Seems an age since last we saw him at Boodle's.
Boodles or Gobbles. Come to think of it, I haven't seen him since that little singer vanished. Had the lead in the fair captive of Samarkand and vanished after the first night. George Hell had been after her, I heard tell, but Gobble told me she would have none of him. Or I'd have thought they must have eloped.
And what had Gobble to say about her disappearance?
Said he'd been compensated for it, but that he was sure she had not succumbed to his lordship. In fact, he said he'd rejected him soundly.
The most astonishing thing is that he should have restored all the money he had won at cards. Even His Royal Highness has been repaid, and old Sir Follard is back in his old home.
A very queer business indeed. I've heard it said that he was seized with a sudden repentance and fled overseas to a foreign monastery. Maybe he's even dead.
Well, peace to his ashes in whatever urn they may be resting.
This waxen mask, though it has been the means of my happiness, is it not still a barrier between me and my bride? Though it is sweet to kiss her through it, to watch her through it with loving eyes, It's remained a mockery that I must wear for the rest of my life. No longer do I even feel it jarring on my face, the evil face that it covers, the face of my past. It's become a very part of me. And for all its rigidity, at least it expresses the one emotion that fills and suffuses me. True love.
My love?
Dearest?
Look at this little pagoda I have built with all our buns. Is it not pretty? Oh, dear, it has tumbled down. Oh, dear husband, why do you not smile at my folly? Your grave face rebukes me. Smile, or I shall think I vex you. Please smile a little.
My dear one, I cannot. I find my lips will not curve into a smile, however much amused I may be. Love of you has bound them in a spell.
But I can laugh, though I love you. I do not understand.
Oh, my dear, if only I could smile. If only I could show you all the fondness which is locked in me and all the smiles and happiness with which you fill my soul. Someday, perhaps you will tire of my monotonous gravity. Someday... But, Jenny, what is it? Why do you look so frightened?
There is a strange woman smiling at me across the palings. I do not know her. There, behind you. She is nodding to me. I think she's foreign, for she has an evil face.
Do not notice her. Does she look evil? I do not wish to look.
Very evil and very dark. She has a pink parasol. Her teeth are like ivory.
Do not notice her. Think. It is the anniversary of our wedding, dear.
I wish she would not smile at me. Her eyes are like bright blots of ink.
Let us eat our beautiful buns.
Oh, she's coming in. George, forbid her to come in. I'm afraid.
Pray pardon me. I could not mistake the back of so old a friend.
Oh, you found me at last.
But of course, how nice to see you again, even though your face has changed so marvelously.
Madam, begone, I command you from this garden. I do not see what good is to be served by the renewal of our acquaintance.
Acquaintance? Surely we were friends, rather. Nor is my esteem for you so dead that I would crave estrangement.
Madam, you see me happy, living very peacefully with my bride.
To whom I beseech you, old friend, present me.
I would not desecrate her sweet name by speaking it with so infamous a name as yours.
Your collar hurts me, old friend. I shall compose myself if you will forgive me. I may sit down.
Jenny, then please retire pending this lady's departure. Go into the cottage, my love.
I am less frightened by your side. Do not send me away.
Suffer her pretty presence. Indeed, I am come this long way from the town that I may see her no less than you, George. Come and sit by me, little bride, for I have things to tell you. Are you expecting guests, George? And by the way, your wife's mask is even better than yours.
Oh.
What does she mean? Oh, send her away.
Serpent, crawl from our Eden. There you poison with your venom its fairest denizen.
Even my pride knows certain bounds. I have been very forbearing, but even in my zeal for friendship, I will not be called a serpent. I will indeed be gone from this rude place. Yet ere I go, there is a boon I will deign to beg. Show me but once again the dear face I have so often caressed. The lips that were dear to me.
No.
What does she mean?
Bid him unmask for me, little bride. Intercede for me. You have more authority over him than I. Doff his mask with your own fingers.
George, please tell me. What does she mean? What does she mean?
If you do not go now of your own will, I must drive you, man though I am, violently from the garden.
Doff your mask and I am gone.
You leave me no alternative, madam. Come.
For Saint, and I will unmask you!
Like a panther, she sprang upon him and clawed at his waxen cheeks. There was a loud pop, as though some great cork had been withdrawn, and La Gamboge recoiled. She had torn away the mask. It lay before her upon the lawn, upturned to the sky. George stood motionless. La Gamboge stared up into his face, and her dark flush died swiftly away. For there, staring back at her, was the man she had unmasked, but lo, his face was even as his mask had been. Line for line, feature for feature, it was the same. 'Twas a saint's face.
Madam, your cheek may well blanch when you regard the ruin you have brought upon me. Nevertheless do I pardon you. The gods have avenged through you The imposture I wrought upon one who was dear to me. For that unpardonable sin I am punished. As for my poor bride, whose love I stole by the means of that waxen semblance, of her I cannot ask pardon. Ah, Jenny, Jenny, do not look at me. Turn your eyes from the foul reality that I dissembled.
Dear husband, look at me. I do not understand. Why did you woo me under a mask? And why do you imagine that I could love you less dearly, seeing your own face? Look into my eyes.
But Jenny, my face, it has become the same.
Surely your face is even dearer to me, even fairer than the semblance that hid it and deceived me. I am not angry. 'Twas well that you veiled from me the full glory of your face, for indeed I was not worthy to behold it too soon. But I am your wife now. Let me look always at your own face. Let the time of my probation be over. Kiss me with your own lips.
My love, I have grown worthy of you.
This is Laurence Olivier again. I'm sure you would like to join with me in my thanks to John Gielgud for his interpretation of the role of Lord George Hell in Max Beerbohm's The Happy Hypocrite. In next week's program, my guest will be another good friend of mine, and I think of yours too, Robert Donat. I look forward to the pleasure of your company. Until then, au revoir, and thank you.
Sir Laurence Olivier introduced, as usual, today's transcribed program. The script was by D.G. Brightson. The music was under the direction of Sidney Torst. Theatre Royal is an NBC presentation produced and directed by Harry Allen Towers.
Hear exciting Last Man Out tonight on the NBC Radio Network.
I'd like to say a few words about health. Over 50% of all family colds can be traced to uneven heat or overheating in the home. So protect your family's health by burning blue coal, America's finest anthracite. Then you'll be sure of steady, lasting, healthful heat at less cost. The next time you order fuel, ask for blue coal by name. You don't have to get a full supply. Your nearest blue coal dealer will be glad to send you a trial ton. Phone him tomorrow.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
I have flown. I have sailed. I have moved about this world of ours. And ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The creaking door. The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting the creaking door. Good evening, friends of the creaking door. The creaking door is open. So do come in. Why are you hesitating? Oh, I see. That apparition you met in your nightmare. Oh, yes. Yes, he's here, all right. Ready to drive you out of your mind.
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
A young, determined-looking man steps out of his car onto the muddy dirt road and faces the bleak stone house at the end of the driveway. Hesitating a moment, he turns up his collar against the wind, then walks the long path to the forbidding door.
No, you're not keeping me out. You've got no right to force. I'm coming in whether you like it or not. What are you doing here? What am I doing? You can ask that. No point in arguing. Come on in. We'll talk in the library. How did you find this place? It wasn't easy. You saw to that, didn't you? In here.
Who was it, Carl? Oh.
All right, Martha. An unexpected visit. You know my wife, Martha, don't you, Alan? Take some a drink, Martha.
Yes.
Sit down. We'll talk. I didn't come all the way out here to make conversation. All right? What have you come for, then? What have you done with Julia?
Here are the drinks, Carl.
Alan? I've asked you what you've done with... Martha, perhaps Alan would prefer brandy to this. I prefer nothing. You shouldn't have done that, Alan. Those glasses are family heirlooms, very difficult to replace. What have you two done with Julia? What have we done? Am I my sister's keeper? I know she's here, someplace in this house. Don't try to tell me she isn't. I really wouldn't try to tell you anything in your present condition. Where is she? Upstairs? No, Alan. Upstairs, Mrs. Manning? Julia isn't here. What's got into you anyway? It's got into me. You made a good try, but it won't work. Julia and I are getting married, no matter what you do or try. That is your own personal business and Julia's. All I can do is to assure you that my sister isn't here. And you've no idea where she is? No. And that's what you'll tell me, Nick. As a matter of fact, you're right. My wife and I needed a rest. We moved from town and rented this house. Not according to the age. That's ridiculous. He told me Julia's name is on the lease. I'm afraid, Alan, you've been misinformed. I'm going upstairs to look. Carl! It's all right, Martha. Let him go. And when I find her, Julia's leaving this house with me.
Carl, he'll find her now.
I know.
He'll see what she's become.
Yes, Martha. Alan's in for the shock of his life. But there's nothing we can do about it now. Julia, are you in here? Julia.
Please leave, Alan. Please.
Julia, what's the matter?
Just do as I ask. Please leave.
No. Why is it so dark in here?
Don't turn that lamp on.
What?
Don't touch that lamp. Keep your hands away from it.
Julia.
You won't turn it on, Alan. Promise you won't.
All right. What has he done to you, Julia?
He?
Your brother, Carl. What have he and his wife done to you?
They've done nothing. Don't you dare say one word against them. Oh, Alan. Why did you try to find me? Why?
How can you ask such a thing? Just a month ago we were to be married, and then you disappeared.
You've got to leave here at once. Just make believe you didn't find me.
What?
You've got to.
No. I'm going to find out what this is all about.
For your own good, Alan, go away, please. Go away and never come back again.
I'm not budging until you tell me why. Why do you sound so peculiar? Why do you want to remain in the dark?
Alan, please go.
Not until you can look me straight in the eye and tell me you want me to leave.
Alan, don't turn on that lamp.
I'm sorry, Julia, but...
Julia. Now get out of here. Get out or I'll kill you.
Feeling any better now, Alan? Yes, my face has stopped bleeding. The gash is where she clawed you, or rather deep. Clawed? Now can you understand why I said my sister wasn't here? Carl, what's wrong with her? What is it? Alan, I know you don't like me, but please, take my advice. Forget you ever knew Julia. Well, I know it sounds cruel, but it's the best advice I can offer you. I'm sorry, it's out of the question. All right. That leaves me no choice but to tell you. Perhaps, after all, it is better that I do. Tell what? What's wrong with Julia? I'll have to ask for your complete confidence. You have it? Look in the mirror, Alan. Huh? Look at those scratches on your face. Well, what are you driving at? Don't they seem strange to you? A moment ago you used the term clawed. You said I was clawed. Exactly. Are those marks the marks the human hand would make? Or are they not more like the marks of an animal's claw? You're not making sense. A sensible explanation is not to my liking either, Alan. It wasn't easy for me to face it when I first saw the reversion setting in. Reversion? I don't follow you. It was semi-dark in the room upstairs, but still you noticed something very peculiar about Julia. Physically, that is. She was altogether peculiar. I mean something specific. Her eyes. What did you notice about her eyes? She kept her face pretty well away from me, but now you mention it. Yes? I noticed her eyes were... Oh, God. It's absurd. You noticed they were what, Alan? They were like the eyes of a cat. Yes. In the last 2 weeks, the diversion process has been stepped up, I'm afraid. Already her pupils have expanded to the full iris, and perhaps you've noticed her fear, or rather her pathological hatred of light. Yes, I did. Her fingers, they're virtual claws now. Stop it, please. Can't something be done? A doctor? We've tried everything. If a doctor were to see her now, his only recommendation would be to put her in an institution for the rest of her life. Her unnatural life. Julia. I know how you feel. It's quite right, Alan. If you'd like, you may spend the night with us. Thank you. I'll show you upstairs to your room. It's just not believable. I know. Too shocking to accept at first. Now can you believe, Alan? Now can you believe every word that I've told you is true? Julia.
Carl.
Julia, where have you been?
Been? I don't know.
You promised me you wouldn't leave this room. I've been looking all over the house and grounds for you. Now, where were you?
Carl, please don't be angry with me. Please.
I'm not angry, but for your own sake, you must do as I say. If you don't, I'll have to...
Send me away.
No, Julia. I'll just have to keep the door to this room locked.
Oh, you'll never send me away. You'll never do that.
I promised you, didn't I? Now, come on. Lie down.
Carl, Alan was here tonight.
I know.
You let him see me.
I couldn't help it. He insisted.
You let him stay in the house.
You'll go first thing in the morning.
He can't take me away.
You mustn't think about that now.
I scratched him. I hated him. I didn't think I could ever hate Alan.
I told you not to think about it. Everything's going to be all
Will
right.
it? Oh, will I ever get better?
Of course. Now, look. Just lie back, Julia, and I'll I'll soothe your forehead. I didn't mean
You were going to say stroke.
No,
You were, weren't you? Stroke, as you would a cat.
No, Julia, I wasn't. You mustn't put words into my mouth. You'll only make things worse for yourself.
What is it?
Julia, where were you tonight?
And No.
Are you out of the house?
I don't remember. Why?
You were with someone. Try to remember.
I can't. Why, Carl?
Never mind, it's nothing.
You're keeping something from me.
No.
You're hiding something behind you. You've got something in your hand.
That's nothing, I tell you.
Now, let go. My slipper. My slipper's covered with blood.
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today. Well. They say a cat has 9 lives. Poor Julia. I wonder how many she has left.
Carl, look.
Easy, Martha.
I tell you, the breakfast is ready. I found him on the floor that way. His throat clawed open.
You better get out of here.
Carl, what happened?
Don't come in, Julia.
I heard Mother scream.
Julia, you mustn't look.
That's why there was blood on my slipper. That's why.
Martha, help me get her out of here.
I was with Alan last night and I killed him. I killed him! She's insane. Julia really believes she's a cat now.
Wasn't that our plan, Martha, to drive her out of her mind?
It's gone too far.
Not at all. It hasn't gone quite far enough yet. You'll howl like a cat again tonight.
No, I won't. We've got to stop this right now. Oh, if she gets worse, she'll kill both of us.
That'd be ridiculous. Julia couldn't kill anybody.
But Alan...
Julia didn't kill Alan.
What?
I killed Alan.
You?
Of course. It was quite necessary.
Oh, why didn't you tell me? Why did you let
I
me...
wanted to get a legitimate performance out of you when you found his body. I wanted you to be horrified, and I wanted you to recoil from Julia, just as you did.
You're a murderer.
That's a very unpleasant thing to say. I was merely protecting my investment of time and trouble.
You didn't have to commit murder.
Oh, but I did. You see, I hadn't really convinced Alan at all.
How do you know?
I kept my eye on his room after he went up to bed. I saw him steal out and come downstairs here. I listened on the upstairs extension. I heard him telephone Peterson.
And the doctor told him what was wrong with Julia?
He explained to Alan the symptoms of her metalopia, day blindness.
And you killed him for that?
Of course.
But why?
You've suddenly turned very sensitive, darling.
I never bargained for murder.
When you want money, as much money as my sister Julia has, you must be prepared to take any step, no matter how violent.
But
what did you expect me to do? Allow Alan to tell Julia that she was suffering from an eye affliction, after I built up in her mind that she was slowly turning into a cat? Or would you choose to allow him to walk out of here and go to the police?
I don't want that money now.
You're just excited. You'll feel differently about it later.
No, I'll never feel differently after what's happened. I told you all along I had a feeling something would happen.
What could possibly happen now? Alan's out of the way. His body will never be found.
I'm not thinking of Alan. I'm thinking of your sister.
What about Julia?
Oh, I'm thinking of the terrible thing we've done to her.
It's a little late to think about that, isn't it?
I don't know. There must be something we can do.
There's only one thing you're going to do, Martha, and that is as I say.
Carl,
We're
please.
going to keep working on Julia until she's put away for the rest of her life. We're going to keep at it until I have every cent of hers. It's all right, Julia. It's all right now.
Oh, Carl.
It's all right.
It was me, Carl. I was out again, wasn't I?
No, Julia, it was only a dream you had.
You're not saying that.
It's only a bad dream, that's all.
I killed again, just like I killed Alan.
No, you didn't.
Carl, I'd rather be dead than like
No,
this.
Julia, please.
I can't stop myself anymore. I get worse and worse. Look at my hands. They're not really hands anymore. They're claws. Carl.
What is it?
I was out.
No, it's just a dream, I told you.
It wasn't a bad dream. I did kill again. My dressing gown, look. Covered with blood.
Julia.
They'll find me now. This time they'll find me and put me away.
I wouldn't let that happen. I promised to take care of you, didn't I?
Oh, yes, Carl.
And I will take care of you always. The very best I can.
Carl, when are you going to leave her alone?
When she's beyond help completely, and only then, Mother.
I can't stand it anymore.
You stand as much as I say you can stand. Now get hold of yourself. Won't be much longer.
No, Carl. It won't be much longer.
What do you mean?
You'd better stop now. I'm warning you.
Warning me?
For your own good.
That'd be ridiculous.
You won't listen to me. You won't stop.
Of course not. The plan is perfect. Nothing could go wrong now.
I brought you some lunch, Julia.
Not hungry.
I want to talk to you.
Why did you close the door, Martha? Since Alan died, you've never closed it while you were in here. You were afraid to be alone with me.
I'm not afraid anymore. I'm here to help you.
Help me?
To get away from here.
What?
To get away from Carl. There isn't much time.
I don't want to leave Carl. He's the only one who can help me now.
No, Julia. I'm the only one who can really help you now. You must leave here tonight before it's too late.
You're trying to trick me.
No. Oh, believe me.
You're jealous because Carl is good to me. You've always been jealous.
Please listen. I'm only trying to help. If you stay here, you're lost. You'll end up in an institution. That's what Carl wants.
That's what you want. You want me out of this house so they can get me and put me away.
No, Julia. Oh, you must believe me. At first, I did want that. Carl talked me into it. But now it's gone too far. Now I only want to save you from Carl. Julia, you're not a murderess.
What?
You didn't kill Alan.
But I did. And the other people I killed.
There were no other people. Only Alan. And you didn't kill him. Carl did.
No. Carl wouldn't do that. He knew I loved Alan when I was... Before this happened to me.
Carl killed Alan. I swear it.
I can't believe.
You must. It's your only chance. Carl put the blood on your slipper and on your dressing gown. It is all a trick to drive you out of your mind. And if you don't let me help you tonight, it'll be too late for you.
They'll put me away?
For the rest of your life. Well, Julia?
You'll help me, Martha? Really?
Yes, in every way I can.
But what can you do now?
I've planned it all. Tonight at dinner, I'll put a sedative in Carl's coffee. By 9, he'll be fast asleep, and I'll be waiting in the car for you. Do you understand?
Yes, Martha, I understand. You'll be waiting for me downstairs in the car at 9 o'clock.
And by the time Carl wakes, you'll be hundreds of miles away from here, safe.
Hello, Martha.
Carl.
You seem surprised to see me, Martha. According to your calculations, I should be fast asleep at this point, isn't that right?
I don't know what you mean.
Don't waste time fencing. I replaced the sedative with a quite innocuous powder.
You overheard Julia and me.
Not at all. I had no idea of your scheme until Julia told me.
What?
Julia told me everything.
She didn't believe me.
Not a word. She thought you were only trying to trick her. You see, Martha, it was only a waste of your time and your life. Your life.
Carl.
I can't trust you any longer. That's fairly obvious, isn't it?
Carl, you wouldn't.
I've no other course now.
Oh, you couldn't kill me.
I once told you when you want something badly enough, no step is too violent.
No.
You see this, Martha?
Oh.
This is the iron claw that was used on Alan.
Carl, no, please.
After I'm finished, I'll call the police. I'll tell them about my sister.
Carl.
My completely insane sister, and the horrible thing she's done to my wife.
No.
And then I'll have everything I've worked for.
Sergeant Jackson speaking.
This is Carl Manning. I live on Windmill Road, the last house in from the highway. Please, come right away.
Manning, Windmill Road.
Yes.
Got it. What's wrong?
There's been a murder.
Murder?
Yes. My wife's been clawed to death. Julia. How did you get down here?
I wasn't in my room when you lost it.
Get upstairs immediately.
No, Carl. I'm not going back to that room again. Ever.
Julia, you'll do as I say, or I... Oh. Why did you turn out the lights?
I heard everything you said on the phone.
What?
And I saw what you did to Martha in the car.
You...
I wanted you to do that to her. That's why I told you everything.
And you did believe her?
It made no difference. It was too late for me.
Julia, I want those lights on.
No, Carl. I like the dark. Remember, I can only see clearly in the dark. But you can't see me, can you?
Julia, now, listen to me.
I can see in the dark because I'm a cat.
No, Julia.
And you can't hear my steps because I walk on cat feet.
Julia, there's really nothing wrong with you. It's just an eye affliction, that's all.
It's more than that now. I'm more a cat than a human being now. You bumped into the table because you can't see in the dark. You don't have cat's eyes like I have.
You're not a cat, Julia. You're not.
My hands are claws now with sharp, long nails that can rip and tear and kill.
No, it's only in your mind. You can't kill.
I'm a cat, Carl. You made me one. You turned me into an animal.
Julia, please, turn on the light.
You'll never see light again, Carl. Ever.
Julia.
The cat's up against the window now. Behind you is the steep cliff. You're in a corner and you can't get out. You're a mouse trapped in a corner by a cat.
Julia, stand back. Don't.
A mouse trapped by a cat. Oh, for you.
That's what I call the cat's whisker. Oh, the moral to tonight's fairy tale. Always be kind to animals. You can never tell when one of them will turn out to be a relative of yours. the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door, of course.
The manufacturers of State Express 3.5 Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present The Creaking Door.
If that's the game you're missing because of a mean cold, here's something you should know.
Every second someone takes it for the miseries of a cold. Millions more take bromo quinine. Every second someone takes it for the miseries of a cold. Bromo quinine.
More people have taken more bromoquinine cold tablets for more complete relief than any other cold tablet ever sold. You could take aspirin or other single-action cold remedies all day and not get bromoquinine's more complete relief, even for virus colds. Bromoquinine works to relieve stuffy nose, body aches, fever, irregularity, the blues, and headache. More complete relief, because bromoquinine is the only cold tablet sold with wonder-working quinine and 5 other medicines, health fortified with vitamin C. Remember,
every second someone takes it for the miseries of a cold. Millions more take bromo quinine.
Get bromoquinine brand cold tablet.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
Dark fantasy. Men call me mad. Dr. West, will you please close the door?
Certainly, Dr. Terhune.
Now, gentlemen, I have summoned you, my 2 trusted and loyal friends, to divulge a secret that even I myself can hardly comprehend.
You've made a new discovery, Charles?
Discovery? Yes. I have found another world.
Oh, what?
Another world, you say?
Exactly. Would you please snap off the lights, Doctor? That switch there.
Yes, certainly.
Now, by means of this special projection machine, I'm going to show you something which will astound you beyond words. I must ask you to remain perfectly still throughout this demonstration. As the picture I'm about to show you progresses, I will explain in detail just what I have done. Now, first of all, to start the machine. Now, observe this picture I've taken on color film. A picture of the new moon. Now, you will notice that the camera has picked up a single ray of the moon. It's focused up on a wall whereon dances a single tiny moonbeam. The camera approaches the moonbeam. Closer. Closer. Still closer. And then the special film in my camera reaches the lens. The scene changes.
Dr. Smith.
Gentlemen, please. Now, you see here my other world. My world within a moonbeam, taken upon special color film of my own invention. Film that is constructed to pick up objects within the very atoms. Objects smaller, that is, than atoms themselves. Notice, please, the coloring of this other world within a moonbeam. See the hills, the plains with their red grass, They're red-leaf trees. Notice that tiny stream at the left. A vivid orange. Notice the yellow of the tree trunks, the orange-colored sky, and the deep blue sun.
Amazing.
The film ends quickly now, but first a rare sight is in store for you. Now watch closely. There.
A man. But what sort of creature is that he's riding?
I don't know. You will notice the animal approaches the small stream, wades quickly through it, and vanishes from the camera's sight. And as he vanishes into the distance, the film ends.
Amazing.
Astounding. Unbelievable.
The lights, if you please, Doctor.
Oh, yes, of course.
Look here, Terhune. Is this a camera trick?
Absolutely not. I have shown you what actually exists within certain or possibly all moonbeams.
What's your theory, Doctor?
That all creation consists of worlds within worlds. Who can say that our world is not contained within some still larger one? And that within another, and that still within another, and so on.
The thought suddenly becomes overwhelming.
Yes, doesn't it? To think that all around us, within even such tiny substances as the atoms themselves, under our feet, overhead, on all sides, are worlds of which we are unaware.
Yes, if only there were some way to visit those other worlds.
Ah, Dr. West, that is the point. We can.
Good heavens, man. You mean...
Yes, just what do you mean?
Gentlemen, I plan to enter that world in the moonbeam.
Impossible.
I don't like to say so, Charles, but aren't you overlooking the laws of dimension, the general medium, laws of nature that are so obvious?
Not only that, Terhune, but aren't you appearing a little ridiculous on the face of things?
I do not expect you to be convinced until you have seen.
We in our profession are not inclined to take such things as we are speaking of for granted.
Then let's not waste words, my friends. I propose to convince you beyond all possible doubt.
Well, I have no objection to being convinced.
Nor I. Though I really believe Terhune has let his imagination win the upper hand.
Now, we shall see. Now, here, gentlemen, on this table, you see what looks like an Eskimo igloo, made of crystal clear glass with an opening at one side at the base, much like an entrance to an igloo or tent.
Yes, it's about 10 inches high and about 8 inches in diameter.
Now, when we extinguish the lights here in this room, and when that curtain is drawn from the window over there, the moonbeam in question will be centered directly through that little glass case.
You want us to assist you?
Exactly.
But what do you intend to do?
Well, I have here a number of small capsules filled with a potion whose base consists mostly of radium.
What is this preparation?
A substance which will cause animal matter to decrease itself many millions of times.
In other words, you think it'll make you become smaller.
Precisely.
But small enough to enter the realm of a single atom?
I hope so.
Well, have you tried this concoction?
Only on animals. First on rabbits and rats. And just yesterday, I sent a dog into the world of atoms.
But granting such a feat is possible, don't you think your clothes would also shrink with you?
Well, I have found that any object in contact with the animal matter, at the time the capsule is consumed, will be caused to shrink in proportion with the animal matter itself. I found that out yesterday when I failed to remove the dog's collar.
But suppose you consume too great a quantity of the potion.
I have an equalizer, another mixture which will counteract the first capsule. By taking particular amounts of it, I can stop the reaction of the capsule, and then, having stopped it by taking another dose of the stabilizer or equalizer, I can increase my size again.
This is all very extraordinary.
I plan to be gone quite some time. I'm asking you two to watch over this little glass case for a 4-day period.
You can count on me, Terry.
And on me.
Good. Now I shall take a capsule. I'll begin to grow almost immediately. When I've reached about 2 feet in height, I want you, Dr. Smith, to bend down to the floor and pick me up and place me on this table here, beside this little glass case, putting me directly in front of the opening or door of the case. Is that clear?
Quite, yeah.
Good. Gentlemen, my hand.
Good luck, Charles.
Smith?
We'll follow your instructions carefully, Doctor.
Good. I knew I could count on you two. Now the capsule. My head is whirring. My ears are ringing. Eyes are growing dim. I have a sensation of emptiness in the pit of my stomach. Do you notice any change in my appearance?
Good heavens. He's lost a foot in height.
Why, you're growing smaller, Terhune. You are, man. You're actually growing smaller.
He's 2 feet smaller now.
I hope I regain my eyesight before I become too small. Are my clothes diminishing too?
Yes, quite.
I cannot describe my sensations. I feel a strange weakness. My senses seem to be deserting me. I find it rather difficult to talk.
Look, he's just about 2 feet high now, Wes.
Do as he told you, Doctor. Pick him up now. Place him on the table.
Yes, just so.
Careful now. There. Here. Put him closer to that door so he'll have no trouble finding it. Watch your arm, Doctor. Don't cut off the moonbeam. There. That's good.
See, he's only about 6 inches high now.
There he goes. Into the glass case. See? The moonbeam is completely covering him. He's so tiny now you can hardly see him. The size of a small ant.
He's faded into the light of the beam now. I wonder what he'll discover in there. I wonder what he'll discover.
At last, I'm here in another world. Such a strange place. Similar to the place I came from, yet different. Trees, yet with leaves of brilliant scarlet and yellow bark. The grass, also scarlet. An orange-colored sky overhead. A sun of dazzling blue. And the water in the little stream over there. Not blue, but orange. Yes, the colors, all different. Everything else correspondingly the same.
Why do you speak so strangely?
Oh, I beg your pardon. I thought I was alone.
You must be a foreigner. Otherwise, you'd know you're in the king's gardens, and they're quite private.
I'm so sorry. Yes, I am a foreigner. If you'll forgive me, I'll leave at once.
Oh, no, please. It is our custom to treat foreigners in a friendly manner, and so I bid you welcome. I am the Princess Elena.
A princess?
Yes. Daughter of King Londelier. Surely you've heard of me.
No, Princess, I've not.
But surely. My father rules the world with kindness and justice, and everyone knows him for his goodness.
Princess, will it frighten you if I tell you something? Something most strange.
I think not, sir. For you yourself are most strange. Your clothing, the colors, not in the least ordinary, and your features are so different.
Princess Elena, my name is Charles Terhune. I'm a citizen of the United States of America.
America? I know the world quite well, but never have I heard of America.
That is why I fear I might frighten you, Your Highness. You see, America is not in this world. It is in another.
You're from another world?
Exactly. You see, I am a scientist in my own universe. I discovered your world here, so I found a way to come to visit you. You don't seem at all surprised.
No. Why should I be surprised? We've expected you for a long time.
Me?
Well, not you exactly, but someone.
What do you mean?
Our scientists have known for many years that other worlds besides ours exist, but they've never been able to discover a method of entering one of them. We've been hoping someone from beyond would find a way here.
Amazing.
That is why I asked if you were a foreigner. Since my father rules the entire world,
Naturally, a foreigner could only be from another world.
This absolutely astounds me. Princess, I must speak to your scientists. Oh, this is so wonderful. The people of our world seem much alike, save in a few minor respects. We look alike, talk alike.
We've often wondered how much we would be like the people from beyond.
Take me to your scientists, Princess. I must see them.
I will gladly take you to them. But first, I must warn you. You're in great danger.
Danger?
Our world is doomed. We're falling victims to a strange malady which none of our doctors or learned men can overcome. It is slaying our people by the thousands.
A plague?
Yes. A mysterious disease. One we've never encountered before in all history. If you would save yourself, use whatever method you have and return to your own world before it's too late.
One moment. Princess, will you take me to your father? I don't know why I say this, but perhaps I can help.
Oh, no. No, save yourself. I beg of you. Do not remain here to perish.
Please, Princess. At least allow me to try to help.
You're either very brave or very foolish.
Brave or foolish, take me to your father.
Very well. But he will only warn you, as I have done.
And that, Your Majesty, is how I found your world and the way to enter it.
It's interesting. At one time I would have said amazing. But with our discoveries of other worlds around us, it's now only interesting.
I've warned Dr. Terhune to return to his own universe before he falls victim to the plague.
Yes, my son, you must.
But I would like to help. I'm a doctor where I came from. Perhaps I could do something.
I fear it is useless. Our most brilliant physicians are powerless to even make a diagnosis, much less a cure.
But I have a knowledge from another world, Your Majesty.
That's true, Father. He found a way of reaching us, while we here have been unable to reach the other places beyond.
Yes, daughter. You reason wisely.
Please, Your Majesty, permit me to see some of the victims. I can't return home until I've at least made an attempt to help you.
Very well. As you wish. Come with me. My son lies dying in a room above. I will permit you to examine him. Well, Dr. Terhune?
Your Majesty.
Dr. Terhune.
Heavens, man, this is typhoid.
Typhoid?
But what is typhoid?
We have it on our Earth.
But tell us, do you know the cure?
Yes, Your Majesty, I do. Take me to your nearest medical laboratory. We must prepare a serum, huge quantities of it. We must send it to all parts of the world immediately if we're to save your people.
Daughter, these reports, from all parts of the universe, the deaths grow fewer and fewer each day.
It's a miracle, Father. And Charles Terhune has saved us all. There have been no typhoid deaths now for 3 days.
I know. Our fight has been won.
The people are clamoring for you, Dr. Terhune. They almost consider you a god.
I am no god, Princess. Merely a man with a little knowledge.
But you came to us like a miracle man, in time to work the greatest wonder of all history.
I'm happy that my journey here has been for a purpose.
Anything you ever wish in the world will be yours.
I know, Elena. There is so little I want. And yet, so much.
Will you remain here with us? Forever?
I cannot, Princess.
You called me Elena a moment ago.
I cannot, Elena. I must return to tell my people what I've discovered.
Oh, but if you go now...
Yes, Elena?
Oh, why must we always be governed by rules of propriety?
Elena, if you're thinking what I hope you are...
Charles?
Elena, my darling. Is it wrong to say I love you?
Charles, is it wrong for stars to shine? Or for flowers to bloom?
Oh, my darling princess.
Charles.
I love you, Elena.
And I love you. Please, don't leave me, my darling.
Just for a little while. I will return to you, Elena. I promise.
Then I will wait for you, beloved. And when you return, nothing in this world or any other will ever take us apart.
It's past his time, almost 4 days.
Look, a movement there in the moonbeam, see?
No, Yes, look. He is coming back. See, there he is out of the glass case on the tabletop.
He's growing rapidly, West. You better place him down on the floor. Then.
Look, larger and larger.
This is perfectly astounding, man. I wonder what his adventures have been.
Dr. Terhune. Can you hear me, Dr. Terhune?
He's almost 4 feet tall now.
Can you hear me, Doctor?
Water. Some water, please. Water, Wesley. West, quickly. Over there in that goblet.
Yes, just one moment.
Here we are. He's all right now. Full size again. Here, Terhune. Drink this.
Yes. Thanks. Oh, that's better.
Are you all right, Terhune?
Yes, quite all right, thank you. Gentlemen, I have had the strangest experience imaginable. I have visited a world that's amazing and wonderful.
Tell us about it.
Yes, I will. When I became small enough to enter the moonbeam, I found myself in the exact spot you two saw in the picture I displayed for you. I did not know which way to go, naturally, but after a moment I heard someone speak to me. And that, my friends, is precisely what happened to me.
And you say those people knew all about the existence of other worlds, but were not familiar with such a disease as typhoid.
Exactly.
You must have been somewhat of a hero to him.
Yes, somewhat.
You know, if I hadn't seen this demonstration with my own eyes, I'd never have believed it.
Well, Dr. West, even though I was the one who experienced it, I'm still wondering if it actually happened.
Then it happened all right. Yes, we saw you grow small right before our eyes. So small you became almost invisible and disappeared in the moonbeam.
I trust you two will confirm any statements I might make to the public about all this.
No, absolutely.
Certainly, Terhune.
By the way, was my sister here during my absence?
Why, yes, she was. She acted very strangely, too, but we told her nothing.
Well, gentlemen, perhaps I should have told you this before. You see, my sister and I jointly own several hundred acres of valuable oil land in the south. She's a greedy woman. She's tried for years to obtain full possession of the property. She's tried many ways, but her latest method is by charging that I'm insane.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
Yes, exactly. But she's preferred the charges. Tomorrow at 9, I must appear before a group of alienists who will decide whether or not I'm mentally unbalanced. That is why I had to make my experiment before tomorrow.
Dr. Terhune, you've been carefully examined by this impartial and experienced board of alienists at the request of your sister. It's our decision that you must submit yourself to a series of treatments at whatever sanitarium your sister might choose.
No, stop. This has all been so irregular, so unfair. You think I'm mad. Well, the story I've told you is true. I can prove everything I've said.
Please, Dr. Terhune.
My two friends, Dr. West and Dr. Smith. Ask them. Why haven't you let them testify for me? They saw it. They'll tell you everything I've said is true.
One moment. Yes? Oh. Yes, he's here with me now. I see. Yes, all right. I'll tell him. I'm sorry, Dr. Terhune. I'm afraid I have bad news for you. Doctors West and Smith were to have testified in your behalf. But I've just received word that they were both killed a few moments ago in an automobile accident.
And that was the verdict. Now men call me mad. So they've locked me here in the cell till the time they can remove me to a sanitarium. Any moment now they'll come for me, whisk me off through the night. My discovery will never be proved. People will laugh for a while, speak of the mad Dr. Terhune. And then they will forget. And for me, no escape.
Charles, my darling.
Elena. No escape. No escape. Oh, what a stupid fool I am. The moonbeam, of course. The moonbeam. Fantasy.
Men Call Me Mad, an original tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop. Ben Morris was heard as Dr. Charles Terhune. Eleanor Naylor Corrin was Princess Elena. Fred Wayne was King Londelier. Murillo Schofield was Dr. West. Muir Height was Dr. Smith. And Darrell McAllister was the specialist. Next Friday night at the same time, the National Broadcasting Company will present another tale of dark fantasy, The House of Bread, a strange and compelling drama of Christmas 1941 and that first Christmas nearly 2,000 years ago, told to you by Scott Bishop. Dark fantasy originates in the studios of station WKY in Oklahoma City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The kitchens of today can be more beautiful than 1949 because this year there's a better, brighter, self-polishing floor wax. It's 1949 Glow Coat. Yes, bright as it's always been, this year Glow Coat is brighter than ever, better than any. Try 1949 Glow Coat on your linoleum this week.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.